So funny.
All right, we're going to get started. We have a couple of logistical hurdles. One, court reporter's not here quite yet, but we're not going to start by taking a plea. Two, more fundamental and frustrating. A few defendants did not get brought over, not the sheriff's fault, internal fumble. And so I'm gonna let you know who that is, and you can let me know, should we scramble to get this person on a Zoom screen, or get this person brought over, or look, all we're doing is waiving arraignment today anyway. So Ms. Gordon, Mr. Few did not get brought over. We will work hard to get him on a screen or to get him brought over. I know you need to be in another courtroom in a little bit. Tell me how you'd like to manage that.
Appearance and waive arraignment, and then are not guilty pleas on probably both of the two cases.
Both his cases. Okay. If you need him to be in court, we'll add him to a special whenever. I know you can see him on your own at a schedule that works best for you. But what we'll do, if you will file, we've got the waiver forms there. So if before you leave for your next appointment, if you'd get the waivers in, he is in the case ending in 322 as well as the case ending in 438. I think they're both Hiles specials. So one lawyer, just different cases. And we'll get a scheduling order in place for both those. So let me do that, waive and schedule. So then I think the one other thing you have this morning is getting an update from Mr. Wright. I don't see him on the screen, but maybe it's under an alias.
We're working on it.
Okay.
I'm here, sir.
You got it?
He's
Yes,
Kendrick
sir.
Wrightwell.
I'm here.
Okay.
Is that Mr. Wright?
No.
I'm
No.
here. Yeah. Sir, I'm here.
All right, but you. All right, we're good. You guys work on that. No one's late yet. I'm just ticking through the folks who didn't get brought over. Israel Bird did not get brought over, but I don't know that we have a lawyer for Mr. Bird yet. Melanie Steffo is listed, but she typically doesn't carry over to indicted cases. So I don't know if you, Mr. Hiles, have a roster. And Mr. Bird is one of these twofers. He is on both your cases.
Yes. It was my understanding that he would receive limited copy of the assigned report.
That's Ms. Cabrera, and I don't think she has someone in either of the cases yet. So it could be Ms. Cabrera. She is next door for the foreseeable weeks. So maybe we can work with her. She is doing email. So we'll see. But that means we don't need to get Mr. Bird here because he either has no lawyer or or his lawyer is in trial next door. So we'll work through that. And then Mr. Marriott, who is Mr. Apt's client.
No, David, I'll bring all my habits.
Okay.
We would like, I mean,
So we have two options. We will either physically get him here because we've got a channel to the sheriff saying, hey, our bad, but could you bring someone over? And they will. Or we could see if it's quicker to get him on Zoom. Mr. Apt did file a bond motion that's on the calendar to be discussed. So we can do that. You need to tell me your preference, having Mr. Marriott here or on Zoom or first available. I don't know.
is it this afternoon or?
Let me check with Deputy Gordon. We'll see what he says about that. And I think that's it for folks who didn't make it.
I have a conflict this Saturday, that's why.
Right, you'd prefer AM. You prefer in person. If we could pull off AM in person, then that's best. Okay. Hey, Deputy Gordon, are you able to get an ETA? It's that Mr. Marriott, his lawyer would like him here rather than on Zoom. If it could happen this morning, if the answer is it wouldn't be till the afternoon, then we should try to get Mr. Marriott in a Zoom booth and do the bond hearing that way. All right? So we'll circle back to that. There's Mr. Wright. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Can you unmute?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You?
I'm doing well. Probably not great, but I'm glad to hear you're great. Where are you right now?
I was doing some yard work with my grandma's boyfriend and my big brother.
Okay. Is that where you're supposed to be right now?
Yes, sir.
All right. How's the summer been going?
Man, it been going regular for me. Like, it's not nothing new.
Okay. And how goes all the programming you're supposed to be doing?
How you said how is all the programming I'm supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
I mean, good. We haven't started the summer camp yet, but I'll be starting the summer camp tomorrow
Where will that be?
at Permanent Center on Kempton. My teacher, Mr. Parham, said he'll allow me to join the one on Kempton because it's less I guess less people over there because he don't want me getting to nothing. So he said he'll allow me with less people is there.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to the one on Kempton.
Got it. Ms. Gordon, do you have any updates on behalf of Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, I'm gonna let Ms. Singleton do most of the talking, but my understanding is that Cameron's doing really well. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing, staying out of trouble and doing great, but I'll let Ms. Singleton give you details.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Singleton.
Good morning.
What are the deets on Mr. Wright?
Well, he's still participating with the GED program. They are on a 2-3 week break. They don't take a summer off, so they are on a break right now, but they will be starting classes back up. I had a meeting with everyone involved with him on last week. The therapist said that he's doing really well with the therapy. He's participating in anger management. They had a conflict resolution portion that he spoke up and was a class leader in, and they feel that he's really motivated to make some changes to assist with his life. He's been doing the community service there. The gentleman that's working with him there, they realized that Cameron has a business mind, and so they started a little car washing situation with him over there. So they're getting his supplies together. He seems really eager and excited about doing that. So they've got him doing some car washing as well as some unloading and loading on the docks and things like that. So he is getting some community service. He had a little difficulty on the pre-test for the GED, but we are set, it was because of distractions. So we're setting up a specific.
Does he do that from home? Is that where or is he at the Promise when he's?
He's at the Promise Center, and so the people walking past the door catch his attention. He had his phone with him. So we have set a specific date, came up with a plan, where he's gonna take it again on a specific date. We're not gonna allow him to have the phone. He's gonna be in a room they're gonna set up specifically so he can't see people walking around. Just make some provisions to make sure that he can be successful, because he's shown that he's academically strong in a couple of the classes, and so they feel like that he could do much better.
Okay.
So we're gonna do that on July 21st, I believe. And I had a talk with him about that this morning, and they're also gonna refer him for some additional testing, psychological examination, to see if there's anything else they can assist him with, possibly some medication for ADHD and things of that nature. But everything will still be at the Promise Center. They're really excited about him. They describe Cameron is being funny, interested in learning. They showed me some videos actually of a lot of stuff happening in the classroom and him focused on the board, trying to do the work.
Yeah.
So, they said a lot of really good things about him. The Covenant House is part of the program, and so if Cameron is still there, he'll be 17 in December. If he's still there at 18, working on whatever he's working on, they're going to assist him with housing.
Okay,
So at 18, they can help him find his own place.
excellent.
So everything is good.
Mr. Wright was saying something about shifting to a different at-promise center because there were fewer people there. Does that ring a bell with you?
The Promise Center, you go to 2 locations.
Mhm.
So he would go, they want him to go to a specific location for summer camp because of a smaller population of kids at that. But he still will go back and forth between the 2 classes.
Okay,
So it was just, they think that he will do better at the environment at one location than the other.
okay, got it. Mr. Wright, did you follow all that? That was a big update from Ms. Singleton. Do you agree with all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything you want to add?
No, sir.
When are you sitting for the pretest, the GED pretest again?
I'm not really sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, sounds like it'll be the 21st, so that's a few weeks away. All right, and you said you're staying with your grandma right now?
Yes, sir. My grandma and my dad.
Got it. Okay, well, excellent. You have any questions for me?
No, sir.
How are you getting to these places you need to go to? How do you get to the At Promise Center?
My grandma, she take me early in the morning, and then I just catch the bus back home.
Okay. Well, good. Ms. Singleton, when should we all chat again?
Well, I think late September, early October.
All right. Ms. Gordon, I don't remember how we got word to everyone. Do we get word to you and you get word to Mr. Wright, or what's the best way to do that?
I will.
Okay. Mr. Wright, I'm gonna wish you the best for the rest of your summer with summer camp and everything else you're doing. And we'll have a conversation in either late September or early October, just to see how the summer wrapped up and how fall is going for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck with everything. Be safe.
Okay.
So Ms. Gordon, once you do the waivers, you can get them to Deputy Gordon and be on to your next calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Have a good day.
You too. Thanks, Ms. Singleton.
Well,
All right, so if we press on through the calendar, Michael Nail shouldn't be here. His lawyer waived. Ms. Davis, Mr. LaScala filed a waiver, so we'll do a scheduling order. Ms. Nelson excused their appearance.
Judge, that would be my case.
Oh, that's yours. Okay. Ms. Dilligard, Ms. Nelson got the waiver from LaScala, and we'll do a scheduling order. And unless there's something you need to tell me about the case, that's what we got. Dilligard. We talked about Mr. Few. Mr. Howes, how is discovery going to work in these two cases? Is it just an evidence.com? Is it back your truck up to the DA's office and we load servers on it?
For the most part, it'll be a Dropbox. Outside of the phone extractions, those are too large. So I'll have to coordinate with the attorneys to get a large external.
Okay. The connection between the two cases is defendants. Are these going to be joined in the end, or they're very discrete, separate, other than that we've got the same defendants?
Judge, I'm going to join them.
You're going to join them.
For full candor, there was, as we were getting shell casings tested. More were uploaded to NIVEN. And then it connected to this time frame of December through mid-January of multiple aggravated assaults by many of the same individuals. And
So there may be a new indictment that combines these two, but has other incidents as well.
yes, Your Honor, it's a very, very real possibility.
Does it add more defendants?
It could add two.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that. For now, Ms. Gordon has waived arraignment and we're going to move forward. Does it make sense to put together a scheduling order, or what's the forecast for when the mega indictment, not that these were small to begin with, the super mega indictment comes out?
We can go with the scheduling order, and if we need to alter it, we can alter it.
Okay.
I'm gonna be out for 2 weeks, starting Monday.
That's good for you, but the scheduling order is the scheduling
Well,
order.
it's not gonna, it's already, I'm ready to serve discovery.
Okay.
Like, it's not gonna, I'm just saying as far as the timing for the re-indictment.
Okay, there won't be a whole lot of work done on that while you're out of town.
Not by me, but I've assigned a lot of tasks out.
Okay, to your staff?
That and with APD.
Okay. All right. So there'll be sort of one that binds them all.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it will ultimately be cleaner.
All right. Unique Jones, I think, is not represented by Mr. Kraft. It's Ms. Williamson.
So, Judge, we've got an issue there too, where she's gonna end up needing another attorney because
Unique is a female?
yes.
Okay.
Female. Mr. Kraft entered appearances on Unique Jones and J.D. Chambliss. And then Latanya Williams entered appearances on his as soon as he left for both of those, but they will be.
He left as in Mr. Kraft doesn't do the kind of thing he used to represent.
Mr. Kraft went to the newly formed Western Judicial Circuit to the DA's office.
Okay,
So he's no longer
wearing a completely different hat now,
Yes.
neither here nor a defense attorney.
And then Ms. Williams turned around and just filed entries on his cases.
Okay, she absorbed his caseload.
And I don't think that he'd made the connection
Okay,
of the conflict there.
and so you think that whether it's Kraft or Williams, because there was an entry filed in both, they have to drop both as opposed to just drop one?
I'm not saying they have to drop both, but there's definitely a conflict there, and I don't know if there's anything been done. I wouldn't think.
I mean, they don't have I guess there could have been client communication. So it's Unique Jones and Jalen Chambliss. Okay. Williams. So we'll need to, I guess I'll send an email to her copying you saying these are co-defendants effectively. Is Unique Jones is not in the 438. But she'll be in the overall, so they'll be co-defendants. Or is Unique Jones in both cases?
He's only in one.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Williams may be able to keep one of the two, but not both.
Yes, that's possible.
We'll have to get her input. All right. All right. Number 8. Deputy Gordon, what did we learn about getting Mr. Marriott on a screen versus in person?
He's being transported. We're waiting for transport to confirm that. I talked with him.
Okay, but it would be before noon?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. So in person it'll be. Appreciate your patience. If you want to go circulate for a while, it won't be in the next 30 minutes. All right. Sorry about that. All right, so Israel Bird is in both cases, and we think that may be Miss Cabrera. I don't remember who said that. Maybe it was Miss Singleton somehow knew that it'd be the conflict defender. So we'll check with Miss Cabrera on that. But he's not here. Mr. Few has Ms. Gordon waived scheduling order. So Chambliss, I don't have that he's not produced. So Chambliss is here?
It was
No, we
canceled.
canceled them because the attorney's on leave and she filed a waiver.
Okay. All right. So he's not here either. How about Omal Maloney?
He's on board.
He's on his way? Okay. And Mr. Regis is on the case as far as anyone knows?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I guess we should reach out to Mr. Regis.
Okay.
All right. So Mr. Maloney is a juvenile. Got it. And same with Nicholas Shannon. Okay. And does Ms. Warlick represent Mr. Shannon?
I do, Your Honor.
Hey. Hi there.
How are you?
Well, I'm happy that you're involved. Getting lawyers for this many defendants gets to be complicated. So Mr. Shannon is on his way here. The juvenile transport system often runs at a different time frame than the adult transport system. So once he's here, we can get him in court so he can see you and you can see him.
Okay, Your Honor. I did submit a waiver. I wasn't aware that the court had a particular form. But if I can get that form, I can fill that out and get.
Nope. As long as you waived arraignment, the magic in mine is that it also includes a box that you can check saying, I do opt into discovery. Most people do, but that way it's a 2-for-1. You're waiving, you opt in discovery, and that triggers the state's obligation to hand everything over. And that scheduling order sets a deadline for the state to do just that. I know you filed a motion to quash the indictment, and we'll get to that at the appropriate time. But you also will have a separate motions deadline that is well after your receipt of all the discovery. Were you planning on opting into discovery?
I was, Your Honor. And I would also just like to get placed on the calendar for a bond hearing. I don't know how tricky that's going to be with a subsequent indictment if he has to bond on the new charges, or if he's even going to be, if he's even going to have new charges. So,
Right. Well, part of that is not Mr. Shannon's problem. He has a current set of charges and he's entitled to be considered for bond in connection with those charges. But to your point, it could be that I hear everything and say, great, I set a bond of X, and then 2 weeks later, there are more charges, and he would have no bond for those additional charges. And so it may make sense to avoid a sort of yo-yo experience for him where I don't know if he could post bond or if I'd give him bond, but if I set a bond and he posted it, he within a matter of weeks could be in a no bond situation again, and that can be a little disruptive. But the flip side is the state's going to reindict when the state reindicts, and he could be in holding until then. And what if there are no new charges against him in the new indictment? We would have missed out on getting a bond hearing earlier. So I'll defer to you, and you can explain to him the fact that he may get a bond round one, but round two could get more complicated for him, and we'll just see where that flows.
Your Honor. I understand that some members of the state have leave. I'm just trying to figure out who I need to talk to about possibly negotiating.
I'll reach out to you today.
Perfect.
Is the contact info on your entry?
Yes.
Okay,
And then I can email you my cell phone number too.
that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, so that's the guy with the mustache is who you're going to be dealing with. That's Mr. Hiles, although you may have heard what he said. He's out for 2 weeks. So starting tomorrow, you said? Starting next Monday.
Monday at the latest, could anytime.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations with all that. But I would strike while the iron is hot and try to connect with him. and then he'll be out of pocket for a little bit, and then he'll be back. Are you comfortable forecasting for Ms. Warlick if Mr. Shannon's outlook is not favorable with the whatever the new charges would be?
I don't know. I've got,
So many moving parts.
yes,
Okay.
lots of information to review.
Okay, got it. Ms. Warlick, you've done a waiver. Mr. Shannon will be here. You're on leave, so I don't want to impinge on your break too much. Do you want to sit tight so you can at least say hey to Mr. Shannon when he arrives here?
I would like to, Your Honor.
Good, okay. Then you can slide back into being on mute. And once I learn that Mr. Shannon's here, we'll bring him out and I'll explain a little bit about what's going on. You can do the same and we'll chart a course forward.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, it looks like Mr. Regis filed an entry in a waiver yesterday.
Oh. That's like him to not tell us. Okay. All right. Well, when Mr. Maloney gets here, we'll bring him out and I'll explain what happened. So waiver and schedule. Thank you for checking that. Same. And then Mr. Marriott is on his way. Mr. Howell, did Mr. App do a waiver of arraignment, or we'll just do that when he's here as part of the interaction?
We'll handle that.
Okay. And we've got Jerome Clark. And Mr. Hoover did a waiver, and I've got your list. But we didn't excuse, or did you excuse that?
Mr. Hoover's in trial
Yes, I saw him.
Okay.
with Lethbridge. He's been in that.
Okay, he's with Cabrera in the Coolio. What did we call it?
Cash out.
Cash out. Sorry. Yeah, cash out.
3 decades. Wait.
Our kids would be going like, "Oh my God, Dad, did you really?" And then they would change their last name. All right, cash out. Starts with the same letter. All right. So he did a waiver. Is Jerome Clark here? We didn't produce Jerome Clark.
No, he would be on that wasn't transferred.
Okay. And then the final co-defendant is Cameron Miles Pratt. We dealt with bond, there was a waiver, and so that one is doing whatever it's doing. Okay. So if I go back through this calendar, we took care of Mr. Wright, Nail, Unique Jones. We got to talk with Ms. Williams, got to talk with Ms. Cabrera about Bird. Fuse taken care of. Shambliss is the other one with Williams, Maloney, Shannon. Okay. So when Mr. Marriott gets here, we'll do his bond hearing. That gets us to our inquiry calendar. We have Ms. Jones. Is Ms. Jones here?
I guess the state moves for bench warrant.
That's a surprise. Okay. Ms. Jones, are you online? Nope. All right. Well, Mr. Wooten, I appreciate you being here. In case she walks in, one of your colleagues knows how to reach you?
Yes.
Okay. Is a 9 o'clock calendar. Mr. Barber withdrew.
So you saw the motion. I don't know if the time period, I don't know if you signed the board.
I think I said everyone needs to come to court. Given the nature of this case and what people, I want everyone in the same room saying, no, I'm not going to be the lawyer. And yes, I understand that. I don't trust that. I don't want it just on paper. I want to. So I don't remember how I left it with Ms. Nelson in terms of the date, but I said we need to put this on a calendar and have a hearing about the motion to withdraw.
And there is, Judge, I think, a court date on the 25th related to the bond, transferring the bond from one indictment to
Okay.
another. And so I assume we can just.
We'd take it up then. And then that would be Ms. Brown. I guess she'd need to talk, because Mr. Barber was retained. And so she'd need to talk about what she's going to do to get a different lawyer.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
You bet. And then we've got Kendrick Brightwell. He was the other guy on trying to be Mr. Wright. Hey, Mr. Brightwell. Mr. Brightwell, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Whoops, that's the wrong person.
Yes, sir.
I hear you.
I'm
There
sorry.
you are. Okay. Mr. Brightwell, you were in court about a month ago, and you were going to hire an attorney. It is time for you.
No.
Your Honor, I think we got a mix up there. We had another client on the calendar. I think it was Darrell Jackson. That's the one who was supposed to be hiring because he didn't qualify. Mr. Brightwell did qualify, and he filled out a change of address and everything. So I think it was just a misunderstanding. It might have been also because I forgot to file a waiver, but I have filed that since yesterday.
Okay, I'm pulling the case up. So Mr. Brightwell has no co-defendant, so we'll talk about whatever name you mentioned in just a sec. So you, Ms. Rios, will be representing Mr. Brightwell.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there was a change of address filed about a month ago, and it lists an address of Martin Luther King. Is that where you live, Mr. Brightwell?
Yes, sir.
1981?
Yes, sir.
No apartment number?
Oh, it's two. Two. I'm sorry.
Apartment 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not on there.
I
So,
updated. I tried. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, you don't have to, it's not on the change of address, but we'll add it. So apartment 2?
Yes.
Apartment number 2. And Rios represents Mr. Brightwell. I don't understand how we got our wires crossed, but it's been that kind of day apparently. So you have a lawyer, you're good to go. Ms. Rios, you said you filed, it's not in the docket yet, but you filed a waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Brightwell, your lawyer is going to get discovery from the prosecutor and then reach out to you about where we're going next with the case, okay?
Yes, sir.
You have any questions?
Yes, sir. Well, yes, sir. I do got questions. I got a lot of concern, but I ain't want to out talk. Can I speak, please?
I think
So
your
it's-
concerns are questions for me, not the judge.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So Ms. Rios will give, do you have his phone number, Ms. Rios?
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay,
Let me
Ms. Rios will reach out to you and you can share your questions and concerns with her. She may say, hey, I need to get discovery first, but you guys can talk. And I'll see you next for something other than, do you have a lawyer? You got a lawyer, you are good to go for now, okay?
Okay.
All right, I appreciate, sorry for the confusion. That's on our side, not yours. I appreciate you dialing in.
Yes, sir. Have a good day, y'all.
You too, bye-bye. All right. That's all I got for this morning. Sort of a flat calendar. Is anyone already here for the final plea? We could do that, but that'd be real early.
No, and I'm at home, but I've also come to the court for the 1 o'clock calendar.
Okay, well, we will see you at 1 o'clock, along with lots of other defendants. Mr. Howell, I will come back out as soon as we know that Mr. Marriott is here. We'll handle the bond hearing then. We'll also bring out, I think it's Mr. Maloney, if he's being, I think there were a couple juveniles who were being brought over, just to let them know what's going on. That's it.
I would like to speak with Mr. Mayor after 5 minutes.
Sure.
I'm going to give my phone number to the deputy and just get that.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate your patience. Anything else from the state?
No, I'll be here. I'm gonna hang around, get the family here.
Okay. I appreciate that they're here. We'll do the bond hearing, and take it from there.
All right.
Oh, Ms. Rios? Oh, she already dropped off. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, that's okay. I'll say it when it's finished.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Come forward.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, 25 CR 478 is called Kirsten Torrey Bailey. Is that you?
Yes.
Present with your attorney, Mr. Adams, and the state's attorney. You are charged here in this case with the first-degree felony of burglary of a habitation. And it states, among other things, that on or about April 2nd, 2025 in Jefferson County, Texas, with the intent to commit the felony offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, you intentionally or knowingly entered a habitation without the effective consent of the owner. And that's signed by the grand jury foreman on behalf of the grand jury. If convicted of a first-degree felony, you face no less than 5 nor more than 99 years confinement in prison or life imprisonment, and a fine up to $10,000. So you have to understand this is a most serious case, has serious applications to it. All right, what is it? An initial appearance?
Yes, sir.
All right, what issues do we need to bring up if anything?
I think when you read about the law, the effective consent of the owner of the premises is the father of a child. And I understand he does not want to pursue charges at all. He's done outrageous non-prosecution. And she's anticipating a child from him as we speak.
That's
Hold on for just a second.
correct, Your Honor, and I did adjust my offer accordingly. However, it's also alleged that the children were there with her. She brought them along with her at the time of the incident, that she busted into the house and attempted to stab the other implanted girlfriend.
Well, here's what the probable cause affidavit says from the police. So they're dispatched to 6836 Bexley in Groves and spoke to Stephen Alexander, who stated his ex-girlfriend forced entry into his residence by damaging the front door, then entered and attempted to cut and stab him with a knife she was holding. And the defendant was also calling for his new girlfriend to come out of the bedroom, as he believed she was attempting to assault her with the knife as well. He took the knife from the defendant and she cut herself attempting to get it back. Also, she had 2 children with her inside the residence when she was fighting them. That's really great for kids to be able to be a part of that and see that. She and the children left the residence before the police arrived, but she was later located hiding nearby. The children with her were 7 and 8 years of age. What an environment they must have. There's no way to role model, man. All right. Well, at the time, he wanted her charged. He's the one who called for help and called for the police to come out.
But not now. He's,
Yeah, I know. So everybody spends a lot of effort, time and money into going out and taking care of people's love lives that they can't handle themselves. And then put people in harm's way. And then later on, they get to manipulate. They'll call the police and then where they're kind of tired of it. Then they decide, well, we don't want this anymore. You don't have control over the situation, man. When you call the police, it's out of your hands. It's in other authorities. People who are going to act responsibly are going to be taking over the case. Anyway. Yeah, the criminal jurisprudence, the criminal courts are not here to work on your whim. They're here to see justice is done and for the safety of the community. And here you need to do far better work on being a role model for little children because they're going to emulate their parents, and what's going on here are bad examples. All right, we're going to put in an announcement now. Okay.
thank you.
Be set for announcement next. Let me see. Let me pick something up, please. Perfect. This is it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Get a reset.
Thank you, Judah.
Justin Woods. Justin Woods. You're Mr. Woods? You're
Yes,
Justin
sir.
Woods?
Yes, sir.
Where's your attorney?
He's on his way.
Okay,
On a little
okay. We'll wait for him. Okay. This is gonna be disposed of today, isn't it?
To my
It
knowledge.
says plea hearing.
We'll see, Judge.
Well, we'll see. Mr. Linder, Ronnie Linder, come on in. I think your attorney is in the hospital. Is that right? That's what it's showing. He's got some medical issues he's dealing with.
Right.
Have you been keeping up?
Yes, sir. And I said, I've been trying to, but I said, I was going to show up. I'm
Sure. Yeah, it's awfully good of you. Thank you. And we're gonna take care of you. All right. We'll just have to reset this. Let me ask you a couple of things because of the nature of these cases. I guess you have an interlock device on any vehicle you operate. You're not operating a vehicle. Well, that's a way to avoid trouble. Who drives you around when you need to go somewhere?
my coworker or my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's important to do. Don't get caught
Yes.
in a vehicle without license, without interlock device. If you do, that'd be trouble. Your bond would be revoked. It would be like your head would swim. It would be that fast and you'd be in jail and we'd have to wait it out in jail until this thing gets disposed of. I'm going to reset this a couple of weeks. Okay.
Doesn't sound like his health will be
Huh?
doesn't sound like Mr. Doyle's health will be responsive in that time frame.
Oh, it will be, you said?
Will not be.
Okay. Well, there's some things everybody seems to know some things I don't know, and that's not abnormal. That they're keeping up with some things that I'm not in the loop on.
Maybe 30 days, Judge. I think we'll have a better picture in that time frame.
Okay. You paid him some money, I guess.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We'll be able to know what's the right next step at that stage, Jeff.
You call me. You probably ask them what's happening.
I was looking at it's going on a year old. All right, let's see where things are in 4 weeks. We'll know better whether we have, what direction we're gonna head on, okay?
Yes, sir.
In 4 weeks, we ought to know where Mr. Doyle's health direction is. Okay, thank you. Get a resetting.
Yes, sir.
Luke Cooper, who is your attorney,
Brian,
sir?
Mr. Brian. And
Mr. Bryant?
it's Brian. Brian, sir.
Oh, Ryan. Ryan, are you here for him?
I'm not.
Good work.
I'm
Did you hear Reagan? Well, she just jumped right out. I don't have anything to do with that guy. I understand.
Judge, I'll tell you something when you get a second.
Two cases.
Keep our hand.
I'm gonna call my office and see if Mr. Burke's coming in, or is that something that I need to?
That'd be nice.
And you had it dismissed.
On
Jessica's.
Stewart. Giving kind of back to you.
There's what you're doing now.
Two cases.
Keep our hand.
We reset it for the public safety report.
Impossible to get one because he was arrested before that was a thing, and I would have to have him rearrested in order to generate one. The district attorney's office get a criminal history, and I thought that's what y'all were gonna do, because he's been in custody.
I was unaware of that. I do, of course, have a criminal history.
Yeah. We don't have, we can't hold that.
And then we'll, what's the reason going on? And so that, I think,
Thousands. Yeah.
because I think that's how it.
Here's the criminal history, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is that 100,000 on each case?
Yes,
That's
sir.
it. Oh. No, he's. I think you're right.
Well, I appreciate the date of the report is October 4th of 2023, almost going on 2 years. Anything new?
Well, he's been residing in Jefferson County.
Talking about criminal history wise.
He has a church.
I believe he's been in jail the entire time.
This was printed, was like before the indictment. October, the day after the event, alleged. And he got
in jail.
unless he's committing crimes in the jail, this ought to be okay.
Yes. As far as I'm aware, he hasn't committed anything new.
This. There was a UCW on beginning of 2020. Dismissed. Possession of dangerous drug. Oh, goodness. Yes, marijuana, huh?
Yeah, we just.
Pretrial divert. No,
He was rejected without a pretrial.
you're right. You're gone. Says substance abuse punishment. Department of Criminal Justice. Probation. Status supervision probation. Almost. I got 3 degrees. I can't understand some of these reports.
It was from his original probation before it was revoked on his 2 burglaries.
It's back to 2013. 18, I guess. Here we go. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
You've heard the up today, Judge, that he's been incarcerated for the last 2 years waiting for trial. He does have a mom that lives in Beaumont that he will be residing with. We're asking that the bonds be reduced to 25,000.
What about the safety of the community? I mean, that's the big hiccup here, right? I mean, that's our big concern.
After 2 years,
He's been in custody.
he's been in custody.
Well, I mean, generally you don't discharge firearms in the jail.
No, Your Honor.
What's to prevent?
He knew the complainants, but they have gone on.
On the burglary or the deadly conduct?
This is to deadly conduct, and I think there's an aggravated assault.
That's correct.
And
Yeah, he's looking at
these were not random people.
a second degree and a first degree.
Right, these were these weren't the public, like a robbery or
Yeah.
in a store. These were people that he had known.
Okay. Which I guess begs the question, what would he do to somebody who didn't know? If he's going to aggravated assault the people he knows.
I think it's a little different, guys. Though it's still a serious offense, and probably should not happen. But it's different than picking somebody randomly or going
Yes, sir.
around robbing and.
What states it?
We think the bonds are reasonable, Your Honor. It's an aggravated assault. He has a prior burglary that he's been convicted of.
And he's not eligible for probation.
He's not eligible for
Fine.
probation.
That gets the real question is, he wants to move on with his life and not just languish in the jail, which is reasonable, a reasonable thought. When are we going to try this case?
We were ready this week, Your Honor. It just wasn't chosen. We can try it as soon as the court has an available date for us.
When's our next trial? Do we have a special setting on it?
We do, Your Honor. Stephen Angel.
When's the following trial done?
That's Raymond Peoples, especially set.
Ma'am, 21st?
28.
Who's on the 21st?
Random people.
Who's got that on? Who's ready, people?
I do.
Is
Is
that
he ready on
person?
that case?
Yes, sir.
Because we're trying to slip him in somewhere soon.
Yes, sir.
And I was
I
just-
just have a detective missing, but I don't need him. I can try that. He can go to the 28th.
What did you say on the 28th? And she says there's an interpreter.
I don't
Do you-
know if that's the one though.
I know there's not a special settle.
There is not a special setting.
Then 28th. We're going to reset this for the 28th. And the court is going to deny the request. But if we're not trying him in the, if it doesn't happen on the 28th, then the court is going, if you would be so kind to renew your motion, and then it would be, the court would do more than just strongly consider it. We release him.
Okay.
With some kind of bond that he can make.
Thank you, Ron.
But let's gear up for the 28th, okay? Thank you. That is all. Yes, yes, sir. All right, what else did I have is back to Luke Cooper? Right? All right, Mr. Cooper, sorry, I don't know where your attorney is. Nobody's told me, and we don't know. And we're moving on. We've got a trial we've got to pick up in 1 minute. So we're gonna have to reset your case. Sorry, that's like that. You need to talk to your lawyer about what happened, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because I don't know.
2 times.
Nobody told me, I don't know. And that was supposed to be an announcement. Mr. Eckert, we're gonna reset this. You're gonna, okay. We'll reset that for 2 weeks. Come on up and get a resetting. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Woods is waiting on his out of town lawyer.
Who?
Justin Woods is waiting on his.
He's gonna have to wait. We're going to trial.
You want to reset his matter, Jack?
No, I want his lawyer to explain to me why we had to wait on him later. But we're getting ready for trial. Okay.
You're gonna have.
There we go.
Sorry,
Stand by for trial. And we will mute. It involves and then we'll have the witness camera.
Yeah, we don't have it on yet. Somebody needs to come turn it on. Thanks. Oh, okay, more.
We need the witness camera turned on. Thank you.
One quick thing, make sure you dump on it.
And the record shall now show that all parties, including the defendant, are present and the jury is present. And good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've used up the alternates already overnight, so we're on the tightrope without a net. Don't anybody get sick, okay? Everybody stay healthy, and that's never happened, by the way, in 600 jury trials. So, but we've tried so many, we've seen almost everything happen. So we've gotten used to dealing with situations that are extraordinary, and it works. We're moving forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we're going to do is swear all of you in this cause number 23 CR 122, the state of Texas versus Jeremy Akeem Dixon. Please raise your right hands. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Jeremy Akeem Dixon, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Lower your hands. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by the oath that you have just taken as jurors, you have now become officials of this court and active participants in the public administration of justice, which is a great honor in a self-governance as the one in a democratic republic we live in. If at any time you cannot clearly hear the proceedings, please let me know. Raise your hands. We want to make sure that you can clearly hear the testimony of the witnesses and see the exhibits clearly as they are being presented and discussed. And no one may discuss this case with you during your service as jurors. And likewise, don't feel offended if you happen to run into the attorneys in the hallway that they won't speak to you. They'll say hello to you, but they can't converse with you. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, the law prohibits them from discussing things with you until the end of the trial, when everyone is released from these oaths and requirements. And attorneys like to get feedback from jurors if you're willing to talk to them at the end of the trial. Now, if someone does contact you or tries to contact you as jurors in this case about this case, please report that at once to one of our bailiffs. Well, that never happens, but we always have to ensure that you are instructed to be aware of what to do in the event it does happen. And don't discuss the evidence in this case with your fellow jurors until the end, when you are given the instructions and you go back together to deliberate on a verdict. And also, when people find out you are jurors, they're going to ask you, what's it about? What can you tell them? And you're not allowed to discuss this while jurors with even your spouse, significant others, or friends until the end, when you are discharged from jury duty. And be very careful when you watch television, read the newspaper, or listen to radio reports. If it's about this trial, mute the sound, turn the channel. Again, we don't want you to get information outside of this arena in this trial while you are jurors. Now, some people like to take notes, and if you want to do that, that's all right. If you choose to do so, those are for your purposes only. You are not allowed to share those notes with others or mention in the jury room that they may be indicative of some matter that you jotted down. They can be used only to refresh your memory about what you may have recorded. And likewise, don't go to any of the locations referred to by the evidence in this case, or perform individual investigation on your own of the facts on this case. You will receive all the evidence here in the courtroom. And likewise, don't look in books, encyclopedias, or dictionaries, or go to the library or review courthouse records in order to obtain information about this case over and above what is presented to you during the trial. And also, as I know you will be doing this, please listen carefully to the testimony as it's given to you, because no testimony will be read back to you during your deliberations unless jurors disagree about a specific statement made by a witness during the trial. And then if that is so, we can get that particular short portion of the evidence transcribed and presented to you if necessary. Now, your oath states you will render a verdict only on the evidence submitted to you under the court's legal rulings. And the evidence you may consider will consist of the testimony of witnesses from that witness chair. Also, evidence may be presented in the form of physical objects or documents, which we call exhibits. During the trial, attorneys make objections. And when that happens, it's necessary for the court to rule on those objections. And people ask me, what is it that you've done in your life that helps you do your job as a judge? And I tell them, 10 years as a basketball official. It's except there's not 1,000 people shouting at you. But you have to know the rules. You have to apply them fairly. And you have to do it quickly with pressure in that whether it's a foul that's called on the court or whether it is a ruling that I make on an objection. Those are the kinds of things that can be reviewed later on appeal. So it's important that the court does it accurately. And we use in the job as a judge, we have different sets of authority that we use. And here several various parts of resource material used in the trial. We've got the penal code, and the penal code is the compilation of laws that set forth most of the crimes that are alleged and available for use in Texas, United States of America. Then the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure is this thick portion right here, and that is the code of laws that describe how a case procedurally works its way criminally from the very beginning at investigation all the way through into appeals. Then we have the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence are what we use primarily in trials, and that dictate the proper procedure and method where evidence is presented and how it is ruled upon when objections are made. You just can't say, here's a pen, I want it admitted, and that's not going to get it done. All items of evidence to be admitted have to be, whether it's testimony or objects, for example, like a pen, have to be relevant and reliable. And the court judges are what we call the gatekeepers of the admissibility of evidence. I'm very sensitive evidence since I was on the Rules of Evidence Committee that wrote the rules. I've written a lot of articles on law, and the presumption of innocence article is the lead article used in the state that I wrote, and then beyond a reasonable doubt article, but the rules of evidence are very special since I was on that committee. And when evidence is presented, if an attorney objects, I must rule on it like a basketball official on calling a foul. If I overrule the objection, then the question that was asked that is being objected to will be answered. If I sustain the objection, then it won't be answered. But it could be asked in a different way that meets with the rules of evidence based according to the court's ruling. From time to time, the court will give you an instructions of law. At the end of this trial, I will certainly give you a compilation of jury instructions for your deliberations. Each of you, though, gets to determine what the facts are, and not me. That's your job. You get to determine how much weight and credibility is to be given to the evidence, including the testimony of witnesses. In considering the weight and the value of the testimony of witnesses, you may consider a witness's appearance, attitude, behavior, their interest in the outcome of the case, any relationship they may have with the parties, the inclination of the witness to tell the truth, the probability or improbability of the witness's statements. And as we talked about in voir dire, you can draw reasonable inferences from the statements of witnesses. You remember logic rules that we learned about in school? If something A equals something B. And if something B, that something B equals something C, thus A must equal C. You will use the kinds of attributes and practices that you use in dealing with people every day when you're listening to the testimony of witnesses. And that's what you do. You're not thinking of it just exactly like the way I'm saying, but we all think the same way. We listen, and then we are making decisions how much of this to believe, all of it, some of it, none of it. We are drawing on our life's experiences, our education, common sense. And that's what is so important. Don't forget to bring that along into your determinations of the evidence, common sense. And there is no case where you get 100% of all the information. You just don't ever get it. You have to fill in gaps using inferences, common sense. But you do that every day. So don't forget to bring that along. And you can use all other factors you feel might help you in giving the testimony of the witnesses the degree of credibility you feel it should deserve. Now, the trial is going to proceed in the following way. In just a moment, I'm going to ask the state of Texas to present the indictment. The defendant shall plead to the indictment. And then each party gets to make opening statements, which are brief overviews of what they feel their evidence will be presented to you. And because the state of Texas has the burden of proof going forward, and that's because of the presumption of innocence. All persons charged with crimes are presumed innocent, unless, we all know that one, unless proven guilty. So that presumption of innocence means it's not on the obligation of defendants to prove their innocence. It's on the obligation. The obligation is on the accusing authority, the state, to go first, present evidence. And after they call witnesses and question witnesses, the defense gets a fair opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. At some point in time, you will hear the state say, "We rest." When that happens, the defense may or may not present evidence. Sometimes they don't. And when that happens, it's not like the sky is falling. I know, and you know, what is going to happen by using common sense. The defense will be arguing, the state didn't meet its burden to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, that's what it takes. It's not preponderance of the evidence like in the state courts across the hall where people sue others, preponderance being 50% and a fraction more. It's beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all possible doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no quantifiable method of determining what that is. No court has ever said that's 90% sure. 95% sure. That's not the way it's ever done. You have to make the determination beyond using the words that are commonly used, beyond, more than, reasonable versus unreasonable, doubt versus certainty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all possible doubt. Does everybody understand thoroughly? No, I know you do. At the end, when the state rests and the defense has an opportunity to present witnesses, if they do present witnesses and call those witnesses, the state has a fair opportunity to cross-examine them. When the evidence is finished, all parties say, "We rest." I will provide and recite to you the final jury charge, which will dictate your instructions in your deliberations in the deliberation room. The lawyers will make their final arguments and you will go back to deliberate on the verdict. At all times, it is your foremost responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, to make certain that justice is done in this case in accordance with the law the court gives to you and the evidence presented. At this time, I'm going to ask the state of Texas to present the indictment, and the defendant shall rise, please. Thank you.
cause number 23 DCCR 1222. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors for the county of Jefferson, state aforesaid, duly organized as such in the July term AD 2023 of the 252nd District Court of Jefferson County, in said county and state, upon oath in said court, present that Jeremy Akeem Dixon, hereinafter styled the defendant, honor about the 6th day of August 2023 and interior to the presentment of this indictment in the county of Jefferson and state of Texas, did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Raymond Whittington, by shooting the victim in the body with a firearm against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
Jeremy Akeem Dixon, how do you plead to the indictment as just read by the prosecution, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty is entered into the record on your behalf. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes legal terms are used, and a lot of these legal terms are English-based, Old English-based, and when it states honor about the date and anterior to the presentment of this indictment. I know most of you, if not all of you, know anterior. Anterior means before versus posterior, afterwards. So that's stating that date and anterior to which occurred before the indictment was presented, and only logic can only say that an indictment can't be presented before an event occurred. But we still use Old English terms sometimes in the formality of things. Now, at this time, I'm going to allow the parties to make opening statements, if you wish, before the presentment of witnesses. What says the state?
We do have an opening statement, Judge.
All right, you may go forward.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Thank you for your participation yesterday, for engaging with us. It's helpful to not only talk about some of the issues that we expect are going to come up in this trial, but just kind of get to know each other a little bit. We're going to be working together for the next few days, and I think that's important to some extent. This is really a very simple case when it comes down to it, and there's a couple reasons for that. It happens at a grocery store, a parking lot actually, on Concord Street in Beaumont. It's one of the most dangerous areas in this city. And the reason for that being because there is a number of, but a couple in particular, nightclubs that a lot of folks in the area go to and get very inebriated. And when those nightclubs on Concord close down on the weekends, people don't go home. They go to big houses, they go to parking lots, and they continue on throughout the night. This grocery store in particular is one that I think you'll hear from officers that it's been a problem. And that's exactly what happened on August 6, 2023. It's about 4 a.m. Is when this shooting actually happens. And there are people everywhere. It is a very chaotic scene, and you will see that I'd bet $1,000 there wasn't a sober person in that parking lot. Which were what we talked about yesterday, intoxication, voluntary intoxication is not a defense to any of this. What you will see is that there is video at this grocery store. The murder is on video. You see Raymond Whittington die on video. And so we will spend some time kind of tracing back the interactions between these two from the perspective of the security footage at the grocery store. And what you'll see is that we know a few things. One is that it's definitely Jeremy Dixon that shot him. Jeremy Dixon has lost weight since then, but you'll see photos, images of him from back then, and it will be very clear that he's the person in the video that shot Raymond Whittington. You will also see that prior to when Jeremy Dixon shot Raymond Whittington, they had been fighting. And it wasn't just one time, it was multiple times. We got witnesses that were there at the scene that night and will give insight as to, why these two were fighting, but they knew each other. I think at the end of the day, the dispute had something to do with a girl, which is sad, but that's not what we're here to make sure that we've got the evidence of right now. That's for later. What it will show, though, is they were arguing, yelling. Both at one point or another had an opportunity to go walk away and did, and came back. Both, in essence, provoked the other. But the only difference is that Raymond Whittington never had a gun. Jeremy Dixon pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot Raymond Whittington point blank. And he did that after he had, in essence, for the very last time, reapproached Raymond Whittington and provoked him into coming back and getting into and continuing the altercation. So the second Raymond Whittington hit him for that last time, Jeremy Dixon pulled his gun and killed him dead right there on the street. Now, we talked about self-defense yesterday because I think it's obvious that would be, since it's very clear that it's Jeremy Dixon on this video, it's obvious that that's going to be the defense's approach to this case. And I think what I will remind you of, and we'll talk more about my thoughts on whether this is self-defense or not later at the end of this trial. But what I will remind you of is what we talked about yesterday, which is that there's two simple things that I think you will need to be thinking of as you are listening and seeing the evidence in this case, which is the two essentially questions that you will have to, or what I believe you will ultimately, have to consider if the self-defense issue is in fact raised, which is one, did Jeremy Dixon, was his shooting of Raymond Whittington, his conduct, was it immediately necessary to protect himself against the use or attempted use of unlawful, deadly force? Meaning Raymond Whittington was going to kill him. And then the other is not just did Jeremy Dixon believe that, but was that belief reasonable? Those are the two questions that, if that issue is raised, you will have to consider. And I believe that as we go through this evidence, I will prove to you that both of those questions are, that
it was not self-defense. But you will notice in the video, I guess, some kind of other ancillary things that I think are important to understand. You will notice in the video, there are lots of people out here that seem like they have a gun. One other person in particular is by the name of Gregory Carrington. He is Raymond's friend, and they may be cousins too. I can't remember offhand. Gregory Carrington was killed about a year ago, so he won't be here to testify, but he is on the video. And you will notice that after Jeremy Dixon shoots Raymond, that Gregory Carrington actually circles back and starts shooting at Jeremy. And he actually shoots Jeremy in the leg. And that's actually how Jeremy was found. Jeremy Dixon was found. He was shot in the leg and he ran from the scene on foot and was found a little ways over by police later that morning because he had evaded on foot from the scene with a gunshot wound. But when detectives go and talk to Gregory Carrington, eventually he was very apprehensive about admitting that he had a firearm or that he was involved in this. And eventually, when confronted with, dude, it's on video, he produces a weapon. It very much matches what appears to be that same weapon that we see him use in the video. Well, that weapon is .40 caliber. There's two different calibers of casings that are found at this scene, .40 caliber and 9mm. So by inference, I think we end up looking at 9mm as being the weapon that Jeremy Dixon was using. Because that weapon was never recovered. It was ditched in a grass or dumpster or parking lot or car somewhere else on the way from the point of that scene to where Jeremy was ultimately found. But I do think that we will spend some time kind of orienting you to the scene and where things are found at that scene, because it does help give you some perspective on who had what guns, who did what, and the order in which things happened. And I think that once we get through with that, it will leave very few doubts. We will also spend time looking at the autopsy of Raymond Whittington to look at what specific injuries from projectiles or bullets that he had. And try to match them up to what we know happened on the video to make sure that everything makes sense and matches up. But I will tell you that part of that's probably spinning our wheels a little bit, because it's very clear on the video who kills Raymond Whittington, and it's Jeremy Dixon. So we're not going to leave any stone unturned. This is a murder case, but I think that alone really does spell it out very clearly for you. Now, on that video, I will tell you, don't stress over like paying very close attention to it the very first time I play it, or play a portion of it, because we're going to play it more than one time. I promise you, I'll beat everybody over the head with it if I have to make sure that you are comfortable with what's on it. And make sure you have a good grasp of the timeline and everything that kind of unfolded there. So don't stress over, trying to like get a close view of it. I promise I'll zoom in, but we will go through it piece by piece and make sure that every aspect of it is covered for you. Okay. And I think really the last thing that I will kind of give you an idea about is today's witnesses are going to kind of be more like a foundation of everything that happened. It's going to be a lot of the scene, the physical evidence there, some of the initial officers that went there, the pathologist, the doctor from the morgue, a lot of the foundation for where stuff was found, getting someone from the store to authenticate the video for you, those kinds of things. Whereas tomorrow, we expect to be having a lot of the witnesses that were there that night, as well as a number of the detectives that worked this case after the scene was secured and everything was put in place. So really, that's it. I hope that we would probably have everything wrapped up towards the end of Wednesday, maybe Thursday morning. That's what my goal is. If we get to the end and it's longer, y'all can hold me to it. But I will do my best to try and not waste your time and be efficient with this for you, okay? At the end of this, I think it will be clear that Jeremy Dixon caused the death of Raymond Whittington and that he did not do so in self-defense. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, do you want to make an opening statement right now?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Joe, sticks.
Good morning, everybody. Hang in there. We can't afford to lose anybody. Actually, what Mr. Eckhart said about Fort Dyer is not true. I have no idea how any of you are going to feel about any of the evidence you watch. It's good to meet you and talk with you yesterday and everything, but you can't learn how a person thinks or what their feeling is or what their attitude is about things in an afternoon. I'm always nervous about opening statement because this defense has nothing to prove. The defense does not have to usher evidence in. It's the state's burden. They're trying to prove a murder charge. It's the defense's job to hold them to that burden. Mr. Dixon, at 4:20 in the morning about August 3rd, 2023, had been beaten up. I think the video will show had been beaten up for about 15 minutes off and on and was in fear for his life. I don't know what his exact thoughts were. They're not my thoughts here today. They're not going to be our thoughts as we watch the video. It's his thoughts. That night, he was in fear for his life. The video is hard to watch. It's hard to watch someone get shot repeatedly. Mr. Whittington was shot repeatedly. Mr. Dixon was beat up and shot once. Mr. Carrington was shot. And Mr. Eckert shared the video with me, and you get it from two different camera angles. You do have to focus on the fighting is tougher to see than the shooting, and the fighting is more like the first 3/4 of it. And Mr. Dixon is getting beaten up by more than one person. He's getting beat up by, I don't know, maybe, I think the evidence might show 3 people, at least 2. It's hard for me, it's hard to get your head around. It's just 4 in the morning. The folks out there are not you. They're not us. They're not middle-aged people out there. They're young. It's probably a different socioeconomic group. They process information and activities different than we do. That's not an excuse. It's just, it's a hair-triggered place out there, as Mr. Eckhart said earlier. It's dangerous. It's basically an after-hours club. It's not a club like a club with a dance floor and a bar and a restaurant. It's a gas station and a washateria and a convenience store. And it's a big parking lot, but it's a club with lots of intoxication and lots of people with guns. And they're not sitting around in here talking about things calmly and logically like we're going to try and do this plea. Please pay attention. I know you will. It's hard to watch, and I appreciate you, all of you being here with us.
Call your first witness name, please.
Call Islam says Sazadul.
Come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat, please. Thank you. Kasi. Kasi.
Use the last name. Correct. And use the last name. The last name and use the first name.
Yeah, Alex. Too great.
Thank you, Judge. Is it Mr. Islam?
Yes.
And how do you pronounce your first name?
Kazi.
Okay, okay. It's not spelled like that, at least in English. Where do you live? Here in Beaumont?
Yeah. I'm in Beaumont.
Okay. And do you work at a convenience store off of Concord Road in Beaumont?
Yes.
And did we go there this morning to bring you here to be able to testify in court about some of the security video camera equipment at your convenience store?
Yes.
Okay. What's the name of that convenience store that you work at?
It's a grocery.
Okay.
And someone called also DMZ Mark.
Okay. SNS Grocery.
SNS Grocery.
That's at least the name on the big sign in front?
It's on the piece.
And it's got other kind of short-term name. Okay. Now, is there a Shell station attached to this grocery store?
Yes.
Okay. So do you work as a clerk in the grocery store as well as the Shell station, or are they separate?
No, it's all together. It's the same owner.
Okay. So people
It's
can
not separate.
people can come in and buy groceries and gas right at the same counter. Okay. And this is right off of Concord Road, right?
Yes.
And is it kind of not too far from the interstate I-10?
Yeah, it's not too far.
Like a mile or so?
Yeah, some mile.
Okay. Now, there's camera equipment at this grocery store, right?
Yes.
And but when you came to testify today, before you testified, I asked you to look at some video footage from SNS Grocery.
Yes.
And that video footage is contained here on State's Exhibit 1.
Mhm.
Was that yes?
Yes.
Okay.
that video footage, does it show, video recordings from the grocery store from two different cameras on that, at the grocery store, security cameras? Yes, okay. What, two cameras are contained, video footage from what two cameras are the video footage contained on State's Exhibit 1? Like what camera numbers?
Oh, I cannot recognize the camera number, but I can say yes, one camera is from the right side, the entrance or to the back side, and one other camera shows the front side of the store.
So if you were standing with your back to the front of the store, looking out to the street, the two cameras would be to the right.
Yeah, right.
And one of those cameras would be looking outward toward the street. And the other camera was looking down to the side alley.
The parking lot in front of the store.
Those files, those video files on State's Exhibit 1, do you know how to work that camera equipment and operate that camera equipment at SNS grocery store?
Yeah, I have access. I can see the camera.
Okay. So you're familiar with how that system works and how video is saved from that system?
Yes.
Have you ever had to assist Beaumont Police Department in saving or obtaining video files from that system?
Maybe sometimes I did. I cannot remember right now. But maybe. But I have access to the video, to see the video.
And so you're able to save files from that video system, the recording system.
Yes.
The video files that are on State's Exhibit 1, do they appear to be fair and accurate copies of video files that came from those two cameras on SNS grocery store's system?
Yes.
Did they appear to be edited or altered in any way?
No.
And the way that these video files are downloaded, is there information that downloads with them, like date, time, things of that nature?
Yes.
And does it usually appear on the screen when you play the videos? The video file, did I ask you to look at the date and time information on these video files and make sure that it appeared to be accurate to you?
It's accurate.
Okay, so you have personal knowledge that the date and time information on the video files in State's Exhibit 1 is accurate?
Yes, it's accurate.
Is that because you are a person who maintains that video system and operates it and knows how it operates?
Yes.
Okay, we will offer statesman.
Judge, please to share this with us. We have no objections to state one.
It's admitted.
Just so that the jury can understand what two angles we're looking at, can I show you two small portions of the videos?
Yes.
Okay.
No problem.
It will come around, Judge. I've got faith.
Now, is that sunrise or sunset?
Sam, you might have to.
Pretty
change
picture,
the view, make it a
Pretty slide.
duplicate screen.
Okay, I think I know what the problem is here.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, Mr. Islam, there's two
folders here in States Exhibit 1, are those folders for each one of the cameras that we were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Two folders.
So if we look at camera A16 and open the very first file. First of all, this date and time information that's up here, is it your, are you affirming that that is accurate, that date and timestamp there? Okay, so what is it that we're looking at right here in this, just like the layout, or where specifically from the store are we
It's
looking?
the right side of the right side camera.
Okay, so
You can see the street from in this camera also.
okay, so this is kind of like an alleyway, but also is it sometimes a parking lot?
It's not actually a parking lot, it's the way to go in the back side. And sometimes the service guy came and there was a trash bin, they took the trash, they changed the trash.
Where like the trucks go to give you
Yeah,
more
right.
groceries or inventory? Okay. And that, I see a set of headlights far towards the top, kind of close to where the date is. Is that the road? Is that Concord Road?
Yeah, it's the Concord Road. Who is the headlight?
Yes, sir.
Maybe the car is entering, that's why the headlight is on.
That's roughly where you
It's
enter
the
in
Concord.
from. Okay. And then if we look at that was camera A16. If we go back and look at camera A4. What angle are we looking at here, sir?
This one shows the parking lot, front side parking lot.
So
From that corner, which you.
So the corner that we were just seeing of the grocery store in camera A16, that's where that camera is located. Okay. And over at the very top, close to where the date is on this camera, is that where the fuel pumps are?
Over the camera?
Like, I'll
There is a
point,
sign of the fuel pump, Shell something.
like over this direction?
Yeah,
That's where the fuel pumps are?
these are the pumps.
Okay, and then what about over here? Is that where Concord Road is?
Yeah, this is the Concord Road.
Okay, and then this is the store.
Yeah, this is the water area. The store is the next door.
Okay.
On the pump side. This is the water area road. Actually.
The SNS Grocery is the, I guess, the owner or maintains all of the camera system on that
Yeah,
entire
okay.
building. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir. This man may have some questions for you, but I don't have any others.
Mr. Islam, how are you?
Good, how is it, sir?
Good, thank you. Just two cameras?
Oh, there are more cameras. Maybe 10, 8 cameras.
But you provided, what were you at? Excuse me, what did you provide the state or the police? Which cameras?
With cameras, if they ask for the videos, that's why we provide these.
But we have footage of two cameras, correct?
Mhm.
And you said there's how many cameras at the store?
There are 10 on one. 10 cameras. And some are also inside the store.
How many on the outside?
Outside, 1, 2, 3, 6.
6 on the outside? You didn't provide any other footage from the other 4? Or were you asked for footage for the other 4?
No, no one asked us for either for these footage.
I'm sorry, say that again?
They just asked for these footage, that's why we provide these footage.
Just 2?
Yeah,
Not the other 4?
No, the other four, for the other sides, like the palm side, and one is the corner of the palm side. And the other camera also shows the same parking lot from the other side.
Do you know a man named Danushka Karaj?
Anushka,
Karaj? Did you work with him at the store?
he was there, but not right now.
It's a lady?
Yeah.
Where did she worked with you?
Oh, she was there, but not right now. She is not available right now.
She left the job?
Yeah,
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
Did she know a lot about the cameras?
Maybe she know.
I'm sorry?
Maybe she know.
Maybe she knows?
Hmm.
Do you know, if you know, do you know if the police or anyone asked her about the cameras?
No, I don't know.
Don't know about that? You know if she was working there?
Yeah, she worked before their name, Anushka work.
Do you know if she was working there in August 2023, about 2 years ago?
I'm not sure, but yeah, she was there. I heard that she was there that time.
Did you know her?
I know her from here, but not personally.
Just from work?
Yeah, just from work.
And you don't know whether she had any interactions,
I don't have any interaction with her right now.
but back then you don't know, or do you know if she had any interaction with anyone trying to gather evidence about this case? Does my question make sense?
No, can you please repeat?
Do you know of anyone from the police department or any law enforcement agencies asked Ms. Courage about different video cameras, different angles, anything like that?
No, I don't know.
Don't know? Thank you, sir.
Stay, anything else? Yes. Is this man excused? Please. You are excused, sir. Thank you. Be good to you.
Thank you, sir.
We're gonna take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, 5-10 minutes, and report back outside, and we'll bring you in. Everyone else remains seated while the jury exits first. Thank you. We're in short recess, 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
To pay,
I get late to school and I'm in a nursing program, so I'm not allowed to be late to any of my.
well, then leave earlier.
Sometimes it's hard to figure out at school, but that's no excuse. I just have to leave
You
early.
gotta slow down. I'm telling you, this record looks ugly. Can you pay the 135 today?
Yeah.
All right, best of luck. Have a good day. Thank you. All right, let's take Baumgarten, Lynn Marie Baumgarten, 23T 703372. And good morning, Mr. Nahikian.
Good morning, Your Honor. 115-1520
Your name, ma'am?
And
So this has been going on for a long time. This was a 2023 case. Defendant was sentenced in 2023. There was a 7411 case, the drug charge that was taken under 7411. And An attempt R&O. That was not taken under a statute, correct, Lisa?
Let me check. No, it was not.
So I revoked the 7411 status back on June the 2nd. I told her to bring proof of incarceration and that she attended the Genesis. And I trust, and then you were here on the 10th, and I adjourned it so she could get it, and then I don't know why, but, I ordered an updated PSI. Do we have those documents, Mr. Nahikian? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I think we provided them last time, and we also got an additional certificate of completion from QBH.
Let me see what you have up there. How long was she incarcerated?
73 days.
All right. So for the record, I have from Quality Behavioral Health indicating she was admitted to the residential program on January 10th, successfully completed February 7th, admitted to recovery housing on February 8th, and then you left the facility on your own at that time? Yes?
Yes.
On March 31? Is that all true? Why did you leave?
Because I thought I was done and needed.
If I send you for a drug test right now, you gonna pass it?
Absolutely. Doing NA meetings online. I started the guidance center program. I have 2 appointments to do therapy and psychology. I have to take this.
All right, so I'm gonna sentence her anew on these cases, counsel. Give me the first page of the register on each of these, and I'll listen to anything. First of all, did you read with her and review with her the updated pre-sentence report, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
Yes, the only correction is on case 2, when it says jail, I think it says jail in December. She was actually sentenced to jail on November 30th, 2023.
And spent, again, just do those. I thought she was gonna, did she ever bring me proof of incarceration?
Yeah, she did. We have it here with us.
Well, that's what I wanted to see too. November 23 until when?
So we went over this. So she had jail in 2023 from September 7th to October 2nd. And then
Hang on a second. September 7th to October 2nd?
Yep. Yes.
So that's only 25 days,
Right,
right?
and then she had November 30th.
Of 23?
Yes, to January 9th of 24.
Okay.
And then she had June 2nd to June 5th of this year.
I'm sorry, June what?
2nd to June 5th, and that was the Wayne County Jail. She was also in Trenton from May 31st to June 1st.
How's that been so far? You enjoying all this problem here? I'm serious. You just blew this off.
I understand, but I've done everything I can do.
I hate this when people abscond like this. I really do. What does she owe the money on, Lisa? Which case? Which count?
456.
Yeah, I don't know if it's count 1 or count 2.
She owes 456 on count 1, and she owes 330 on count 2.
Give me 1 second, please. I hope she has the money today, does she, counsel?
Can make payment arrangements.
You've had payment arrangements. It's been going on for 2 years. Where does she work at?
She works, at Burger King, Your Honor. She's trying to get more hours there, up to about 30 hours a week. Just depends on the week.
I'm sorry, count 2, Lisa. She shows how much? You said 3 something?
330.
Anything else that you want to say?
Yes, Your Honor. So as she was stating earlier, she did sign herself up for the guidance center. She sees a therapist on the 15th. She sees a psychiatrist on the 28th. She's been doing 10A Zoom on her own. She's attended at least 6 meetings in the last 2 weeks. And obviously absconding is never appropriate. She understands that. That's not something she would ever defend or say that she did the right thing. But I do think the ultimate goal here was to get her sober, to get her back to where she was prior to her run-ins with the law. And you can see they all kind of happened around the same time. And it was an addiction issue. She has addressed that issue. She's continuing to address that issue. She's been clean for, I think, almost 3 years. A year and 7 months now. She could test today. She could test whenever the court wants to. She's going to test negative. I can tell from talking to her she's not under any sort of intoxicant. She had been homeless. She's getting everything back together. I think the recommendation is appropriate that she be discharged without improvement and, if possible, put on a payment plan. And if the court's considering jail, maybe court work program in lieu of jail. But the goals of probation would have been to get her sober, to get her back working, to get her on the right track. And I think she's done those things. Obviously, it would have been better to do it through probation. But I do think she's in the right place, and I think the recommendation is appropriate.
Anything you would like to say, ma'am?
Just trying my best to get my life back together and sober, disassociated myself with anybody from my past. I just want to continue doing good, and the guidance center helped me. I like the NA meetings. I just feel it'll help me. I've been applying for jobs. I'm looking for a second job or a better full-time job. So.
All right, so on count 1, I revoked the probation. On count 2, yeah. All right, so this is a little tricky, Lisa. So on count 1, that's the drug charge. I revoked the probation. I'm sentencing her anew. On count 2, that she did not show up for the, I want to just double check with you, Lisa, because this has been a little choppy here with her. She didn't show up for sentencing on the probation violation after I took the plea on October 30 of 23. I just want to make sure that my understanding is correct here.
On October 3rd?
30, I took a
30.
plea.
Okay, let me look.
Positive for cocaine. And I just want to make sure that, let me just double check something here.
On October 30th, I have a note that you adjourned it to November 13th because she had another case in Wyandotte. And on November 13th, she was inpatient. She appeared by video and you adjourned it to November 27th.
But she thought, and then she thought she had food poisoning. Then she didn't show up for sentencing on December 11th.
Correct.
was in custody, on December 11th.
Yeah, then December 26th, we received a plea by mail. She was in custody.
Right. All right, here's what I'm doing. I want to be clear that I'm first addressing count 2 because I never revoked her probation on that one. So on that one, probation is revoked. Defendant to serve 3 days on court work program and pay $350 in costs or serve 1 year. So probation's revoked. You serve 3 days on the court work program. And pay $350 in costs or serve 1 year in jail. I'm going to do the same on count 1. I'm going to sentence her anew since I already revoked the 7411 status. On that one, it's going to be 100 fines, 350 costs, 350 costs, 105 in court work program fees because I'm also ordering 3 days court work. Those will run concurrent. Court work program days are concurrent. So you're going to pay $555 or serve 365 days on that. So she owes $555. That's on count 1. On count 2, probation's revoked, and she has to pay $350 and serve 3 days. But again, those are run concurrent or serve 1 year in jail. So she owes $555 plus $350, which is $905. Now, how much can she pay today? Anything? All right. Lisa, I'm going to let you set up a payment plan. Do you have time to do that?
Yeah, I can talk to her.
She'll set up a payment plan with you. You're also going to go meet with probation on the court work program days. If she wants copies of all these things, I'll be happy to give them to her. Lisa, she's got proof of incarceration, certificate of completion of the residential treatment program, and another proof of incarceration. Why don't you make copies of those for the file and give her back the originals, okay? So it might take a few minutes. You'll meet with probation to do the court work. You are lucky. At least you're taking the accurate or correct steps that it goes in there too. Okay? Good luck, ma'am. Thank you. Geisig, Julian DeJesus Geisig, 24W835-467. I would like seated at the table up here, Archie Williams and Samuel Holly. Where's Geisig at? Why are you going around that way? You guys can come up this way if you're called on this side of the courtroom, okay? Your name, sir? Charged with failure to attend the court work program on June 21 of 25, and failure to register for the Positive Strategies program. I placed you on probation just on March the 5th. You're here. If you plead guilty or are found guilty, this would be the first, well, actually, you have 2 prior technical violations. This would be 4. You could have your probation revoked, and you could be incarcerated for the maximum on this case, which is 45 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign the advice of rights and read and understand the rights?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Understand that? You do have the right to an attorney. I'll be happy to provide you with one at public expense if you want one. Would you like one?
Yes, please.
I'm going to give you a lawyer. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea. And you can go talk to the lawyer, and you will come back in here with your lawyer for the probation violation hearing. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, best of luck. Archie Williams Jr., 25T645-798. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Your name?
Good morning, Archie Williams Jr.
All right. You're going to plead responsible to impeding traffic, true?
Yes.
To that charge, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Please expect accepted speeds dismissed, 160 is your total. Cash your rent of the home, you're all set. Good luck. You're welcome. Samuel Fitzgerald Holly, 25T645-702, your name?
Samuel
All
Fitzgerald.
right, good morning to you. You're going to plead to impeding, right?
Yes, sir.
And then they're going to dismiss the traffic signal violation, right?
Yes.
To that charge, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right. 160 is your total. Cash your under the hall to your right. Good luck. Original charge dismissed. Joseph Dietrich. 25T645-680. Uh-oh. Somebody took the, John, you took those search warrants down.
I got them right here.
Okay, just hold them there.
Yeah, I just didn't want to mix them up.
645-680. Your name?
Joseph.
So I got 25T645-680, A and B. All right, I'm sorry.
Pardon, please. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Tell us your name and what you do.
I'm Sergeant Christopher Price. Been working for the Milwaukee for 14 plus years now. I'm currently a supervisor on the midnight shift.
Okay. So you supervise other officers on patrol for whatever your assigned shift may be.
Yes, sir.
Are, like, say there's a call for like a shooting or a homicide. Are you the person who's kind of in charge of the scene until investigators arrive often?
Yes, yes, sir. I'll coordinate what needs to be done, direct people in directions, and start the investigation until the detectives arrive.
You boss the boots around.
I hope so.
Okay. Now, you've been working for Beaumont PD for 10 plus years.
Yes.
Have you worked in the particular area of Concord and specifically SNS Grocery on a number of shifts?
Yes, sir. I've been supervisor on midnight now for about 3.5 years. I'm familiar with it.
And have you worked in that particular region, that area of Beaumont?
Yes, I respond there at least every weekend. I'm currently assigned to the south end, but it's a problem that we all have to go every Saturday night.
Is it fair to say this is one of the most dangerous areas of Beaumont, is the area around this Concord Drive and this grocery store?
Yes, sir. On Fridays and Saturdays, between 2 to 4:30 in the morning, that's one of the most dangerous places you can be in the city of Beaumont.
And is it because people leave the nightclubs that are in the area and go to other places to continue, drinking, partying, and getting into trouble?
Yes, sir. At one point, it was actually referred to as Club SNS by people that go there.
The grocery store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, specifically on August 6th, 2023, were you working as a sergeant for Beaumont Police Department and responding to a homicide at that location, the SNS Grocery?
Yes, sir. I was working on supervisory shift that night. I believe the call came in for us at 10:10, which is our code for a fight in progress. However, while officers were responding, they started receiving multiple calls for shots fired.
Is that, given what you know about this location and how things evolve here, is that surprising that you get a call for a fight and by the time you're even there, it's actually shots fired?
No.
And I asked you here today to not necessarily get into specifics about one specific part of this response or this investigation, but to kind of give us a large understanding of the various places that were involved and what was involved.
Yes, sir.
you responded first to the location at S&S Grocery.
Correct.
And is that at 3145 Concord Drive or Road?
Yes, sir.
And is that S&S Grocery, is that in Jefferson County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
When you respond to the grocery store, what do you first find at the scene?
So I came in, I was traveling northbound on Concord, and I turned into the first driveway. So that would be on my left-hand side. If you think cardinal direction wise, Concord runs north and south in Beaumont. So I was coming from, I would pass through Delaware first. And then immediately on my left would be the Concord S&S Grocery. So I came to the first drive. Upon my arrival, the scene was on the side of the building, the north side of the building. I'm sorry, the south side. There were officers rendering CPR to a gunshot victim, and other officers were attempting to keep the crowd back. The crowd was less than friendly when we arrived, even though we were trying to render aid.
Would it be fair to say that the crowd was particularly hostile when you arrived?
Yes, sir. I believe at one point the victim's brother told us he was going to murder us.
That being the victim's brother, Raymond Whittington.
Yes.
And this brother is his name Jordan Whittington?
I believe so. I don't have it in my notes, but I believe that was his name. He definitely identified himself as the victim's brother. And if you watch the videos, he will be the male with his shirt on screen.
Okay. So you get to the scene. What's kind of the first steps that officers would need to take as far as rendering aid and then also making sure that medical personnel are on their way?
Our first steps is when we get there is we have to render the scene secure, safe, before we can even start rendering aid to the victim. On that night, there was a couple of newer officers, so upon my arrival, I had to start directing people to, hey, we got to make this safe scene. Our EMS, they'll and fire will do anything, but they can't come if the scene's not safe. And I believe in the videos, you will hear myself along with other officers are telling them, hey, that we've called them, we've asked them, and you'll hear it say, we asked them the 1018. If we ask you a 1018, that means you need to run emergency traffic. It's serious. We believe that the care that we can provide is not going to be sufficient enough that it need to be transported. I believe I requested the EMS run 1018, and there was a brief exchange between myself and some of the officers in the crowd. They were asking why we haven't called them. We advised them we did, but they will not respond if the scene's still hostile. So at that point, I began setting up the perimeter and pushing the crowd out by setting up crime scene tape.
And I think at some point, there were a number of other officers who came to that scene to assist in keeping the crowd back as well, right?
Yes, sir. At that point, so on average, my shift runs anywhere from 12 to 16 officers. At that point in time, due to it being close to shift change, we have another shift that's prior ours that runs from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Some of those officers were still at the station completing paperwork, and they responded. So at that point, you had the majority, I would say about 95% of the officers of the city of Beaumont at that scene trying to combat the crowd.
Okay. Now, EMS does arrive, and do they pronounce the victim, Raymond Whittington, as deceased?
They do, sir.
Do they begin with the process of kind of stepping aside to let investigators come in and take control of the scene?
Correct. During this, I think we were we are under the understanding that it was not going well. And one of the EMS supervisors advised me, well, guess he didn't see, so gave me the time. Prior to that, Another sergeant on scene, Sergeant Jones, had made the call to CID, advising them of what we initially had, a gunshot victim, and possibly an additional gunshot victim. So they, at some point during this, can't specifically recall the time frame, but we received that another victim had gone to a different hospital with a gunshot wound.
So I guess, is it fair to say that while at this scene, there were a lot of moving parts at other locations as well that were kind of feeding you and others information at the scene so you know how to proceed?
That's correct.
And I believe one of those was that there was information about potentially related individuals to this shooting that had showed up at hospitals nearby.
Yes, and that's always a concern, is whenever we have multiple victims. For those who don't know, Beaumont only has one trauma hospital. Our only trauma hospital is St. Elizabeth. Although we have Baptist and other hospitals, they are not equipped to be a level 1 trauma hospital. So there always runs the risk if you have two opposing people that had a conflict and both received injuries. Now them and all the family and the friends are possibly going to end up in the same hospital. So that was one of our concerns, and I know for sure I dispatched 2 officers to St. Elizabeth to go follow up with that.
Because even if one of these people is a suspect, they still are going to be given medical care to treat their injuries. Okay. Now, back at the scene, did you get information from investigators that helped identify a potential person of interest or a potential suspect involved in this shooting of Raymond Whittington?
Yes, sir. During speaking with investigators, I believe I spoke with Lieutenant Fleischer. We were able to ascertain that the suspect was a black male, German, Dixon, date of birth 1/16/90.
Okay. Now, that information, did that come from investigation that you personally conducted, or did that come from the detectives that were at these other locations getting information?
Initially, we spoke with several people. Initially, the scene was still hostile. While trying to get information, we were told several things that were not nice, and I will not repeat. But some people eventually did cooperate. I believe once the victim's mother showed up on scene, she was able to calm people down and start talking to people when they were receiving information. And Mr. Dixon's name came up multiple times, and then we passed that information to investigators. And I believe through at one point we had certain officers go review video camera, and they were able to get an accurate description of the suspect from the surveillance camera at the store. And we were able to piece that together with the name of Mr. Dixon that we had, and found matching photos and cooperated all that with the investigators, and we were able to determine Mr. Dixon was the actor.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you go with some of the officers under your command and go to other locations to attempt to locate Jeremy Dixon?
We did. Lieutenant Slager got me, gave me some addresses of possible residence for Mr. Dixon or places he might be. At that time, I took control of about 6 or 7 officers, and we attempted to go locate Mr. Dixon.
And of those locations you went to, did you ever find him or encounter anyone that knew where he was?
No, sir. So, I don't know if the jury's seen it, but there's the overview of the thing. We actually did a walk also behind that, which is a wooded area that goes behind some houses. We attempted to locate that, and we attempted to locate it in 5 minutes. We're not successful.
Speaking of that, let me show you a couple of exhibits, sir. I didn't show you these before, but it states 112, 113, and 114.
Yes.
So 112, 113, and 114. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes, sir. They're drone pictures or aerial photos. S&S and the area of Stilton.
Okay, and it might these be Google Earth and not drone? Because they do
Google, yes.
same area. Same thing. But are these 112, 113, and 114, do they fairly and accurately depict overhead views of kind of the area in question that was involved that particular morning?
Yes.
Okay, we will offer 112, 113, and 114.
Now, we have no objection to exhibits 112, 113, and 114.
They're admitted.
So just since you mentioned the trek behind the grocery store, I'll show you states 112. Is this an overhead view of the S&S?
Yes, sir.
And kind of the surrounding area?
Yes, sir.
With this being the grocery store and its parking lot, correct?
Correct.
Dennis, do you mind? Thank you. We're gonna dim the lights, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see these.
Hang on, I think I can get it right here, Jeff. Does that do any better?
Check the lights. Thank you.
Okay.
As always.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
What's that? Okay, Officer Price.
Yes.
Up here, is this actually a parking lot for one of the clubs that a lot of people in this area frequent?
Yes, sir. That's the parking lot for End Zone.
End Zone, and then after that particular bar or club closes, this right here, the parking lot of S&S, is that one of the locations where kind of people relocate to?
Yes, sir.
Now you said that one of the areas that you and other officers looked into was behind S&S Grocery in that wooded area there.
Correct.
We looked at states 113. Does that kind of depict not just the grocery, but also the wooded area that you and other officers actually went into looking for Jeremy Dixon?
Correct.
Now, were you also looking for a firearm that Jeremy Dixon may have, thrown or abandoned as he was leaving that scene?
Yes, sir. Somehow a witness had told an officer that they believed he had gone back between there. If you look along the backside of that, the picture, there's a wooden fence, but it's been busted through and torn down. So there's ways that you can get back there, but there's game trails and trails where people walk. So we walked most of that all the way out to almost where you saw the picture for End Zone. There's another club. We walked it, traversed that all the way back over there.
Okay.
To actually right around the Nest Record Yard. And there's other business back there that we walked around in there.
Okay. Just exploring any potential path that Jeremy Dixon might have used and looking for either Jeremy Dixon or his weapon.
Yes.
And just to be clear on states 113, this is Concord, isn't it right here?
Yes, sir.
And where the actual homicide occurred in states 113, is that right over here on this kind of right side of the grocery store if you are looking out towards Concord?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever find, or did any officers ever find the weapon that Jeremy Dixon had used to kill Raymond Whittington? Were there a number of
casings and other, physical evidence at the actual scene to suggest that firearms were, involved?
Yes.
And go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Yes, sir. There was casings throughout where we initially found him working back towards Concord. And then we were actually able to view the surveillance cam video showing a firearm being used in an actual shootout afterwards.
Okay, so, and there's, I mean, is that a fair description of what is actually on that video? Is that after Jeremy Dixon shoots Raymond Whittington, there is people shooting both directions?
Yes, it is a full gunfight between them all.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you and other officers also get kind of a tip from people at the scene that maybe Jeremy Dixon had been located nearby?
Yes.
What, if we go back to State's Exhibit 112. Is that location or the general area depicted kind of towards the top of State's Exhibit 112, where witnesses at the scene had said they saw Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
Is it kind of over here, close to the original club, but on that street right there?
Yes, sir. That area you're circling right there is a 2725 Primrose apartment complex. Just to the west, I believe the southwest of that, there was a dumpster sitting there, and that's where Mr. Dixon was located.
Okay. And if we look at States 114, is that a little bit closer view of that complex as well as the dumpster where ultimately Jeremy Dixon was found?
Correct, that's it.
And when we say dumpster, what do we mean? Like, was he just sitting on one?
He was actually leaned against a door that was leaning on the dumpster.
Okay.
He was actually facing down Steelton, the opposite direction, so it would be northeast. He was facing northeast.
So after officers initially kind of got this tip about Jeremy Dixon kind of potentially walking in that direction, right? A couple of officers started going along the streets there and eventually found him.
Correct.
At that point, did they call in on the radio and a number of officers go over there?
Yes. When it initially started, it was we had more crowds show up at SNS to the point where the investigators had to call for assistance. The guys that I was out looking for Mr. Dixon at different addresses, we diverted back to SNS at the time. Sergeant Tamayo advised that he had received information that Mr. Dixon was in the area of Stilton and Primrose. We then flooded that area. As we were flooding the area, Officer Visser advised that we were going to be located at 2725 Primrose. I then responded, and then we took custody of Mr. Dixon.
Okay. Now, the Jeremy Dixon that ultimately was located at this dumpster, was it the same individual that had been observed on the security video shooting Raymond Whittington?
Yes, sir. Matched the description.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1 here.
We're gonna need, do you think we need to dim the lights on this?
No, sir. It's just very brief here. This individual right here eventually is that the identified as Jeremy Dixon. And that would be the individual at 8 minutes and 47 seconds in the middle of that camera. Is that the same individual that was found at the dumpster that we were looking at in State's Exhibit 114 and also 114?
Yes, sir.
And do you see Jeremy Dixon here in court?
I do, sir.
Has he lost a little bit of weight?
He has.
But do you still recognize him as the same Jeremy Dixon that's in that video and the same Jeremy Dixon that was located at the dumpster?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify Jeremy Dixon by article of clothing that he's wearing?
Tan jacket and shirt.
Will the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Yes, it will.
Now, obviously, Sergeant, there's a lot more to some of the leads and things that you were relying on in taking these steps in this, I guess, scene command and ultimately locating Jeremy Dixon, right? But is this a fair overview of more or less kind of what patrol and the patrol sergeants did to help contain the scene as well as eventually locate where Jeremy Dixon had fled? Okay, that's all I have. No further questions.
Good morning. Good morning.
Can I call you Sergeant Bryce?
That's what you want.
Sergeant, did you make a report?
I did, sir.
Did you bring it with you?
I did, sir.
May I see it?
Sure.
May I approach you?
State's already tendered that to the defense previously?
The report? Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor. I
okay.
wanna
Just want to make sure you got it.
Sometimes I misplace stuff.
Thank you, Sergeant. Do you know, are you aware of a 911 call that night?
Multiple 911 calls at night specifically for that event.
Do you know, I mean, I know you probably don't know it offhand, but is there anyone that can tell us where the first 911 call came from, that phone number?
No, I mean, a dispatcher can tell you about
Dispatcher would have that information.
dispatch. Unless it was a non-emergency.
Say it again?
Unless it was a non-emergent, a disconnected cell phone, that's only capable of making 911 calls. At that point, it'd only be able to ping the area.
I see. Did you, when you were searching the area and searching for Mr. Dixon or anyone, did you have your body cam on?
And
And it was still dark?
yes,
And you had your flashlights?
yes.
Do you recall you weren't all by yourself, were you?
No, sir, I can't remember exactly who was with me. There was a multitude of officers. I believe Officer Ishii, maybe Officer Holmes at one point was with me. Officer Visser. There's more, I believe there's around 6 or 7, up to 8.
And it was a hostile crowd
Right.
at about 4:20 in the morning. And you said you identified or talked about one person who was running around without his shirt,
Correct.
but there was probably more than one doing that night, do you think?
That night, there was 2 without the shirt. One was, the size difference was easy to the 2. But, one of the guys, instigating the crowd, he's a local transient that the store hires to pick up cans after the after party. So he was just there begging on the crowd.
So you had 10 or 12 people running around in and out?
More than that.
More? That weren't being cooperative and weren't being helpful and were downright hostile?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, did you have anything to do with the cameras? Getting any footage from the store cameras, surveillance cameras?
No, sir. Officer Ishii, I believe Sergeant Billsley were the ones that went in there and did that. I was able to view the camera after they'd already pulled it up. But they were the initial officers tasked with, going to get the camera footage.
Thank you, Sergeant.
State.
Nothing else.
Businessman excused?
Please.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next, please.
Elijah Jones. Thank you, sir.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon.
Yes, good morning.
And you've been waiting on me to call you for a little bit, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your patience. So tell us your name and tell us what you do, sir.
My name is Elijah Jones. I'm a Beaumont police officer
How long you been working for Beaumont Police Department?
for approximately 4 years now.
Okay. Back in 2023, specifically August of 2023, do you remember getting called or dispatched to a location at the SNS grocery store in reference to a fight at first and then ultimately a shooting?
I do.
And as it turns out, this was a homicide, correct?
Correct.
Were you one of the first officers to arrive on that scene?
Yes, I was.
How would you describe the scene when you first arrived, as far as what you saw and what you observed?
Very chaotic and hostile discussion towards us.
Did it seem like there were a lot of people who were under the influence there?
Yes.
Did it feel like a very dangerous scene, at least as far as when you first arrived?
Absolutely.
In fact, did you have to assist in kind of building a perimeter while other officers tried to render aid to the man who had been shot?
Yes.
And that man was eventually identified as Raymond Whittington, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did I ask you before you came down to court to review your body camera footage?
Yes.
I show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 116. Is that what you reviewed before you came down to court today?
Yes.
Does that does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw and heard, at least directly in front of you, when you arrived at that scene on August 6, 2023?
Yes.
And the SNS grocery store, is that located in Jefferson County, Texas?
Yes.
It's right off Concord Road, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 116, does it depict your arrival to that scene? And, you know, it's pretty long, isn't it?
Correct.
And does it depict kind of you assisting to hold the scene and secure the scene for quite a while investigators did their work?
Correct.
Is that kind of, I guess, what I would call dead radio silence, meaning you're not really doing anything other than just kind of standing there, kind of making sure people are not walking all over the crime scene?
Correct.
Compared to initially when you arrived, your role is very active. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So we will offer States 116.
No objection to 116, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
You may post it.
Go ahead.
Officer Jones, if it's all right with you, I'm not gonna play the entire hour and a half of this video. But I will play kind of some of the initial arrival at the scene up until other officers start to arrive and things kind of start to clear.
Sure.
Okay. Is there a gap in the audio usually before it kicks on?
A few seconds.
System.
Man, directed towards the back of the person that's been hit after they say don't know where he's at. Where's the guy with that gun?
Did you later learn that these two individuals that were kind of on the ground looked like they may have had taken some of their clothes off, that they were trying to render aid?
Correct.
And did you also later learn that they may have known this this victim who had been shot, Raymond Whittington?
I believe it's possible, I'm not 100% sure on that. Back up, back up. You're going with the ground, trying to get this stuff.
That Officer Holmes and I believe another officer down kind of on their knees next to Mr. Whittington.
Yes.
Was Officer Holmes when either when you arrived or shortly after you arrived, was he performing CPR trying to resuscitate Mr. Whittington?
Yes, I believe he was working on him while I was getting.
Okay, so when you ran back, were you getting medical supplies from
Correct.
this kit that you all patrol officers carrying?
Yes, sir.
And does some of those things like have either things that gauze that could temporarily seal wounds, or also even defibrillators sometimes?
Correct.
And while Officer Holmes was performing CPR trying to resuscitate Mr. Whittington, did you eventually have to start kind of pushing this crowd back?
Correct. Yeah, they were making multiple threats towards us as we were trying to provide assistance.
See that? You see us trying. Hey.
We're about 6 minutes into this video. I just wanted to make sure I asked you, is the timestamp on this 4:31 a.m.? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so this is roughly when we're talking about that officers are arriving, right before 4:30.
Correct.
In the morning.
Now, go. Go, now, go. Go get it. It should be in there. Yeah. It will be in that.
Got the EMS?
I believe so, that department. So they can come in.
Officer Price testified, he referenced a guy without his shirt off at the scene as being the victim's brother.
Correct, that's what I believe he told us.
So that's the victim's brother that's threatening y'all.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I asked that. Those in the chance to them, it's gonna be like. But, it's not this level. Yeah, I think that how that doing. Here we go. Hey, he's been the fight guy, hey. So. Yeah. Yeah.
EMS either leaving or in the process of leaving, because Mr. Whittington has been pronounced dead at the scene.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and obviously, I don't think y'all revealed all that to the crowd yet, to kind of keep things under control. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Now, at this point, are we securing the scene so that investigators can come to start kind of map out everything and figure out, what happened, what transpired, and what evidence there is to collect?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, listen. We get out of the way. We're not medical. They take over. We're 100%. So whatever they do, that's medical. I've been over here. So you exactly.
You know, when we object to relevance. Go ahead. Make your objection. The relevance of this portion of the video, Your Honor.
It's in evidence.
Okay, well, you didn't have an objection to the admission of that thing. You certainly reviewed it. You've got an objection now?
I have an objection if Mr.
All right.
For this
Here's what we
link
do.
of
Hold
this
on.
video.
Oh, here's what. Lights, please, Dennis. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch, okay? I'll take up these objections when you leave so that we can get back into the evidence when you come back. Can you all report back at 1:30? 1:30, please remember the instructions the court has given to you. And just a little word of advice. Honeybee Ham is down in the basement and they have a great product if you're interested in. We're glad that they're there. That's the place, the only place to eat here in the courthouse. All right. We're in recess. Everybody else remains seated while the jury exits first. Thank you. You'll leave the badges and you'll pick them up when you come back.
Staying in the courthouse, stuff, we're leaving here.
Yeah, and you can move. Yes, ma'am. We just don't want to find them on the other side of town, which has happened before.
What time did you tell them to come back?
1:30.
Okay.
They might go to the training.
It's where he didn't let it go.
All right, the jury is exited.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask him if he can be released. He's supposed to be at training. I mean, he'll be back at 1:30, but
Okay.
just for a temporary.
We'll see you in about 1:30. Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe. What do you want to say on the record?
That was my objection, just the relevance of that portion of the.
Okay. But you, okay. Yeah, it was admitted without, objection, but what's your response?
Well, I mean, it's admitted without objection, so it's kind of late for
No,
this.
he can,
Even if it weren't admitted,
well, what's your response?
is that this is
of relevance?
people at the scene. I mean, this is literally the scene of a homicide.
I don't, how does it prove or disprove the case?
As far as what we're looking at right here, it's looking at what this steps this officer took to secure the scene. There is a number of items of physical evidence that we are about to get into, and I think that it is important to establish, the security of those items of physical evidence as they were found.
Okay. Keep going. Well, what else? What else is it about the security? Like
Well, to establish the chain of custody. And I'll also point out that a couple of the people that are in this body cam right here that are screaming and yelling are going to be witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, so what's the point of that?
That it's showing them at the scene.
May I respond?
Yes.
It makes no fact at issue more or less probable.
Judge, I was about to stop this video and had we not had this interruption, we probably would already be done. So what's the point?
What else is it? How much further were you going to go before?
2 minutes.
Okay.
So, I mean, we could have been done with this witness if we hadn't had that. So
Anything else?
No.
All right. A couple of things. Number one, it was admitted without objection, but you can raise an objection. The court will consider it, and it's for relevance. And the state has responded that it's being used to show how as I understand his statement, how law enforcement is securing the scene so that evidence is not tampered with or in some way minimized, or the evidence is contaminated. And that is always an inferred importance in the admission of evidence, that the evidence is not contaminated in some way. And the state says that showing the methods that and the experience that the law enforcement was having to go through to secure the scene is relevant to show that the evidence was not contaminated. And that's good enough for the overruling of that objection. The other thing is, what is it about what we're hearing hurts your client?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Okay,
I don't
well, then this is harmless. But he's articulated a reason which is good enough for this court under the rules of evidence that and you can always re-raise your objection if you feel like there's some prejudice being done to your client, and if it's a case, but you haven't, and I don't see it. And he gave a good reason, the security of the scene to ensure that the evidence is not contaminated, and that goes toward how much weight and credibility a jury can consider. Overrule. Okay, we're in recess. And we have another matter to take up. What is this? This is this.
Mr. Cheadle's here, he's the attorney. Justin Williams is the defendant.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Jennifer, where is Justin Woods?
He is just in the hallway.
Let him in.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. We missed you this morning.
Yes,
We have a trial that we had to get into, and
no, that's
thanks for waiting.
no problem.
Mhm, yes, sir.
Sorry for the delay.
That's okay.
I'm just gonna be asking for a reset.
Come on up, sir.
Definitely, come on up.
You were, You were Justin Aaron Woods?
Yes, sir.
What was today's event? Was it an announcement? Okay. As you know, you're charged with third-degree felony of unlawful possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which carries with it no less than 2, no more than 10 years confinement in prison and a fine up to $10,000. You know all of that, right? What the consequences could be. All right. And stand by. Mr. Cheadle is here representing you. So today's announcement, what are we going to do today?
Today, Judge, I'm just asking for a reset. I need to more time to look at the discovery and talk to the state.
How much time?
30 to 45 days. It's
How about 6 weeks?
6 weeks is perfect.
Okay. All right.
No, not necessarily.
Mr. Cheadle, are you coming from Houston?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes, so I do apologize.
No, that's good. That's all right.
They're
Don't apologize
almost
to
done.
Houston. For Houston.
Yeah, that is true. They're almost done with whatever the road work is, but
Yeah,
they
good
still
luck
have
with
that
that.
narrow stuff.
If they can, you gotta
It's
love 'em.
always, it seems like they're never finishing that.
I wish I had that project, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
It's never,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it keeps on giving.
That's a 60-year project right there. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point now where I'm taking 90 and then 99.
Yeah, go all the way around, go all the way. 90 is an alternative, yes, through Liberty, the old Beaumont.
Yeah, but it's evolving too. There's more and more.
Yeah.
On between, right on the other side of Liberty or Dayton, they've got a brand new big old home construction project going on there.
Yes, it's
right
just
between.
exploding over there. Exploding.
Yep, you can't stop it. All right, we'll get a resetting for you here and then
Yes, sir.
we'll see you back in 6 weeks.
Okay.
All right, we're in short recess and we'll pick up the trial back at 1:30. Everyone.
Sorry, your name again?
Joseph Dietrich.
All right, so you met with the department rep, you're going to plead to impeding traffic, right? And then they're going to dismiss, that's on count 1, which is the speeding. Count 2, improper lane use, they're going to dismiss, right?
Yes, sir.
To that charge of impeding traffic on count 1, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Please accepted, count the speed's dismissed, the improper lane use is dismissed. On count 2680B, 160 is your total, cash your rent of the hall to your right, and you're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Robert Leo Hammond, 24B146315A, and could I have Marion Lango and Matthew Jones seated up at the table here? Sir, if you prefer, you can have a seat at the table if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, you can have a seat right there. Your name?
Robert Hammond.
You're charged with failure to submit the monthly testing as ordered on May the 12th of 25, and also failed to submit the monthly testing as ordered on June the 17th of 25. If you plead guilty or if you are found guilty, there being no prior technical violations, you could be incarcerated for 10 days. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign the advice of rights and read and understand the rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you will be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have the right to a lawyer? I'll be happy to give you one at public expense. Would you like a lawyer?
I'll get one.
Explain? Hang on a second. You want to hire your own or you want to go out and use the public defender?
Well, I guess I'll use the public defender then.
Okay, is that what you want to do?
Can I explain?
It's not really, this is not a trial, it's not a hearing. You need to consult with the lawyer and the lawyer can tell you what to do, or at least advise you as to what to do, okay? So I'm gonna enter a not guilty plea for you. I'm gonna set you up with a court-appointed lawyer. My court officer will take you out. Either way, you're coming back in front of me then, okay? Do you understand that with your lawyer?
Pardon, say that again?
Either way, after you consult with this lawyer, you're coming back in front of me with your lawyer.
Okay,
Do you understand that?
right, that'll be now, right?
Today, yeah. I mean, he's got a lot going, but yes.
Just have Seton Hall.
And he'll set you up with the lawyer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mary Ann Lango, 25F244162. Good morning, sir. Your name?
Good morning, sir.
Your name?
Mary Lango.
All right, so we're going into oncoming traffic, it says. What in the world? What are we doing?
Well, Your Honor, this particular morning, I was going to a customer that I always go to. I go there several times a month. And when I come down Hall Road, it dead ends right there. Van, I can't think of the name.
Van Horn?
Hey, what?
Van Horn?
Not Van Horn, it's Van. What is that? I can't think of the name.
It's gotta be Van Horn.
Anyway, it dead ends right there. I get to the stop sign, I look to the right, no one coming, and I start, look to the left, and I start proceeding. That's when I noticed all these one-way signs pointing in the other direction. And they're on the construction site. So immediately I started to back, I was going back up and get out of there.
Okay. I don't mean to interrupt you.
They were,
I don't mean to interrupt you. But you told them you want to plead to impeding traffic. Is
Yeah.
that what you still want to do?
yeah,
So I'm just going to ask you how you plead to impeding traffic. Is that fair?
it's that again.
I'm just going to ask you how you plead to impeding traffic. If you tell me, Judge, I want a hearing, I'll set it for hearing. You're going into this explanation that I just don't need to hear.
Right. But I thought you asked me for that. Right?
I mean, I guess I kind of did. I don't know what to tell you. I said, what were you doing? You were going around closed road signs. It's so, look, you're driving a commercial vehicle. You gotta be careful.
Right.
I'm gonna take your plea to impeding if you want me to, and I'm gonna charge you $235, which is on our fine schedule.
Okay.
Is that what you wanna do?
Yes.
Or do you wanna tell me your explanation?
Well, that was my explanation.
Okay, good enough, good enough. I just wanted to make sure I didn't cut you off. To the charge impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Irresponsible.
Okay, I'm gonna accept your plea. I'll dismiss the driving without due care and caution. $235 is your total, okay?
Okay.
You can go right down the hall and pay that. Please be careful, will you?
I will.
Have a good day. Good luck. Matthew Daniel Jones, 25F244171. Mr. Jones, how are you?
Good, are you?
Your name?
Matthew Jones.
Okay, you gotta be careful, okay? All right. Where do you go to school at?
MIAT.
What?
MIAT.
Okay, good. All right, so you're gonna plead impeding, right?
Yes, sir.
Responsible or not responsible to that?
Responsible.
Okay, good enough. All right, 150 is your total. You're all set. Go down the hall and take care of it. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Is David Michael White here? David Michael White? He's responsible as charged. This is file 25W8390022. He didn't show. Case is scheduled for 8:45. Default judgment entered. Park Jun Reed. Park Jun Reed, 25W8390023. Is he on Zoom, Lisa? No, he's not here either.
Not on Zoom.
Defendant failed to appear. This was scheduled for 8:45. Default judgment. Thomas Lee Summers, 25B145053. And then I would like Zachary Richard Williamson seated at the table there. Do we have any felonies coming in here yet, John?
Not brought anything yet.
How you doing, Mr. Summers? Do you want to have a seat there, or would you rather
No,
sit?
that's fine.
How you doing?
Good.
I remember you.
Yeah, we went to school together.
You lived on Churchill.
No, Newman.
Newman.
Yeah.
Oh, same neighborhood. Where's the time gone?
Pardon me?
Where's the time gone?
Flying by, Judge.
It really is. Are you doing okay?
Yes, sir.
Crazy. I know. Well, anyway, you're going to plead to impeding traffic, right?
Yes.
All right. There was an accident, right?
Yes.
With another car?
Yes.
All right. So I just want you to understand they wrongly entered this. It's a $195 ticket. I'll still give you impeding, but I want you to understand that. You understand that?
Yes.
The charge impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right, I'm gonna accept your plea. 195 is your total. You ever see any of those other guys?
No.
I know, time's flying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh? You actually graduated what, in 73?
I
or
did graduate. I joined the service in 73.
Okay, well, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Can you pay that today or you need time?
Yes.
All right, take care of yourself.
All right, you
Thanks,
also.
thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, can I have Zachary Richard Williams, 25B147-804A? Could I have Tamia Henderson over at the table here? And Gary Jackson? At least I'm trying to do these, separate some of these with probation cases, so you guys don't have 400 people down there. Your name, sir?
Zachary Webster.
All right. Wow, 5 counts. Failure to submit the weekly testing is ordered on June 6th. They say you showed for testing, were unable to submit a sample 3 times, attempted. June 9th, same thing. Failed to submit a sample, attempted 3 times. June 19th, attempted 2 times. Didn't submit a sample. June 21. What? Attempted 1 time, didn't submit a sample. June 24, attempted 1 time. 5 counts. Plead guilty, your probation could be revoked. These all arise out of a separate event, transaction, or occurrence, so you could have your probation revoked, and you could be incarcerated for 93 days. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Did you sign the advice of rights and read and understand the rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights. There will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to a lawyer. I'll be happy to give you one at public expense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Would you like a lawyer?
No, thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. I'll enter an not guilty. Well, first of all, I'm going to ask you how you plead. I'm going to need Beth in here. To the charge, you failed to submit submit the weekly testing as ordered on June 6, 25. Failed to submit a sample. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, we're just going to have a hearing. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea. We need Beth in here. And so I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on all 5 counts. And then we'll have the hearing and we'll go from there. Okay? Any questions?
What will this hearing be?
Right today, in about 5 minutes. You can have a seat. Thank you. Darnell Lorenzo White. Darnell Lorenzo White. Who's this? What are they doing here? Where's Darnell White? Is Darnell White here?
Yep, I'm bringing him in right now, Judge. It's a Judge Hessen case.
Mr. White, your name? I can't hear you, sir.
Darnell White.
Mr. Burgess, your appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, David Burgess, on behalf of Darnell White, both of us appearing via Zoom.
All right, so you need an adjournment, right?
Yes, Your Honor, we just received the digital discovery this morning, and I just need to review with my client. 1 week would be sufficient.
Mr. White, you have the right to a probable cause conference within 14 days of the date of the arraignment. If I grant that request to adjourn the case, that means the probable cause conference will not take place within 14 days of the date of the arraignment. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Your lawyer needs additional time to prepare. You understand that? And he's asking me to adjourn the case.
Yes.
Do you wish to waive your right to have the probable cause conference within 14 days?
Yeah.
Anybody force you to give up that right?
No.
All right, Lisa, they've got all kinds of different dates on here. They had July 9th and 15th or something, it looks like. So we're gonna do it July 15th and 22, Lisa or Heather, is that right?
If he just wants a week, we can do July 15th at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna set it for exam too. July 22nd, the exam will be at what?
We can do the 22nd at 11:30.
Okay, so that's what I'll set, Mr. Burgess. You're gonna have, the July 15th at 10 will be the, probable cause conference. July 22 at 11:30 will be the exam. Let me just double check something here.
Yeah. And
It looks like bond was set. Was this an out county magistrate or what, Mr. Burgess? Do you know that said all this?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe it was an out county magistrate. I did not appear for the arraignment. I know it was released over a weekend.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and continue the bond. He showed up. Bond is continued, and we'll see you back here July 15th, sir. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else,
No,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Burgess? Have a good day. Thank you, gentlemen.
No, Judge,
All
thank
right.
you.
Recalling Zachary Richard Williamson, 25B1478048. And then I'm going to do Henderson and Jackson right next. Sir, your name?
Zachary Williamson.
Elizabeth Westbridge, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to swear her in. She's going to testify, and then you'll have the right. You need your phone for something?
I have my notes on my phone.
So I'm going to swear her in, and then you have the right to testify or remain silent. I'm not going to ask you whether you wish to testify until after she does. After she's done, you have the right to question her. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you still wish to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, Ms. Wiles. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the whole truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can go ahead and proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. On the show cause dated June 25th, 2025, first count that the defendant failed to submit to his weekly chemical testing. His initial test being June 6, 2025. He did show for testing, however, he was unable to provide a sample, what we call C&U, of could not urinate. He did make attempt 3 times before leaving the facility. Count 2, very similar, as well as count 3 and count 4 and count 5. He failed to submit to weekly chemical testing June 9th. He was a C&U. At that point, he attempted 3 times. Count 3, that he appeared on June 19th for his weekly chemical testing. He was a C&U. At that point, he attempted 2 times. He failed to submit to his weekly testing. Count 4, June 21. He was a C&U. He attempted 1 time. Then he failed to submit to weekly chemical testing as ordered. June 24, count 5. He was a C&U and he attempted 1 time. Mr. Williamson, I spoke with him, communicated with him back and forth quite a bit about how to have a successful urine sample. He provided a doctor's note on June 20th. I did inform DNA at that point in time to allow him some space and some time due to shy bladder. There was a letter from his psychiatrist. And that again was provided June 20th. He was still C&U when provided a little bit of space and time that's appropriate, June 21 and June 24. Since the date of this violation, Mr. Williamson did show for testing the 26th. It appears that he was successful in providing a sample. However, June 30th, he again was a CMU. He attempted one time, and he didn't return after that. When I spoke with the staff, the supervisor over at DNA, Mr. Williamson wants to be able to basically use the restroom without anybody near him or in the bathroom, which is not acceptable by our standards. We do allow pat down. We do allow him to be able to use the restroom, but a male attendee does have to be in there. We can't allow a stream to start before the attendee is in the room so that he can provide a good legitimate sample.
Do you have any questions of her?
What was that?
Do you have any questions of her?
No.
Do you wish to testify or do you wish to remain silent?
I wish to testify.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the whole truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what would you like to tell me?
I agree with everything she says. I'm very, very sorry. I want to provide a sample, but I'm very nervous and I cannot urinate with someone in the room. I am a very shy bladder. I don't want to be in front of my friends or family or anyone like that. I haven't drank since my accident. I promise that, and I want to prove that to the court. And I understand that they need to prove that I have an honest test. That's why they're supervising the urinate. But on June 13th, I went to the guidance center and they tested me there. And I was given privacy there, and I was able to provide a sample. I asked the guidance center to send that test to the court, and that would prove that I'm sober. Additionally, I was on the sober link until the 23rd of June, and that would also prove that I haven't drank.
Is that true?
He was, and he was compliant with his sober link to an extent, Your Honor. Mr. Williamson was not exactly very timely with his sober link, but he nonetheless did comply with his blows. Over the course of the 2 months that he was ordered to be on it, he was late 15 times. Those lates can range anywhere from 30, 40 minutes upwards to over an hour. So
Can I see the screening?
Yep.
This was alcohol, not drugs, right?
Yes, Your Honor, a high BAC, Mr. Williamson's 21.
Okay. My apologies. I interrupted you. Were you saying something else?
No, nothing else. The letter from his psychiatrist did indicate exactly what we do as policy and procedure. Did ask for a pat down and extra time to urinate, which is again our protocol. The guidance center, just so that you're aware, Judge, is an unwatched, completely unwatched test. Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, Your Honor.
I'm thinking about how I can frame this. I'm not sure why. Look, here's what I'll do. I'm not going to let you just go into a bathroom and shut the door. I mean, that is not. You get all kinds of flaky. What did I order testing wise?
He's weekly at this point, Your Honor.
We're going to kind of start over here. Defendant required to submit to weekly testing until, I'm going to say October the 10th. defendant permitted to test with pat-down searches. So they're gonna pat you down every time. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll dismiss the show cause. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You got a letter from your doctor. I'll dismiss that. I'm somewhat reluctant, but I will do that for you. But you're going to submit the weekly testing until July 10th. And then the schedule for testing from date of sentence to be implemented. Okay? Ms. Wilds, are you following me?
Yeah, after the October 10th date, we'll
Correct.
reduce them accordingly, Your
Correct.
Honor. Yep.
Okay? So you're gonna meet with her. I don't know if you even need to meet with her. You just convey to them pat-down searches, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. And just for the record, that's what Mr. Williams' son is already being offered for at least his 5 last chemical tests, and he's still indicating he cannot see anything. So we can give it another try, but this is,
Listen. Well, where are they standing? Where are they standing after they do the pat-down search?
they'll stand in the doorway, Your Honor. So instead of being inside the kind of the stall door, they're going to be in the door after they do shirt up.
I don't know what the problem is with that. I mean, I want to be understanding here. I see this happen now and then, but you're gonna have to figure out a way to go, or you're gonna have to pay for blood tests every week, and that is expensive.
How much would the blood test be?
Hundred and some.
Yeah, obviously ETG is not offered in the blood, Your Honor. It would be alcohol, and the window is very short.
Well, I know, but we could also do the blood test and sober link is what I'm thinking here. I mean, you want to be on a sober link and go test with blood every week?
How much would the blood test be?
It's over about $100, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to double check. We do have a new place that I've been trying to work with as far as keeping the cost down, but it is very pricey.
It is. I expect you to test. This is not a big deal. You've got your back to them. They've done a pat down search. You urinate, period. I don't want to go through this again, okay? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what else I can do. That should solve the problem. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tamia Jean Henderson, 25W838747. Your name, ma'am? You're gonna plead to impeding traffic, right? Responsible or not responsible to that?
Responsible.
Get a flat tire?
Yeah, the last time.
All right. Okay, you posted a bond, 195. How fast were you going?
I don't know.
98? Come on. What are you driving
It
like
was a
a,
new car, that ain't my fault.
what's that?
It was a new car, that ain't my fault.
It wasn't your fault? Whose fault was it?
The car. It was
The car? It drove itself? Seriously?
my fault, it was new.
Now, I've never heard that one before. I'll accept the plea 195. You go sign your bond over. Slow down, please. Okay? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Will you please slow down?
Yes.
Thank you. Gary Richard Jackson, 25T645830. How you doing, Mr. Jackson? Your name?
Christopher, Gary Jackson.
All right, you're gonna plead to impeding traffic, true?
True.
All right, to that charge, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
This is a commercial vehicle, was it?
Yes.
$50. All right, please accepted, 180 is your total. You're all set, cash in the hall. Best of luck to you. Pregler, Tyler, Michael, Pregler, 25T645853. Could I have Amy Duong seated at the table, please, as well as Landon Vita. Your name, sir?
Tyler Pregler.
You're gonna plead to impeding, right?
Yes.
That's what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Responsible or not responsible to that? All right. All right. All right, right, 165, traffic signal charge dismissed. Go down the hall, take your care of it. You're all set. Good luck.
Have a good one.
You too. Amy Land Duong, 25F244177. How are you? Your name? All right, so you're gonna plead to impeding traffic, right? Responsible or not responsible to that charge? Pardon? I'll accept the plea. 150 is your total. Cashier under the hall to your right, and you're all set. Good luck. Thank you. James Joseph Thomas, 24W726283. Are they on Zoom, Heather?
Yes, but the attorney judge had to step away for a moment. She said she would be back on.
Okay. Marquez Fields, Marquez Lovato Fields, 25T645836. Your name?
Marquez Lovato Fields.
Good morning. You're going to plead to impeding traffic and they're going to dismiss the speeding, right?
Yes, sir.
Responsible or not responsible to that?
Responsible, sir.
Got to be careful, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. 170 is your total. Cashier under the hall to your right, and you're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Emily Paterno, Emily Kristen Paterno, 25F244241. I'm sorry. I forgot y'all. Come on up here, ma'am. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Name?
Emily Paterno.
All right, you're going to plead to impeding traffic, correct?
Correct.
Is that charge responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right, I'm going to accept your plea. 150. Cashier under the hall to your right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Landon John Vita, 25F244062. Your name, sir?
Landon Vita.
All right, Mr. Vita. What happened here?
Got into a little accident.
Les, how long you been driving?
2 years, Your Honor.
You've had 2 traffic accidents.
Yes.
You're gonna mar your good-looking face if you're not careful, okay? Or hurt somebody else or yourself. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the charge of impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Be careful, please. 205. Cashier under the hall to your right. Good luck.
Thank you. Can I pay with the card?
Yeah.
Okay.
Credit card?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
You got enough limit on there?
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Where's Jacob Cannon? Is he here? Come on up. Jacob Martin Cannon, 25F244153. How you doing?
Good, Your Honor, thank you.
Your name?
Jacob Pennant.
You're gonna plead to 5 over, 1 point, right?
Yes, sir.
Responsible or not responsible today?
Responsible.
Okay, you gotta be careful. 135 I want to charges. You get the point. Good luck.
Thank you.
No leader Rice. No leader Wileen Rice. 25W838904. Where's no leader Rice? Oh, this is a default. Defendant failed to appear, was scheduled for 9:30. Responsible is charged by default. Megan Ann Watson, 25T645408. Come on up to the podium. Could I have Roger up here? Brian Rogers seated at the table and Pamela Patterson seated at the table. Your name, ma'am? All right, you're going to plead to impeding traffic, right? Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right. Okay, let's see here. You gotta be careful. 205 is your total, please accepted. Good luck. Cashier under the hall to your right. Yes, how much can you pay today? When can you pay the rest? Where do you work? I'm sorry.
Reefer Peterbilt.
Can you pay 50 a week or not?
Yeah.
50 today, $50 due beginning July the 18th. That's next Friday.
Okay.
You pay 50 a week then, okay?
All right.
If you don't have the money, come talk to me. I'll be glad to give you an extension. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Christopher Lamar Stafford, 25WA38712. Defendant failed to appear. Default judgment entered in favor of plaintiff against defendant. Pamela Marie Patterson, 25T645619. Defendant failed to appear. That was scheduled for 8:45. It's now 10:16. Default judgment. Roger Brian Michael Roger, 25T645725. Your name?
Brian Roger?
You're going to plead to impeding, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
160 is your total. Cash, you're into the hall to your right. Good luck. Original charge dismissed. Kathleen Margaret Strong, 25T645805. And could I have Ricky Paulin seated at the table there too? Good morning, ma'am. You could climb up to the podium, ma'am. Your name? All right. So you're going to plead to impeding, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible today?
Responsible.
Please accepted. 150. You're all set. Have a good day. Thank you. Ricky Lynn Paulin, 25T645783. Your name?
Ricky Ballin.
All right, so you're going to plead to impeding traffic, right? And that's what you wish to do? All right, to that charge, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
I'll accept the plea. 160, speeds dismissed. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Elbercat, Mohammed Musafir Elbercat, 25T645801. Defendant is responsible as charged by default. I need one of those criminal cases. We're going to get all backed up down there. People against Andrew Stephen Siak, 25T714885.
Michael A. Carmen, P73824, on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
Your name?
Andrew Stevens, aye.
You got a warrant out. He's got a warrant out for.
I just seen that, Judge. I'm gonna have someone pull it.
We're going to adjourn this. Was there any no contact? Yes. So you got a GPS tether on, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're not to have any contact with Shelley's agent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's got the phone here? Got to take the phone out of the building.
Phone off as well.
Whoever's phone went off, you have to go out of the building. Take the phone out of the building, please.
Whose phone went off?
I muted it.
I want you to take the phone out of the building. I'm sorry. This goes on too much. Get the phone out of the building. There's signs all over. I'm sorry.
Your phones are off.
That's why I did that. But I'm going, I'll go put it away.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to adjourn this pre-trial. And how long do you have for me, Heather or Lisa? Or...
That will be for July 22nd at 9:30.
Is it possible that we could put it next week, Heather?
We could do 9 o'clock next week.
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you want? July 15th at 9?
That'd be great.
That's in front of Judge Hessen again, okay? All right, so you'll go down the hall, sir, you'll get your notice, and you have to wait for the other warrant, okay?
What do I have a warrant?
I don't know, they're gonna pull the file. I think it was a public order crime, I'm not sure, though, I didn't look. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Have a seat behind you at the table. Is Ms. Fanning out there yet on the other case? Tahir Razak Kadam Atala, 25B714089.
Michael A. Carmen, P73824, on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
Where's this defendant?
He's coming up there.
Need you in here, Mr. Atala. Are you Mr. Atala?
No, he's not.
Where's Mr. Atala? Why am I waiting? Mr. Atala, are you Mr. Atala?
Yeah.
Come on up. What are you doing out in the hallway? Come up to the podium, state your name. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Nora Alvey on behalf of the people.
How was the honeymoon?
It was great.
I'm sure it was. All right, what are we doing on this one?
Your Honor, last Tuesday in front of Judge Heston, the defendant had advised that to the judge, excuse me,
That's okay.
that the complainant is currently living at the home on 17251 Pig Down Drive in Brownstown, Michigan. He told the judge that she allegedly is there, does not own it, that he owns it. He did not provide any proof. And after saying all of that, the judge ordered that she leave within 2 days. I spoke to the complainant. She said that the apartment is actually in the name of her sister's husband.
Wait a minute. Okay. The house is in the name of her sister's husband.
It's an apartment, so the leaseholder, according to the complainant, is in the name of her sister's husband, who is unrelated to the defendant. At this point, I don't have any proof to show that he is the owner or that the judge has any authority to kick her out. And I would just ask that the defendant does provide proof that he is in fact.
Where's the complainant at? Where's she at?
She's not here today. I called her multiple times. I said this is something I do not see her in court today.
Let me make, go ahead.
Your Honor, given that the complainant is not here to verify this, would ask that the court not include that as a bond condition, and to also consider removing the defendant's GPS tether.
Who told you, that the complaining witness told you that this is in go ahead.
That the home that she's living in right now is leased in her sister's husband's name. Who, if I recall, I believe the name was T.I. Casanelli, but I don't have the exact name. I believe that the defendant
And
has,
sister's husband's name.
and I believe the defendant had made a representation that it was in his name. He did not provide any proof to show that. And at this time, I would just ask that the judge, that you order, he does provide proof that he is the leaseholder, one that's not manipulated or altered. At this time, I would just ask that.
When did she tell you that the unit is leased in her sister's husband's name?
So I've been in contact with her multiple times for the last week, as recently as yesterday around 5 p.m. Multiple times. I believe I called her, I would say 4 or 5 times that we've spoken.
She didn't show up today?
No.
Do you have any explanation as to why she didn't show? Did you ask her to show?
I spoke to her as recently as around 5 p.m. yesterday. She was not here.
And Your Honor, Judge Heston did order her to show. We were on record last week. I believe for clarity, Mr. Atala, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Atala, the utilities for that apartment are in his name. He is not on the lease, but he has been living there paying utilities. Is that correct, sir? Correct.
Well, wait a minute. Just a question. He said that he was that he's the leaseholder, right? That's what you just told me. Am I right or wrong? Maybe I misunderstood you.
That was the representation I remember hearing on the record last week.
But now he's saying he's not the leaseholder, but he's paying the utilities, which is understandable.
And then the judge ordered her to leave within 2 days based on his representations.
Was the victim here last week?
She was not.
Well, we need to get the victim here. Victim to appear here next week. I'm adjourning this 1 week. We'll adjourn to July the 15th at what time, Heather?
We could do that at 9:45.
At 9:45.
And I would just ask that the defendant does bring some proof that he's the leaseholder.
Well, she needs to be here. She needs to show up. This is silly. You own that? Listen to me very carefully. Is that unit leased in your name? I didn't finish the question. Did not finish the question here. Is that unit leased in your name?
No, it's in a friend of mine.
Wow, you guys are really, so, hang on. So, last week, she recalls, or the last time you were in front of Judge Heston, she recalls you saying that the unit was leased in your name. And now the victim's telling her that the unit's leased in her sister's husband's name. And now you're saying it's in a friend's name.
I didn't tell them it was in my name.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
She misheard me.
Well, if it's in a friend's name, I don't know why you have access to the apartment when she wouldn't. That's just my feeling on it. Who cares whose name it's in? I mean, there's a lot of different aspects here. Just get the victim here next week. We'll set it for next week, July 15th. I'm not taking off his GPS tether. And you guys can figure this out with Judge Hessen next week. That's my feeling on it.
And Your Honor,
Okay.
just so the court's aware, Mr. Atala is fine not returning to that address. Is that correct, sir?
That's fine, I just need my stuff inside that house.
Hang on a second.
Your Honor.
Wait a
may I
minute.
just leave the record?
Wait, just please wait. I can't read this, Brownstown Township PD to verify, okay, I don't know what. What do you got? Go ahead. What do you want to make a record of?
All I was gonna say was, despite what you said on the record last week, if I may have misheard it or if I may be wrong, regardless, the judge did order that she leave within 2 days. All I ask is that we, have time to verify who's it's for. If he's saying it's not his, I don't know why the judge would order that she leaves within 2 days. All he wants is his stuff there, he's free to do a civil standby. I would just ask you to rescind that order for the complainant's sake. It just seems like retaliation, intimidation at that point, to try to ask the judge to get her out.
I'm not ordering her to get out. I don't know what you want me to do. Here's what I have. No contact with Sagda Shawa. Heather, what is going on this? Can you enlighten me? I'm not gonna have the victim have to leave right now. There's nothing on these papers that says the victim had to leave within 2 days. I mean, I believe you. That's what you're telling me, right?
She had said, so last Tuesday was July 1st, and she had said that she had to be out by July 3rd, by 12 noon.
Did she, sir, can you just let me think?
And Judge, that is correct. What she had said, that's what Judge Hessen had ordered. And for her to vacate by July 3rd by noon, and for the Brownstown PD to verify before defendant returned to the address.
Judge Hessen's pretty careful. I don't think she would order the complaining witness to leave within 2 days if she wasn't convinced the complaining witness was not the leaseholder and or had no other reason to be there other than the fact. Look, I'm gonna modify the order. Defendant or victim can remain in property until July 15th. Defendant allowed one visit accompanied by Brownstown Police Department to obtain personal belongings. So you can't go back there without the police. You're gonna have to ask them to meet you. Maybe Mr. Carmen can help you out. And you guys can pick a time. You can go in and get your own personal belongings, but that's it. In the meantime, the victim can stay, but she's gonna have to be here next week. And I'm gonna highlight this for her, victim to be here next Tuesday. We understand everything here, Mr. Atala?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Did I cover everything? Anything else, Mr. Carmen?
Okay, Your Honor, my client told me that there was a previous civil standby. The police did not allow him in to get his stuff. His clothes were handed to him. So for clarity, we are asking that the court order another civil standby so he can.
What do you need to go back and get? This is silly. What do you need to go back and get?
I need my bed, my TV, I have to prove that I bought that from my receipts, my transactions.
I'm not getting into adjudicating personal property over this right now.
Utilities and everything is in my name now. That property over there. The only thing that is not in my name is the lease. Nothing over there that is in her name. She don't pay a bill there. I pay the bills.
You're the defendant. She's not. She's the victim. You're the defendant. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not gonna adjudicate this. You can deal with Judge Hessen on that. This is a mess. But I can tell you this, I'm not going to get into standing here or sitting here and saying, you get the bed, you get the end table, you get the nightstand. I don't know who owns these things. So you've already had your civil standby, right? Right?
I did, but I was.
Well, then you guys can bring it up in front of Judge Heston next week.
Whatever she handed the police, that's what I got. There was some clothes that I still didn't even get, shoes that I didn't even get.
And it doesn't sound like his civil standby, I guess, rights were, carried out.
My stuff was handed from her to the police. I was not allowed inside the property to get my stuff, to see what was missing. There was some clothes missing, some shoes missing, some colognes missing. I was standing outside and she was handing the police my items and they was handing me my stuff.
I'll get the victim here next week. I really get the victim here next week. I'm not gonna have another civil standby right now, okay? If there's clothes that you thought were in there, you should have said something to the police then.
I did.
All right. This is childish. July 15th, everybody be here. Thank you. I want her here. Kristen Nicole Wyson.
Judge, also, I'm sorry, Judge, the attorney for James Thomas is also back.
Okay, I'm gonna take that one next here. This is easy. Kristen Nicole Wyson, 23T-723-538. Good morning, ma'am. Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Kristen Louison.
Michael A. Carmen, 373-245.
So we're just adjourning this. How long do you need, Mr. Carmen?
2 weeks should be more than enough.
July 22 at what time, Heather?
We can do July 22nd at 10:15.
Okay, 10:15 a.m. All right, ma'am, you can go down the hall and get your notice. Anything else, Mr. Kerman? Thank you. James Joseph Thomas, 24W-726-283. And can I have Angel Rodriguez seated at the table here, please? This has to go in the Andrew Siak file. John, that is to go in his first file. Has somebody pulled the warrant on Andrew Siak yet?
Yes, it did. It went to the MIDC attorney
Okay.
because it was in warrant status.
Yes, right here. Okay, thanks. All right, where's Ms. Fanning at?
I'm
here, Your Honor. I'm
Okay,
here.
good morning.
Hi.
This is People Against James Joseph Thomas, 24W-726-283-FY. Good morning, Ms. Fanning. Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. If it pleases the court, Attorney Andrea Fanning, P42853, appearing on behalf and with my client, Mr. James Thomas.
You always have that smile going, Ms. Fanning. You gotta advise all the other lawyers and judges to be like that. Mr. Thomas, your name? Mr. Thomas, your name? Can you hear me?
Your Honor, what I was told the court is that I was just recently appointed on this case. I am scheduled to have a jail visit with my client today. I've asked the prosecutor to forward to me the discovery in this case. So
No, I don't have any problem, but I still need him to tell me his name here. What's going
I
on?
can hear you now, James Joseph Thomas.
All right, so your lawyer wants an adjournment for a week. You have the right to a probable cause conference within 14 days. If I grant a request, and she needs me to grant a request because she needs time to prepare, that means the probable cause conference will not take place within 14 days of the date of the arraignment. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you waive that right?
Yes.
Anybody force you to give up that right?
No.
Waivers accepted. We'll set a PCC for the 15th and the exam on the 22nd. Give me the times, Heather, please. And you're going back to Judge Heston on these, Ms. Fanning.
Okay, thank you.
On the 15th, the PCC will be at 10:30.
Okay.
Okay.
And on the 22nd, the exam will be at 11:30.
Thank you
Okay,
so
Ms.
much.
Fanning? Anything else?
That would be great. Thank you. And Mr. Thomas, I will be seeing you today. Thank you so much.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day. Thank you.
You as well. Have a great
Okay.
day.
You too.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Angel Rodriguez, 25T-645-861. A and B. Your name? So you're going to plead as charged to expired plate. They're going to dismiss the no insurance, true?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
And the charge expired plate, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Please accepted, no insurance. Excuse me. No insurance is dismissed. 135, cash your rent of the hall. How long?
Can I pay that Tuesday?
Yep.
Pay by week.
I'll let you pay it by the 25th. Okay, that's next one. Or wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. What's today? The 8th, I'll let you pay it by the 18th, okay? That's a week from Friday.
That sounds good.
Good luck.
Thank you, boss.
Kevin Robert Vernier, 25F244075. Could I have Joseph Morgan up here, Michael Dana up here? Your name, sir?
Kevin Vernier?
You're gonna plead to impeding traffic, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible to that? Plea is accepted. 150.
Thank you.
150, original charge dismissed. Any questions?
No.
Oh, no, I gotta make it 170. 170, you're all set. Cash your into the hall to your right. Good luck. Joseph Matthew Morgan, come on up here, 25F244132. Are we ready on, do you have that SEAC file yet done, Heather?
We gave it to
Yes,
the attorney
Oh,
judge.
go ahead.
Your name?
Joseph Morgan?
You're gonna plead impeding, right? Responsible or not responsible to that?
Responsible.
All right, I'll accept the plea. $150. You can go right down the end of the hall. Any questions?
I was on my way to the Elks to get, and when I got pulled over. So that's all. I'm the exalted ruler there. I know you remember, so thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I gotta stop in there one day. I know, I need to. I've been there.
cool things going on, Judge.
I know, I see those things on email. I'll try to stop in.
Please do.
Have a great day.
Okay, so, is there any other paperwork?
Nope, you just pay the 150 and it's not going on your record.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great day.
You do the same.
Michael George Dana, 25F244230. Your name?
Michael George Dana?
All right, so you're gonna plead to impeding, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Why was everybody driving around the road closed signs? Can you tell me?
I can tell you why I did, but,
Why?
well, first there was a sign there saying not come in with, they changed that and put a sign saying not to enter, they had barricades up, but the barricades are set west of Newhall Road. The construction is all east of Newhall Road. There was a reason why I chose to go in that direction. I knew the construction things, but I made the left-hand turn and not just keeping that.
When's the last time you had a ticket?
I haven't had one and I don't remember what I think right.
All right. 150. Cash your into the hall to your right. You're all set. Good luck. Samantha, you too. Samantha Ann Cobb, 25F244152. Derek Ard will be next. Your name?
Samantha Cobb.
Hi, Ms. Cobb. You're gonna plead to, impeding traffic. These are easy days. I want you to know. Most people walk out happy, right?
My first time ever, so we'll see.
Is it?
Yep,
The charge impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
responsible.
I'll accept your plea, 150. You're all set. Cash your into the hall. Good luck. Thank you. Derek Lewis Ard. How you doing, Mr. Ard? 25F244040.
Doing fine, Judge, how are you?
Not too bad. You're gonna plead to impeding
Yes,
to that charge, responsible or not responsible?
responsible,
All right, you need time to pay, right?
yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut it down a little bit here, 210. How much can you pay today? Anything or not? Tell me when you can pay this. We'll make it easy. Just tell me when you can pay it.
Well,
Tell me when you can pay it.
I'll definitely have it paid off by the end of the month.
I'll make it July 31. If you don't have the money, you call the court or come up here on or before that date. I'll be glad to give you an extension. Just don't ignore me, okay?
Okay, that's fine. You said you dropped it down to 210?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day. Grace Ann Bukowski. 25T645693. How are you, Ms. Buklowski?
Hi, thank you. Judge, Your Honor,
Nice to see you.
nice to see you.
You have to remind me, well, I shouldn't talk about that. Whatever. All right, I'm just gonna take your case here. You're gonna plead impeding, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
To that charge, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
170 is your total, and you can go down the hall. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Dear Wester, Alex, ma'am, can I ask you, Grace?
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
what happened to him?
He's living in Newport.
Okay, I just wondered. I always liked him and liked you. I was sorry to hear all that, but good luck. Thank you. John Samuel James Deerwester, 25T644889. Mr. Deerwester, how are you?
I'm doing well, Your Honor. How about yourself?
Your name? Your name?
John Samuel James Deerwester.
You got to slow down and be careful.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I suppose that one falls outside of it. To the charge impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
250 is your total. You can go
Thank you.
online and pay that, all right?
May I have a little extra time, like the end of the month?
How
Your
much
Honor?
do you have today?
I have $20 to my name. I start a new job.
When
on
can you
Monday.
pay this?
By the end of the month.
July 31. If you don't have the money, you call the court, we'll go on Zoom, or you can walk in here and I'll give you an extension, but don't ignore me, okay?
I won't, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Gabriel Bailey Yost, 25T645704. Mr. Dubin, what case do you have in here?
Mr. Spites, Brandon Spites, he had the, sorry for interrupting, Your Honor. Mohammed had the file, but he said it wasn't on the docket, but it is set for today. It's
Let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can do. Ask Mohammed about that. Your name?
Gabriel Bailey.
You're gonna plead no proof of insurance, right?
Yes,
Do you have insurance now?
I do.
Why were you driving without insurance?
My parents were paying it and they had to stop paying it due to, lack of money.
How old are you?
20,
Are you in school, working, what?
working,
Where?
with my dad, in Gibraltar.
You have to make sure you make these payments, okay? All right. To the charge, no proof of insurance, responsible or not responsible? 125, I'll accept the plea, I'll cut you a little bit down, okay? Good luck. Can you get that charge, whatever Mr. Dubin has or what have you, counsel? Jennifer Victoria Gutierrez, 25T645832. How you doing, ma'am? Your name?
Jennifer Gutierrez.
You're gonna plead to impeding, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible? Please accepted, 150. Cash your end of the hall. Good luck. Emily May Alley, 25F244165. Did she give you Mr. Dubin's file, and do I have Mr. Spanola Rodriguez's file? Ma'am, your name?
Emily Alley.
How you doing? You're gonna plead to impeding, right?
Yeah.
Responsible or not responsible to that? Please accepted, 150, cash your end of the hall to your right, and you're all set. How much time do you need?
Just till next week.
I'll give you until the 18th. If you don't have the money, come talk to me or call the court. We'll go on Zoom. I'll give you an extension. Just don't ignore me, okay? Good luck. Dennis Gainier. Dennis Michael Gainier, 25F244236. Could I have Nightingale seated at the table, my right, your left, please? Mr. Gainier, how are you? Your name? All right, you're gonna plead to impeding traffic, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Please accepted, 150, and you are all set. Good luck. Nightingale, Mary Frances Nightingale, 25F244238. How you doing?
How are you?
Your name?
Mary Nightingale.
You're going to plead to impeding traffic, right? Responsible or not responsible? Please accepted, 150, you're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Robert Leo Hammond, 24B1463158. Hammond. All right, counsel, your appearance.
Good morning, everyone. Can you get one back to your, Mr. Hammond?
Is this going to be a plea or a hearing?
This is gonna be a clear.
Sir, your name?
Robert Hammond.
I need Emily. So he's going to plead to both charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
Pardon?
Is that what you want to do, is plead guilty to both charges? If you do, I'm just telling you the maximum could be 10 days. These are two technical violations. You don't have any priors. You can get 5 days jail for each technical violation, so you could get 10. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. As to count one, that you failed to submit the monthly testing as ordered on May the 12th of 25, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to submit the testing that day?
Yes.
As to count two, that you failed to submit the testing as ordered on June 17 of 25, how do you plead?
Guilty.
You failed to submit the testing on that date.
Yes.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
Please accept it to both counts. What is going on here?
So he called both of those days. I do have the screenshots with his phone calls. He called at 6:03 a.m. on May 12th. He called at 5:05 a.m. on June 17th. He also called his probation officer and did take retests. I believe it was either that day or the next day. He really is unsure how this happened, but he's taking responsibility for the fact that it did happen. I'm gonna make sure he knows his right color, that he knows, what to do if this ever happens again. We don't expect it to happen again. He has been calling numerous times now to make sure that he's not missing. He's been calling at least 3 times a day. He's not drinking alcohol. He did have significant injuries from this issue.
From the accident?
Right. He just graduated to a cane from a walker. Unfortunately, while on probation, he did lose his wife. They had been married for 51 years.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
In late December. So he has been dealing with that. But it is really more of a oversight in a sense, because he has been calling, he did take a retest, he's not drinking alcohol, he's been doing his community service. If anything, I'm asking that the court add some more community service.
Emily Tocido?
Did he take retests on these?
He did, but not the day after. So, the one for May, I kind of given him an opportunity to go again. He went the 20th. And then he missed again the 17th, obviously, and then he
The
called.
20th of May or the 20th of June?
So for the May one, it's on there, May 12th, he didn't go till the 20th.
Well, that doesn't do any good.
And then this June 17th, he got the notice and called me, so he kind of took initiative to go July 1st.
How often did I order testing, Lon?
Just monthly. He's been decreased on monthly.
He's what?
He's been decreased, he didn't start it as monthly, he's now at monthly.
And I swear on the Bible, I do not drink.
Oh, I know. You're not gonna be the first guy that's told me
I
that.
know.
I just need some proof here, okay? And the only way to get proof is to have you test. Is DNA open today?
Yes.
You're going to test today. You gonna be negative?
Pardon?
Are you going to be negative? I'm
Yes.
ordering you to go test today.
Yes, definitely.
Is there anything,
I'm on medication.
is there anything you'd like to say?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I know I'm having a hard time dealing with my grief on top of everything
No, I
else.
can understand that. I feel bad for you.
I just can't imagine how I missed my color.
All right. You tested DNA
On my
today.
phone now, you can see I call numerous times every day, because I don't want to make the same mistake again.
Defendant to serve 5 hours community service additional to be completed by July the 11th, July the 21 rather, 31 rather, sorry. To be completed by July 31. You tested DNA today. You pay additional costs of $50 today. So you can pay $50 with 5 hours of community service by July 31. Tested DNA today. If you miss another test, I'm going to extend your probation.
Okay.
Okay? I'm going to have to extend your probation.
Now on the community service, what's my total hours I gotta do?
I'll look at that.
She'll talk to you about all that.
I can only do 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Okay? All right, he doesn't have his community service done yet?
He had a medical, he just got his cast off.
I
He put
see.
in A lot of work ethic training.
Right. I got it. Okay, I'll let you work with her. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Julian Geisig.
I'll give you all that.
This is 24W 835467. Mr. Mohammed, do you have Mr. Dugan's file?
Your Honor, I turned it in.
Where is it?
I believe it's.
Okay.
paper and there's no objection.
Okay. Name?
Good morning, let me keep you in 5 your own back, guys, including my right.
Sir, your name? What's he going to do here, counsel?
He is gonna plead guilty,
All right, if you plead guilty here, this would be, again, if you plead guilty to both counts, that'd be 4 violations. You could have your probation revoked and you could be jailed for up to 45 days. This is an attempt larceny. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign an advice of rights and read and understand the rights today?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is the count one that you failed to attend the court work program on June 21, how do you plead?
Yes, sir.
Did you fail to attend the court work program on June 21?
Yes.
Count two, keep your voice up nice and loud, to the charge you failed to enroll in the positive strategies program. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to enroll in that program?
Yes, sir.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty? Please accept it. So I ordered this March 5th. I gave him 4 days on the court work program, ordered him to do the positive strategies program with 8-week follow-up. Mr. Nahikian, what do you have to say?
So for the court work program, he just had one left, is my understanding. He did have a doctor's appointment on 6/21. He can provide verification to probation. I think he notified probation of this, but he didn't provide verification. Obviously, court work program comes first. He needs to make sure that his scheduling is all around that. I had a good conversation with Mr. Geisig about taking responsibility, making sure that a lot of these things are on him. He was unaware of how to sign up for the positive strategies program, which again falls on him. I made that clear that, hey, if this happens or something you haven't done or something you need to do, call probation. They're gonna answer, at least make a record of you attempting to do these things. So I think he has a better understanding of that. I don't see these issues reoccurring again. I do think he's taking this serious and he understands that, hey, jail is a real possibility. So we're just asking that he be allowed to re-enter that positive strategies program. That support work program days are added. He did have 4 previously, he has 1 left. So we're asking that he have more court work program days that he be allowed to continue on probation.
Your name?
Emily Casino.
Anything you'd like to say, sir?
No, I honestly don't know.
You gotta grow up. What do you want to say?
I would agree. I did reschedule. The alleged doctor's appointment was May 31st. And I did reschedule him for June 21st. And then he missed that one. And then I didn't include it, but he missed our probation appointment on June 16th also.
You're gonna end up in jail if you're not careful here. What are you doing?
Honestly, I just be at work losing track. Like,
Where do you work?
I'm certified rescue safety.
A what?
Rescue safety,
Who do you work for?
Ace Industrial. We're contractors.
How long did they put them on probation for? What do you think?
I think he needs to get organized, because I do feel like I'm chasing him.
So I understand. I kind of had that sense from you before, if you don't mind me saying. I don't want to sound mean or anything, but I just had that sense from you the whole time on this case. I'm telling you, that don't push me any further, okay?
Yes, sir.
Serve 1 day on the court work program additional, pay 35 for that, pay additional cost of 100 to be registered for positive strategies program. Any reason you can't register next week, by the end of next week?
No, I can't.
You register for that by July 18th and attend that program. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, last chance. Can you pay the 135 today?
Yeah.
Come on. You got to grow up, son. All right?
Yes, sir.
Good luck. Thanks. People against Spites. Brandon Dominique Spites, 25M.
Good morning, Your Honor. If you
Hang on
have-
one second.
Attorney
25M
Maxwell-
712713. Go ahead, Mr. Dubin.
Sorry, good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Maxwell Dubin, P number 86012 on behalf of Mr. Spites. He's in the waiting room. He's been in the waiting room. This is just a waiver. I have one over my client's rights as well.
All right, hang on one second. Bring out Mr. Spites, will you please?
He's out, Judge.
Mr. Spites, take your hat off, please, and tell me your name.
Brandon Spates.
All right, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Dubin.
Nope, no problem, Your Honor. I have one over my client's rights, had ample time to talk to the prosecutor. We have discussed this matter. We are wishing to waive my client's right to a preliminary exam and have this matter bound over for circuit court, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have the right to a preliminary examination. Your lawyer tells me you wish to waive that right. If you waive that right, you're waiving the requirement that the people show that the crime was committed and that the crimes were committed and that you were the one who committed the crimes, and you'll automatically be bound over for further proceedings to the Wayne County Circuit Court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You still wish to give up your right to a preliminary exam?
Yes.
Anybody force you to do that?
No.
Waivers accepted. I will set this over for exam in the Criminal Justice Center, Wayne Circuit, July 22 at 9. Bond is continued at 25,000 personal. There was no indication by the prosecutor he objects. Anything else, Mr. Dubin?
No, Your Honor, I'll just say thank you for keeping an eye on me. I appreciate it very much. Always a pleasure being in front of you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day and your staff.
Thanks a lot. You too. Good luck, Mr. Spites. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Where's SEAC? Do I have a lawyer for SEAC? People against Andrew Stephen SEAC, 25T 708-941.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of my client.
When, your name?
Andrew Stevens, aye.
When was he supposed to be here for sentencing, Heather, in front of Judge Hudson?
Let me look on that one, Judge. Well, I think his last scheduled hearing was a show cause arraignment on July 2nd at 10:45 that he missed.
There's no one. Oh, I see. You didn't show up. So she took his plea, it looks like June 12th. Is that true? Wait a minute. What is going on? And then he didn't show up for another one on July 2nd.
Yeah, that's correct, Judge.
Do I have to give you a cash bond?
Your Honor, I believe he has a court date on July 17th for another separate matter. Judge, I'd ask that this be scheduled for that matter. I spoke with his probation officer. That's what she had requested as well, and we can get this matter resolved all in one court appearance.
Why weren't you here?
He was in jail from the 26th to the 30th.
Of June?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be here on July the 2nd.
Correct, Your Honor. He's apologetic for not making that.
Why weren't you here?
I
I didn't even know I had a court date. I had no contact.
Is that unimportant to you? You don't know you have a,
No, I didn't receive paperwork. I wasn't contacted by probation. I saw you after this violation and you sent me down to DNA and I dealt with probation on June 26th. This is from the 19th prior. Like I
Everybody ready? You need a. Kind of, hey, Bill. Progressive life insurance, protected life insurance. My life insurance. I got paid every quarter. No, they haven't. And so, I'm punching in the numbers and it says, and says, I'll send you to a. I'm just punching them up right now. I'll send you to a live person, and then you wait for 10 minutes.
Always wanted to.
And then it hangs up.
Moves those little commercials with the guy's water hose and train station, but I always wanted to.
I just, it's all about saving money for, you don't put a stamp on a thing, but it's worth just paying the government for a stamp and not having to go through the grief of your life passing you by when you're trying to get some money.
Are you getting back?
No, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, yeah. All right. We recall cause number 23 CR 1222, the state of Texas versus Jeremy Dixon, who's present with his attorney and the state's attorneys. Anything to bring up before we bring the jury in, gentlemen?
No, sir. Our witness from before the break is present and we're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Ready on.
All right, bring the jury in. Thank you. Yeah, it's just. I stand. It's frustrating. I know. Yeah, it's fun. Those are recorded. And it's I think it's an AI you're talking to. I don't think it's a real person.
Yeah, they're up to,
So.
Yes.
see you on. Thank you,
That
sir.
automations still has work to be done, smooth out the glitches. Progress. I did. Record shall show jury is present. All parties are present. State may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, officer. I think where we left off, that we were kind of watching some of your body cam, and I think where we ended up was at the 16-minute, 28-second mark on that body cam footage. At this point, are you kind of helping secure the scene to make sure that none of the evidence at the scene of the actual shooting is being removed or tampered with or touched in any way as best possible?
Yes.
Are you not the only officer that's doing this? No, the only one. Also, kind of from this point forward, are you mostly on your body cam, which for the record states it's a bit 116. Are you mostly kind of helping with keeping the scene free of non-law enforcement, non-investigative individuals? Is there really anything that pertains to the witnesses or other people involved in this homicide that is captured in your body cam after this point? Maybe towards the end, there's one part where you talk to, or you're nearby when they're talking to a witness by the name of Dorian Price. But beyond that, are you mostly just kind of helping keep the scene secure? At some point later in this video, do you also kind of respond to some of these people that are yelling at y'all at the side and ask them if they saw anything? Yes. Does every single one of those people there claim in response to that they didn't see anything? Is that pretty typical when you respond to a scene like this at a location like this? Uncooperative witnesses, is that fair? Okay. I'm not going to play any more of your video if that's all right. I don't have any other questions for this officer.
Go ahead, Ross. I'm on the study sit down. I'm gonna let this track horse sit down.
I gotta get this, so.
Thank you. Officer Jones, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. You had a busy night or morning. When you left this location, do you recall where you went afterward?
No.
Would it be in your report? Was it Concord and Steelton? Could you have gone there?
Directly after the call, or can I look at my report?
If that helps you refresh your memory, sure.
Oh, you have it with you, good.
So I later left the scene, Azazel wasn't needed. I don't know where I went at that point in time. However, shortly after, I returned to that area.
And then you went to Ireton Avenue and Hayes to set up a perimeter.
Correct.
Why did you go there?
They advised they had after, they knew where the actor was.
And was he there? At Ireton and Hayes?
I just did the perimeter. I believe they thought who they believed, but at that point, I don't believe I made any.
No contact with this?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you recognize Mr. Dixon? Have you seen him before?
I don't believe so.
Do you know where he was arrested?
I'm not exactly sure now.
Do you know who called to tell the police where he was?
I don't know.
When did you get off duty? That like about 6, 7 in the morning, 8? What's your normal shift?
Normal shift would have been around 7:30, but due to being held over for this, there's no telling what time I got off.
Thank you, Officer Jones.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Is this man free to go?
Please. Yeah,
Thank you,
the
sir. Thank you.
SWAT training, so we're asking.
Next.
Zach Moss. Zach Moss. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Afternoon, sir. Tell us your name and what you do.
My name's Zachary Moss with the Ball Police London.
How long you been working for BPD?
About 2.5 years.
Been in patrol that whole time? What area are you typically assigned to patrol?
The Northern Tennessee.
Is that where the SNS grocery mart is on Concord?
Yes.
Are you pretty familiar with that area? Is it an area you often have to frequent or you're often dispatched to while you're on duty? So back in August 6th, 2023, were you pretty new to the department overall, weren't you? Had you gone through your basic training and gone through the field training program already?
Yes.
So you were out on your own. You had already gone through all the field training requirements at that point.
Correct.
Was this one of the early homicides that you had responded to?
It was.
Okay. Now, you at that time, were you working nights or days?
I was on days.
Okay, you work nights now?
Yes.
Okay. So if this was a homicide that occurred at about 4 a.m. in the morning on August 6, 2023, would your involvement have been a few hours later that next morning?
Yes.
Okay. Roughly what time did you go on duty at that time in August of 2023?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Okay, so 6:30, somewhere after that, you would have potentially been out on the streets in that area and then got dispatched to assist with this homicide.
Yes.
At what time did you ultimately end up getting pulled in to assist with the location of the actor or the suspect in this case?
Approximately 7:50 in the morning.
Okay. And do you recall kind of the circumstances of how BPD became aware that the potential suspect for this shooting was on foot, not too far from the SNS grocery?
I believe somebody called in saying that they've seen him in here.
There was a lot of radio chatter about this shooting when you were on duty. Is that fair? There was a lot of officers that were at this scene, either from the night's watch still working or from day watch that were coming over to assist. Is that fair? Now, when you did hear this over the radio, were you and another officer some of the first ones to arrive at this general area where this suspect was potentially located?
Yes.
Who was that other officer?
The Sergeant Novis.
Okay, Noah Visser. And were you and Sergeant Visser the first to approach the location where this actor was ultimately located?
Yes.
And did the actor end up being identified as Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
Did he identify himself as Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay. Did I ask you to review your body cam footage from that encounter before coming down to court today to testify? You did. And State's Exhibit 116, is that a copy of the body camera footage that you reviewed prior to coming down here to court?
It is.
Does that body camera footage in State's Exhibit 116, does that fairly and accurately depict things that you saw and heard directly in front of you, captured by your body cam that morning when you were dispatched to Jeremy Dixon's location?
It is.
Okay.
You saying 116?
Well, I
That's
wrote
already been
116 on
admitted.
it.
I have 116 already admitted.
Which
Through Elijah Jones.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna read. Let's. Officer Moss, how could you let me mess these numbers? I do not have an exhibit 115, is that correct?
Not yet. Yeah, we went from 114 to 116.
There's a bunch of pre-numbered exhibits that are those. Officer Moss, I'm going to show you what's marked, what I've remarked as State's Exhibit 115. Is that the same copy of your body cam footage that we were just talking about that I had previously labeled 116? So State's 115, is that a fair and accurate copy of the body cam footage that was collected by your device when you were dispatched to this location where Jeremy Dixon was on August 6, 2023?
Yes.
And has it been altered or changed in any way? Okay, we will offer State's 115.
No objection to 115, no.
It's in there.
Okay, may I publish?
Yes, go ahead.
States 115. Officer Moss, is there audio delay? Usually video starts first.
There it is.
Okay. It's kind of hard to hear radio chatter over body cam videos. But are some of the conversations that we just heard, are they officers who are kind of giving information about stopping and approaching this suspect at this location where he was found?
Yeah, so what they're going over now is set up a perimeter to try to keep containment and then everything.
And I noticed that you don't stop directly next to where this person is at, do you?
No.
Why are you doing that?
Well, when we're setting up a perimeter, we typically stop at intersections. We didn't know his exact location at this time. We just happened to find him upon stopping in this area.
I see. So you stopped with the intention of going on foot to look for him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have information that this person might have been injured in some way? I guess prior to finding Jeremy Dixon, did you know that he had been injured in some way?
I did not.
Okay. That's not to say that other officers might not have had that information. You just don't remember that specifically yourself.
That is
okay. Is that Officer Dixon?
Yes.
I want to have that all listed. Don't move, you understand? We're just gonna have it. So did he just tell you to switch to non-lethals?
Yes.
Meaning you're putting your gun away and you're now switching to a taser and y'all are going to kind of develop a plan to take this person into custody. Y'all, do you even know who this is yet?
No.
Do you know whether he has any involvement in the shooting that has been reported to have occurred at S&S Grocery?
I don't know.
But is he within foot walking distance of that location?
Yes.
It's very close to it, isn't it?
Yes.
And this location right here, is it also very close to the nightclub that's right adjacent to that, the end zone?
It is.
Okay.
Jeremy, you listen to me with keep your hands on your face, right? And you have the gun. Okay. Here in a second, we'll get more officers. You're going to listen to everything that I say. You understand? Okay. If you don't, these officers, you understand it? So here in a second, what I'm going to ask you to
Is that Officer Chris Price right there, or Sergeant Chris Price?
Yes.
He had come from the scene at S&S Grocery. Is that okay? So you don't know that. Well, if he testified before you this morning and said that that's where he had come from, do you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
And he explained that he had information about a suspect by the name of Jeremy Dixon. This person that is being detained right here, did that person identify himself to you and Sergeant Visser as Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
After he's being detained here, what is the first priority in as far as your next steps, or as far as these officers' next steps with respect to this encounter right here?
First, being sure he didn't have any weapons, and then to assess the injuries that he has.
And I noticed when he was asked to roll over by Sergeant Visser that he had kind of a red bloody area on his leg.
Yes.
Is that what you observed when you saw him?
Yes.
Did it appear as though he had a gunshot wound to his leg?
Yeah, after we cut the panel, that's what it appeared to be, yes.
So once y'all kind of took some of his clothing off to inspect this closer, it was very obvious he had a gunshot wound in his leg.
Yes.
Now, was it just a through and through wound to the leg that did not appear to, have any major arteries that were, bleeding profusely?
Right.
Okay. But in the field, with EMS not there yet, is it still policy that he needs to be treated and that blood flow needs to be stopped in order to make sure that he, doesn't, suffer great harm?
Yes.
So is that what officers do next?
Yes.
Okay. Field tourniquet right there?
It is.
Is it painful when those are applied?
Yes.
However, is it also often necessary to save someone's life if they're bleeding to death?
Yes.
Yeah. It's good to be. Yeah. Stop that, please. Stop that. I got it. Sure, well, I'm arguing about it. Anything else we can think of like them? My husband's good. See, that was good. I mean, But yeah. Thank you, that's there you go. Does he pay that number back? You got that? I use mine yesterday. I'm good. Appreciate it. You mind to ask what I mean, so we think that, yeah.
Officer Moss, did you circle back to the original scene so that you could get some evidence bags to bag Jeremy Dixon's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately go back to the dumpster and collect Jeremy Dixon's clothing? Did you also look or assist with looking for whether or not there was maybe a firearm anywhere nearby?
Can't recall.
Okay. I'm gonna look a little bit. You mind if I fast forward to when you go back to the scene where the dumpster is? Okay. We might have here back on this. We have no answer to that. You guys do that. So is that kind of like a navy blue tennis shoe with a little white stripe at the bottom towards the sole? It would. Okay.
He didn't tell me to do anything. He took pictures of it out in the back. It said it's not in the station.
You won't wait. The evidence, I'll tell you, you'll check this later. Get this over this thing. I keep finding out. There's a lot. All right.
Would it surprise you if they had another officer look in the dumpster for whether or not there was anything discarded in there, like a weapon or clothes or anything like that? He was found leaning up against a dumpster, right? Or sitting up against a dumpster. Dennis, you mind grabbing the lights? The Jeremy Dixon that you encountered. Go back. What just looking earlier at this body cam, about 3 minutes, 21 seconds. Is he wearing like a t-shirt and some sort of blue jean shorts with those shoes that we were talking about earlier? That's what he was wearing when you first saw him or encountered him that day. Did he appear as though he had been there for a while, or were you able to tell? Okay. Was he always sitting and leaning up against that door, or was he standing at any point before you arrived, kind of walking down that street like we saw at the very beginning?
Personally, he was in a seated position.
Okay. And the Jeremy Dixon that we're looking at there that you encountered on August 6, 2023, next to that dumpster, is he here in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Has he lost a little bit of weight since you saw him back in 2023? But do you still recognize that as being the same Jeremy Dixon that we're looking at here on the body cam footage? Would you identify him by something he's wearing, an article of clothing?
TJ.
Will the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes, it will.
You patrol these streets, you have pretty much ever since you've been on your own with Beaumont PD, haven't you?
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Okay. State's Exhibit 112. Do you recognize that as an overhead map of the kind of the area we've been talking about?
Yes.
So right here, that's the S&S grocery store, right?
Yes.
And the parking lot. And this is Concord right here, right?
Yes.
What's this over here, this building?
That's gonna be where the end zone, sports bar lounge is located.
Okay. That sports bar lounge, it closes at 2, like I guess normal bars do. Are there other bars in this general location that people in this area of Beaumont go to often especially on Fridays, Saturdays, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Where is that at?
At the intersection of Concord and Delaware, being adjacent to the S&S grocery.
So is that down like right here?
Yes.
Okay, so what's that bar called, or that establishment?
The Shack.
And where specifically is it at?
Would be Be down and to the right of where SNS is. It'd be that,
This thing right here?
yes.
Okay, so that's the shack. Is there a difference in your experience in how, like the shack or end zone, card customers or, age of customers that typically frequent those places?
Yes.
What's the difference?
End zone typically, doesn't allow the younger crowd in there. It's typically an older crowd to prevent, fights and things of that nature.
Okay. Whereas the shack doesn't necessarily, worry about that? Now at 2 a.m., does the shack close at 2 a.m.?
No.
It does not, so it stays open for as long as people are there?
Yes.
Is it because it's got a big parking lot? Is that why it's stays open?
The shack itself doesn't have a big parking lot, but there's many big parking lots around it that tend to fill up with patrons partying in the area of the shack.
And likewise, is the parking lot at SNS Grocery, at least has it historically been a place similar to that where it fills up after 2 a.m. with people? Has BPD gotten a lot of calls for shootings, fights, homicides at these locations?
Yeah.
I think that's it. That's all I have, Judge.
Thanks. Go ahead, cross-examination.
Matt Pro Tem?
Yes.
How are you, sir? Good. Good. Let's go back to the map if you want us. Okay. This is Concord.
Yes.
That's the shack.
Yes.
Is that the end zone?
No, that is I believe that's where the Little Caesars is located.
I lost the end zone. Is that the end?
It'd be further north, straight up on the page.
You know what? I think you have a pointer behind you if you can. Or maybe you don't. Yeah. Can you point to the end zone?
Yeah, so end zone is gonna be here. This would be end zone.
Oh, way up there.
Yes.
And what street is this, you know?
I believe that's,
That's what?
that'd be Delaware.
Okay. Thank you. When you arrived, you saw Mr. Dixon was wounded.
Correct.
Saw the blood,
Yes.
but you still had to approach with caution.
Correct.
Mr. Eckhart asked most of my questions. Do you recall who told you where to find Mr. Dixon?
I do not.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Dixon told somebody to tell the police where he was?
No.
And he was cooperative?
Yes.
I know that he was wounded and all the blood and all. Did you notice anything about his face?
I did not.
Did you couldn't tell whether or not he'd been beat up or in a fight or anything like that? Okay. Thank you.
I meant to ask Officer Moss one question that I didn't. That dumpster where you found Jeremy Dixon, can you point that out to us, roughly where that is? On States 112? I'm zooming in where I believe you're gonna be looking at here.
So that dumpster would be located right
right there next to those buildings?
Yes.
Is that the apartment complex that you were talking about, or kind of like a little bitty apartment?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Anything else?
No. Thank you.
All right, is this man excused?
Yes.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next, please.
Dr. Payong Shu. Let's call it. Thank you, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yeah.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
You have him on your directory? You may ask.
Get comfortable. You get the chair scooted up a little bit. Yeah, I know you're kind of soft spoken. You might have you stand up though in a minute. Can you state your name for the jury, please?
My name Baiyang Xu.
Can you spell it for the court reporter?
Yeah, my last name Xu Xu. First name Baiyang. Baiyang.
Thank you. So, Dr. Shu, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
17 years. So, just so the jury knows what a forensic pathologist is, why don't you tell them what a forensic pathologist does?
Yeah, the forensic pathologist is to the study to examine the disease of body or remains and try to find the cause and manner of that. So that by doing that, they do the main thing is do the autopsy and also do some chemical study, such as toxicology study. But anyway, this found the trauma or drug OD, overdose, or natural disease, found the cause of that.
So, in order to become a forensic pathologist, what type of educational background and training do you have?
Yeah, you have to go medical school, and after you graduate, you do the residency training. But as a forensic pathologist, you have to do the pathology residency training. And after that, and you select the forensic pathology for the fellowship training. And after that, and you got the certified and you can practice.
Okay.
Forensic pathology.
I'll take it you went to medical school?
Yes.
Where did you go to medical school?
Yeah, I graduated and got my MD in mainland China. The school name is Harbin Medical University. And after that, I got my the pathology training in here in Ohio, Cleveland.
Cleveland, Ohio?
Yeah, my mental health medical center. And after that, I got my fellowship, forensic fellowship training in Harris County in Houston, Texas.
So back on, well, let's see. Did you or did you not perform an autopsy on a person by the name of Raymond Withington back on August 6, 2023?
No, I did not perform the autopsy for this case and by other doctors.
Now, what organization do you work for?
I worked in for the forensic medical administration.
Management service?
Yeah, sorry.
Forensic Medical Management Service, is that correct?
Now, that service provides autopsies of forensic pathologists through a wide range of areas in this country, don't they? Or at least in the state, right?
Yeah.
Where does it cover?
Because the southeast.
Southeast Texas?
Part of the Texas. And also, the company also have other office.
Okay.
In Tyler, we cover the northeast part of Texas.
So are you always here in the Beaumont office?
Actually, I'm the chief forensic pathologist in charge of the office in Beaumont and also the office in Health.
So being the chief forensic pathologist in here in Beaumont, you're familiar with the operations of the forensic medical management services, correct?
Yeah.
And are you also basically familiar with how they do their operations and go about their business?
Yeah.
How long have you been the chief out there?
About 1.5 years.
1.5 years? Were you working with them before that?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with the ins and outs of their operations, right? Did you look over a forensic pathology report, an autopsy report done by a Dr. William D. McLean of an autopsy of August 6, 2023 on Redmond, Washington?
Yeah, I reviewed.
And the records that you viewed, did you view just the autopsy report? Did you go over the photographs? Did you go over all the x-rays and all the notes?
All everything.
Okay, so you went over the full file. And are those notes, those photographs, that autopsy report, are they all kept in the normal course of business that you operate?
Yeah.
And is it the normal practice for y'all to hang on and to make these records in your normal course of business, right?
Yeah.
And are these records made and photographs made by someone who has personal knowledge of the events that occurred?
Yes.
And are they made at or near the time the event actually occurred? The reports and the photographs as the autopsy is being done, are those records being made right shortly after that?
Yeah, the photo is was taken
During
time also.
Right.
And then this is storage in the computer and everybody involved in this case can review that.
Right.
And so that's also basic practice for every autopsy. They have to take the photos, especially the pharmacy, the photo documents.
Now, due to your expertise and training, are you able to look at these records that were put together by the forensic medical team and Dr. McLean? And are you able to form an independent opinion as to the cause of death and the manner of death of this individual, Raymond Washington?
Yeah.
And let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 148. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, this is the autopsy report of the case 23-0785 PMP.
And that number that you just started off, does each autopsy have its own unique number?
Yes.
And is that the unique number for the autopsy performed on Raymond Washington back on August 23rd? Was that August 16th? What date was that? August 6th of 2023. I'm getting my numbers backwards. Is that the report that you reviewed in doing this?
Yes.
And is that one of the reports we just talked about that's kept in your normal course of business? And looking at that report and all the other notes, you were able to form an independent opinion besides what Dr. McLean put in that report. Is that correct?
Yeah, I review everything. I formed my own opinion, but my opinion is exactly match Dr. McLean.
Okay, so your opinion coincides with his.
Yeah, that's what they agree.
Okay, Kinder, State's Exhibit 148.
No objection, Your Honor, it states 148.
It's admitted. Doctor, let's kind of show the jury what we've been talking about, so that we know that time on two for step one. 1. Is this the report we're talking about, States Exhibit 148?
Yes.
And at the top, this is who you work for?
Yes.
Get this one up a little bit more for them. You work for Forensic Medical Services PLC, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you're now the head forensic pathologist there.
Yes.
All right. And this case number, you said that each autopsy has a unique case number, right?
Yes.
And the case number in this autopsy we're talking about, what is that case number?
Yeah, that's this 33 year, and also the 0785 is the first case number one, and that's the 785 case.
Okay.
Problem.
So whenever we start looking at photographs that we're going to look at in a minute, that case number will be associated with those photographs, am I right?
Yes.
Some of them may have a little small cards, some may have big rulers, but they have that case number.
Yeah, that's for the documentation of the side of the room.
And that's to kind of help you keep up with what autopsy those photographs go with, is that right?
Right.
So the name of the decedent? Was it Raymond Whittington?
Yeah.
Okay. And was he a black male? How old was he when he died? Does it say? How old was he?
Yeah, that's the age.
Yes, how old? What was his age?
31 years old.
31 years old. Okay. All right. We're just taking the basics here, okay?
Okay.
No trick questions. So what was the date and time that we show of his death?
Here, we got the information is to the documentation asked us to do the autopsy, then in that work they require this number.
Right.
So we just they have to copy that to the autopsy report.
Right. You weren't there when he died, were you? The Dr. McLean wasn't there when he died. You have to depend on the paperwork coming in telling you when that person was declared deceased.
Yeah.
Okay. So it shows, does it show August 6, 2023 at 4:31 a.m.? That's what it shows.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
and my time of that.
So you've got the date and time of the autopsy.
Yeah.
Does it show August 8, 2023 at 9:35 a.m.?
Yeah.
All right. And who performed that autopsy?
Yeah, that's the doctor.
Dr. William McLean?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing we see in this autopsy on the first page is the pathological diagnosis. What is that? A diagnosis.
That's the diagnosis, or you can say the conclusion of the things we found.
Okay.
And we give the assigned name, assigned number, except for the convenience of this description. And also that shows the entrance, the injury, the accident, or recovery, or direction. This is the routine information I have to give. Yeah.
Is this is what you put as a summary of what the findings were?
Yes.
Okay, and later on, we may not go into all these because there's so much, but they do a thorough examination of everything, don't you? Head to toe. Matter of fact, this starts off with, this is the body of a well-developed, well-nourished man. So it starts off with just your general impression and goes all the way down to the minute detail, right?
Yes.
But a lot of this doesn't have anything to do with his cause of death or manner of death. It's just, you have to go through the process to make sure there was no other causes.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, on an autopsy, let's just kind of give a jury, they all hear about autopsies. Everybody hears about them, but nobody knows, okay, how do we go about performing an autopsy? So let's do that. Let's just kind of give a summary of how you would perform an autopsy.
Autopsy, the name is examine the died body, but the autopsy usually including external examination and also internal examination. And so the first part is external examination. That's regarding the remains, and we have to examine the general condition of the body, and that including the clothing and medical intervention. And after that,
we remove the medical information and clothing and examine the surface of the body. And that's including trauma, scar, tattoo, anything on surface of the body. Then after that, we do the internal examination. That means we open the trunk and one by one examine the internal organ to see any trauma or natural disease. So that's the basic two steps.
And you also, there's, on this one, you have some ancillary studies. Do you sometimes do x-rays?
Yes.
And do you also do drug toxicology screening? Okay. Now, looking at it overall, all that done in this autopsy? Was it all done?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Dr. McLean do a thorough job of performing the autopsy?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just look at the summary, and we're going to kind of go through these little at a time. Let me go ahead and introduce these photographs so that we can talk about them without delay. I had a card that I put. Stick in my pocket. Awesome. Let me show you these photographs. We went over these upstairs, didn't we?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't waste the jury's time too much on it. You'll look at those, see if those fairly and accurately depict what you reviewed. There they are.
Yeah, this photograph take took by Dr. Clem and that time of
Okay.
Autopsy.
These are photographs, and we went over these upstairs, did we not? Thoroughly. States exhibits 117 through 129. Because we pulled some of these. States exhibits 131 through 138. And states exhibits 141 through 147. Those are the photographs you reviewed for this autopsy, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And the ones we're going to use to testify to, correct? Yeah. Okay. Into these, states 117 through 129, I'm leaving that for a minute. The states 131 through 138 and states 141 through 147.
Judge, we object to exhibit 119, 121, 122, and 143.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. 5-10 minutes while the court reviews these exhibits. And report back outside in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Everybody else remain seated while the 3 exits first.
There we go. I'll just do that.
Jury has exited. You said 119, 121, 122, and 143, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. The others then within 117 through 129, 131 through 138, and 141 through 147. Those others that aren't included in those 4 are admitted without objection.
Yes, sir.
Fine. We're going to take each of these. What's your objection to 119, please?
Judge, it's a duplicate of 120, have the same objection on 121 and 122. Delicious, or however you say that word.
All right. Will the state articulate the distinctions?
Judge, the State's Exhibit 119, I believe this first one up there, is a general overview from a distance. And then what I did with 120, 121, and 122 was went down and did from the headshot, which is closer to show where the wounds are located in general on his body, the middle and the bottom. And all it does is it gives them a closer view to kind of see where the wounds were, where the blood was, how it was running, and make sure that everything's covered as far as being able to view the entirety of the body as it appeared when it got to the water.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, we realize they're different angles and a little bit different, but still they duplicate 120.
Right. Your objection is overruled. The court does not find those to be duplicitous, as there are distinct views of the deceased in each of these, which can help the jury understand cause of death and the significance of the injuries that have been sustained as exhibited in these photographs. What's next? Anything else?
143, I believe is sorry, mixed up with stuff.
No, you're right. That's the right number. Go to blame.
Sure.
All right. Your objection to 143 is?
I can't say that word, Your Honor. It duplicates 141.
You say it's duplicitous to 141?
Yes, sir. If I could say it, that's what I'd say. Duplicitous.
Okay. You certain? Because there is the injury. We're looking at the what would be the inside of the what looks like his left arm. 143 is the outside of the left arm. So those are distinct, different views. So your objection is overruled.
May I see those again, Your Honor? I may have. I guess I need to see everything for that last batch, if you please.
Everything.
Thank you, Judge. I withdraw my objection, Your Honor.
Anything else? That group?
No, sir.
All right, then, let's, everybody take a refreshment time period here as quick as possible.
Yes, just quick,
And then get back. Thank you. We're in short recess.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, saw you the foul. All right, slow down. When are we be scheduling this for, Heather? July 15th you wrote down. You want what day?
I spoke with this probation officer, indicated.
That he failed to submit to weekly chemical testing. Yes.
Responsible or not responsible today? Please accepted, 150. You're all set. Have a good day. Thank you. Ricky Lynn Paulin, 25T645783. Your name?
Ricky Paulin.
All right, so you're going to plead to impeding traffic, right? And that's what you wish to do? All right, to that charge, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
I'll accept the plea, 160, speeds dismissed. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Elbercat, Mohammed Musafir Elbercat, 25T645801. Defendant is responsible as charged by default. I need one of those criminal cases. We're gonna get all backed up down there. People against Andrew Stephen
All parties are present and the witness is seated in the witness chair. Please bring the jury in. Thank you.
Get one more after this.
The record will now show that the jury is also seated in the courtroom. All parties are present. The witness is present. And when we broke, I believe the state had tendered into evidence states exhibits 117 through 129, 131 through 138, and 141 through 147.
That's very good.
And any objections from those? For those?
No, Your Honor, just my previous objection.
The objections are overruled and they are admitted.
So doctor, up on the monitor, look at State's Exhibit 117. Tell me, what are we looking at here?
This is the photograph they took at the time, just before the autopsy, they opened the body bag. And before they opened the body bag, this is the seal of the body bag. And this case number.
This tag right here is the seal. It kind of seals the zippers together.
Zip, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Then we have to take photo. That just show the remain inside the body, the bag of this the main background. The number, the legal number is match the case number.
So this ruler right here with this number on it, what is that?
That's the case number.
Okay, that is the autopsy case number. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And
it's all the for us is all is any record or documentation have to put this number on it.
so this is the year 23, is that right?
Yeah.
And this would be autopsy number 785?
Yeah.
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
And it was done in the Beaumont office, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Look at the state's 118.
Yeah, this photo we took is for the identification and show this dissident.
This is the young man that the autopsy was performed on, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is shortly before the autopsy began, am I right?
Yes.
What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 119?
This when we open the body bag, this we didn't touch anything. Then we take photo and document what we got, what we received.
So when you open the bag, this is how he looked when he arrived at your office. And State's number 120.
Yeah, this are a little bit closer, same thing.
So when you look at, this is just to document exactly what you can see as far as medical intervention or anything of that nature when he comes in your office.
Yeah.
State's 121.
This lower part of the remain.
And State 122.
Even lower.
And we look at State's 123, what is this?
Yeah, this then we put the band with the case number, name, and on the on the ankle of the usually we put on the left ankle and to show right ankle, so to show that the remain they cannot confuse with other body, so put the same label.
So even if the body's moved around, you can keep up with who that is.
Yeah.
Okay. This 124.
This is the back of the this thing. The same thing. Let's not remove anything. Just photograph the back of the body.
Do you often see like these little square patches and things that are on the front?
Not often see.
Excuse me?
Not often.
Not often?
Yeah, this is a kind of medical information. Is some sticker. I think they cover the one of the gunshot wound.
Does it try to cover it, keep it from bleeding?
Yeah.
That's the purpose.
Keep from bleeding. Yeah.
Okay. States 125. What are we looking at here?
Here, looking for the, you see the buckle area with the superficial skin defect, and we call that top region of the I think this left hand, total surface of left hand.
But when we're looking at an autopsy, it said that the purpose is to determine the cause of death, and the first page has a summary of the wounds found. Am I right?
Yeah.
And let's kind of go through this one wound at a time so that we make sure that we've covered them all. Okay.
Yeah.
Starting with gunshot wound number 1. What does the description say of the gunshot wound, and what did you see that wound showing?
Yeah, that's on the interest on the central test. This and also the number B is no evidence of closing range that firing. So that means we don't have found the evidence for suit or gun powder dribbling on the surface of the skin.
Okay, let's kind of break that down for the jury so we know what to talk about. Yeah. Whenever a gun fires a bullet, it's an explosion. Am I right?
Yeah.
A gunpowder.
Yeah. When gun was fired, the bullet comes out of the muzzle, and the bullet it go ahead, and also with the bullet also has some burn gunpowder with soot, like smoking. And also at the meantime, there's also some gun powder, granular powder is not fully burned. It's as a small tank of the like small stone also come from the if gunpowder is solid granular solid, it also come up. And if the model close to the skin at the time of cooking, then that small unburned the gunpowder will touch skin, make the surface of skin defect, shallow defect. That we call the gunpowder stippling. Usually that's generally that the closer the can make the stippling of the gunpowder, but with distance, long distance, the gunpowder cannot reach the skin, and so the skin is intact. So usually, generally, is the 3 feet of the distance. If closer to 3 feet is possible, but the area spread of the stippling is larger. The closer, the smaller, the closer, smaller. And if compact, also no stippling because all the everything into the body. Yeah, and the smoking, the soot, usually if close contact wound. It's not totally tightly contained. With a space, even the smoke also can come out from the bottle, touch the skin. So it's got you can see the rim of the dark soot around the wound. But same thing, with the distance increase will be spread more area, but it's less density, but certain distance will not touch the skin. So it cannot show that. So that because the suit is much light, like the weight is different from the gunpowder. So that usually even 7 inch away. Usually, generally, different for the different weapon, different, but generally in 7 feet, 7 inch, and if away from 7 inch, it's not skin don't have that suit. If closer, possible have the suit inside. But if you close, very close, definitely get the suit that region on the skin surrounding the wound. So that's why here the report says no that closing like evidence, that means no suit of thickening.
So they're saying no close range.
Unavoidable.
When it says no close range shooting, that means it's not like there's no soot within the 7 inches, right? And there's a little bit more distance where there was no stippling.
Yeah.
Okay, but can it also be affected by whether they're wearing clothing or not?
Exactly, that's
Yes.
what I want to say.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the general idea is when the naked skin, is what I described, that's that way. But sometimes if the clothing or if it's got in on hand and the hair and also can block that. So it's based on you have to based on the condition at the time of shooting and decide with those for long distance shot. So this just the general idea what means shooting and shooting.
Just so the jury knows, every one you reviewed in here, every one of the gunshot wounds was not shown as a close range firing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that does not mean we were such a distance away, does it, that I had to shoot you with a rifle, does it? I could be close and you could be wearing clothes, there could be all kinds of factors, right?
Yeah, so if no suit, no stipulating, then we cannot tell exactly how far.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this first injury. Says, where did it enter?
It's on the central chest.
Okay, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 126. Back this out. Do you see that wound in this photograph?
Yeah.
Do you need to stand up and use the
Yeah,
pointer?
oh, yeah. I think block that thing. So here, this is the middle line of the chest, and here a little bit left, about 1 centimeter left. So the central area of the chest. This is entry.
And looking at 127, is that a closer view of it?
Yeah, this is the closer.
So what does that look like? What does that tell you by looking at that little circle in his chest?
So usually we take photo, we take a little bit this distance, this we call it orientation photo to show the location. If we directly put this photo, cannot tell it's relative. So that's why we take for each room, we take at least two photos. Yeah, so this close photo, you can see the skin defect here is circular, and also in the center, the tissue is gone. And also the exactly hole is like this. And there's the edge of the whole wound. So in between the whole edge of the wound, there's for example, this one about 0.2 centimeter wide, the confidential marginal upper region. That is the feature of the entrance problem. And just now I mentioned that
The what?
What'd you say that was?
That's a feature of the entrance control. The first time I described this, the central area tissue bound, there's also another feature of the entrance control. So based on that, based on central tissue gum and the differential marginal operation, so this entrance.
And just so the jury knows, whenever you get a body in, there may be blood on it, but you clean it up in some places so you can see the wounds better. Is that correct?
Usually we take dirty picture, don't touch anything picture, then we clean the body separation, take photo of it.
I was looking at states 128, is that the same wound? But just, there's some blood around it, some not cleaned up, is that correct?
Yeah, we clean that.
So when we get to some of these other wounds we're going to talk about, when you say an entrance wound, they all have that same description where it's a circle that it looks like it's punched out.
Yeah, that's some condition.
Yes, I understand, but we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Yeah.
So this wound went into his middle chest. Where did it come out?
It's on the back, on the left back.
Looking
upper left back.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 129. This is of course the blood everywhere.
Yeah.
Is this the exit wound? Let me zoom in on it a little bit. And I've got a better picture in a minute, but is that where that exit wound would be?
Yes.
And what would make the jury know that would be an exit wound?
You can see this defect, the skin defect is here. So it's irregular, it's not circular. And also this have the sharp edge of the wound. That means the bullet from inside of the body come out through the skin and that push the skin laterally. Like got this.
Let's look, okay, 131, this might help you a little bit more because this is a better closer view of it.
Yeah. When the bullet leave the body, then the skin, because you like to tissue, the skin is, so it go back. So this do not have that two feature of definition for thinking one. So this exit one. And also during the autopsy, we also see the inside and we can tell from entrance to exit in between which organ, what kind of organ damage. So everything match.
Yeah, the bullets don't just go through us and miss everything, do they?
Yeah.
They hit things in between. So what was the damage that was done between the entrance and the exit of this bullet?
Yeah, the bullet through the entrance into the chest cavity and it hit the left lung and the heart. So then from that back the body. So this the first gunshot wound. So it's a very severe.
Is this one of the most fatal wounds that you see out of the group?
Compared with others, is most fatal. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about gunshot wound number 2. Where was gunshot wound number 2?
So it's on the left side of the front between the chest and abdomen in this level.
So let's see.
Oh, it's black side, the black side.
Would this have been? Let me back this out a little bit. I'm gonna get a better picture of it, but are we talking about this being the chest, this being the abdomen? Would it be?
Yeah, that one.
This one right up here?
Yeah.
On the left side of the chest?
Yeah.
Look at states 132. Got a better shot of it? Up here? Is that the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that gunshot
is next to, is right on top of this tattoo, is it not? With this little loop, pepper underneath, looks like. Loop 133, is that the same one?
Yes,
Okay, so what does that tell us by that one? Is that an entrance wound or an exit wound?
that's ancient one.
Okay.
Here, let's see here, okay. So this one is not, this ancient one, but it's not circular like the first one. And because this chart, the projectile track is not perpendicular to the skin. It's this with the angle. So you can see here, there's the hole. It goes there. That's the into here to the edge of the hole. It's wider this side, and this is sharp. This side. So the bullet is from that direction, upper to the lower direction, and also it's not. It's also like this, a little bit around 11 o'clock, the most operating here. So it's you tell that the direction of the bullet is go downward and also go front to back. But here, I think this the
Well, let's look at.
yeah.
129.
That's entrance home anyway.
Yeah, that's another wound.
Yeah.
Look at 129. If the bullet wound was up here and the downwards and backwards, was this where the, back it out a little bit. Is this where the exit wound would have been?
Yes.
Did it come out the mid back?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the
Now again,
X wound. So
that's an exit wound.
yeah.
Can you tell it's pushing out?
This the lead line, like the same thing. Is you see the edge is sharp, like cut. That's the bullet push laterally in. So and from the location of the entrance and also the exit wound, so you tell that the bullet is from the left to right and downward and also front back. So in this direction.
So looking at wound number 3, what does wound number 3 say it was?
Also on the left edge of the lower abdomen.
So looking at State's Exhibit 136, back this out. Do you see that wound in the? Is this it right here? And I'll get you a closer view of it. On that ribbon, looking at 137. So that appeared to be a gunshot wound in that tattoo.
Yeah.
And does that appear to be an entrance wound or an exit wound?
This exactly the thing. Also ancient wound. The same thing. There's the whole back hole. There's a region.
And what was the path of that bullet?
The from this photo look like area. Right to back, right to left, and upward.
So when it came out the back, it was down low, it came out up here somewhere, is that correct? I can't see that exit wound yet, and I'll find it in a little bit, but right now, it came from lower, down around the, let's see, down around this abdomen. It basically 136 up. Came from here, back it up.
Number one.
Right here, right? And it went upwards, am I right? And where did it come out?
Yeah, this should be that. So
Where did it
based
go?
on the description, based on the description of this this in the autopsy is number, background room number 3.
Okay.
Injury autopsy.
Just to kind of speed this up, where did it say it came out at?
Is active in the lateral left side of the lower back.
Okay, so maybe this wound that we thought was the other one, maybe it came down this, it came up this way? It came up this exit one. Right in that area.
Yeah, based on that, this one should be that.
Okay.
That active.
That was my fault for getting that pushed in that, okay. So it came through there and it came out the back.
Yeah.
And
That,
so,
the first one is that, yeah.
so the first shot hit the chest, second shot hit the side,
Yeah,
third shot hit down low.
yeah.
And so, well, we don't know, that's the third wound, we don't know what order, do we know what order they came in? Can you tell what order bullets come in to a person?
Usually we describe that from top to the bottom.
Okay, so we're not describing the number of bullets, how they came out of the gun, where they went into them, the number, right? This is, you start at the top and work your way down to the bottom of the block.
Yeah.
Okay,
But the standard rule, like something.
okay, so let's go to, and just for people when they look at these, I want them to make sure they know. Which way, when you put a ruler on a wound, do you just stick it any which way you want to, or how do you know how to orient it?
We usually do this way, the number you read this, that means that's the upper, that's the lower of the body.
Okay, so they always point it, the numbers are always towards the head.
Always from that way.
Okay. Sorry, the numbers are always up, pointing towards the head, right?
Yeah.
They're up the top. Okay. So let's look at number 4. What is number 4?
Left edge of the back.
In the back.
Yeah.
If I can find it. He's got out of order.
Can you pull that up for us, if you'd be so kind?
Sure.
Thank you.
So enter the left edge of the mid back.
Yeah, that is National, you already showed that. That is the one.
Is that in State's Exhibit 134? Let me back this up. This is the left chest. This is the one down the flank. Is this what we're talking about?
No,
Or is that an exit wound?
that there, I think that one is on the on this left groin area about the left groin.
Just 1 second. These are out of order. You see, he's the one in the back.
Left lower abdomen.
Which area would that be on this?
In front.
On the front, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Lower abdomen. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not listening to you. I apologize. I know which one that is.
Yeah. That's this one.
That's number 4?
Yeah, number 4. That's entrance.
Now this says number 4 says gunshot wound number 4. The wire.
Number 4. Okay.
We've already done that one. Number 4. Enters the left edge of the mid back.
That's you just showed that's number 3. Number 4.
Number 4.
And the middle back.
Let me see if I can find the cleaned up version. I thought this was when I told you number 134.
Yeah, they're talking about that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I got me mixed up. So that, what was the projectile? Where did that go?
This go it's going that this gunshot is penetrating gunshot. So not active one. And we cover the bullet in the right thoracic muscle. So it goes on the right thoracic muscle is on the left to the right.
So a projectile was covered, so what does that mean?
That means the bullet not go, not leave the body.
So there won't be an exit wound on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we look at this bullet went downward.
Downward and also left to right.
Left to right.
Yeah.
And was recovered inside the body.
Yeah.
And did it say what type of caliber?
They didn't say the caliber. I think,
Did it say medium caliber projectile?
let me see the.
Look at the report up here, Jeff, doctor. That last medium caliber bullet.
Yeah.
What would you, do you know what a medium caliber bullet, what would be the range?
Usually, so I see the 9 milliliter bullet is large caliber and the 22 is low. But in the middle is different textbook, different way. So I usually, for me, I don't put the caliber, what kind of caliber in this report.
Right.
Yeah, this kind of what's the caliber is have to be given by the firearm lab, and they can do that.
Right, firearm lab of it. This is just his opinion of this.
But this is just the opinion. Yeah.
Right, a medium caliber bullet. Okay. So now we look at number 5.
Yeah.
Look at number State's Exhibit 141. Back it up just a little bit and we'll look at it a little closer.
This the left arm, but this shows the media aspect of the left arm. So that wound here is exit gunshot wound.
That's the exit wound. So it came from the outside of the arm to the inside of the arm.
Yes, inside.
Okay. Let's look at 143. What is this? You get it.
Yeah. This one is the lateral aspect of the left arm. So this is the entrance and through the exit.
Yeah, looking at that where that blood drop is, let's do 144 because that's what that close-up is with the blood on it before it was cleaned up.
Yeah. So this circular wound is the entrance.
Okay, and then this
is the thing.
1.2. Okay. So that covers it went through. Now, is it possible that it could have entered the body where that other wound was on his side? I'm not saying whether it happened, just is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. And in operating that means you want to come on the arm, and at the same time also have lateral trunk have also gunshot wound. It's possible. This bullet wants to come out and the body again. So possible.
But whenever you're doing an autopsy, you don't list it and say, okay, this is possible, this, that. You list, okay, this is the gunshot wound and this is the pathet wound.
Yeah, we usually describe individually. But occasionally, we usually describe that individually. This gunshot wound entrance exit. And that's entrance exit. We usually don't say, if we say it's 13 evidence, we can say it's possible. It's the entrance, exit, re-entrance, this belong to the same shop. But that we have clear evidence, then we can say that.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
yeah, because people could be moving their arms all different directions and you never know.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So number 6, we're almost there. Number 6, what is number 6?
Left forearm.
Okay.
And there's also is the tiny treatment is
One more.
operating.
We talk about the upper arm here in State's Exhibit 141. What would be the forearm area that we would be talking about?
Forearm, it's animal line below that is forearm. Above that his arm. You all people say arm. But yeah. Different, but they understand that forearm definitely. The arm, some people say arm or arm, forearm.
So when you look at, you have an elbow down here and then the forearm is between the elbow and the wrist, right?
Yeah.
And so the closest we could find, the state's 147, looking at this was the elbow, this would be the forearm, the arm going up, hand going up this way, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And does that look like an entrance wound or an exit wound?
Yeah, entrance wound.
Entrance wound, okay. And what was that? Was there something recovered with that or did it actually go through?
Yes, also medial caliber.
Medium caliber, so
Yeah.
that one didn't go all the way through, that one stayed in the arm.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go to number 7, the last one. What is that one?
Yeah, that's on the right middle thigh and the lateral surface. So
Give me 1 second, we get it situated here. What was the path of the wound on the thigh?
on the what?
What was the path of the bullet on the thigh?
Number 7. Yeah.
Yes, number 7.
Yeah, this the path is through the perforating the skin, the central tissue and muscular tissue of the lateral right side, and this recover bullet is on the lateral edge of the right knee.
Looking at states 145, is this the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, now, looking at it, what does, let me get in here again. What does it tell you about this wound and the shape that it's in?
The shape is ovoid, elongated, and so the bullet is recovered here. And so the direction is here, but it is not clearly. It looks like the hole is here and this upper region is here. Because the bullet has angle into the body.
So would that be consistent with the bullet coming from above, going down below, and to the knee, correct?
Yes.
And if a person was lying on the ground and bullets were coming over the top, it's possible, I'm just saying it's possible that one of those bullets could have gone into his leg. Is that correct?
Yes. All the description, the direction of the projectile is based on the standard anatomic position of the body. And it's because at the time of shooting, the body can be any position, and so in that way they cannot describe that. They have to have a standard anatomic position that you stand up straight with the palm, with bend like that. This is standard. All the direction is based on that. But if the people at that time is up and stand up, then the direction if you describe is totally different from the standard. So that I don't tell you exactly the bullet how to go, but they'll tell you exactly the bullet how to go to the body, nothing else.
And can you kind of give a guesstimate or an opinion about whether or not a person like had a gun in their own pocket and shot themselves with that? Would that be consistent with that, or would that not be?
If you say that possibility, that's possible.
Well, what would you probably see around the wound if it was that contact wound with it being in?
It's really no pocket, but you still cannot tell. Based on this, it also did not have the stippling or suit based on the description. So maybe they block that program, but maybe The truth.
But is it more likely than not? It's listed out. How's it listed?
But from here, this here, the recovery bullet is large caliber.
Yes.
It's a different size.
Yeah, it's a different caliber than the other ones, right?
Yeah.
So this is a whole different caliber than the middle range caliber that was found in the other parts of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is possibly from a different gun.
Yes.
Okay. So let's kind of finish this up with what was the cause of death?
This gunshot wound to the trunk and extremity.
Okay. And what was the manner of death?
Yes, sometimes.
And what does that mean, homicide?
Sometimes it's the definition is that the life was taken by others, not by self.
Okay.
Self is suicide by others sometimes.
Now, just to make sure we cover everything, was there a toxicology report done on that?
Toxicology is possible for alcohol.
Was positive for alcohol?
Reviewing it, I go back to doing. Yeah, and also my tablet of marijuana.
For alcohol, was there anything else that was positive for?
Marijuana.
Marijuana. So they had marijuana and alcohol in the system. Okay, and was he intoxicated by legal standards, looking at the amount?
But the ethanol is the level is so it's not standard. Some people reaction to ethanol to alcohol different. Some drink one bottle and that some a little bit and different. But here we usually describe this by the level that can influence the body activity of shot or action. And usually by the transportation system, we say this under influence of driving under the influence of alcohol. And usually we have the number. Is here is the 150 in the blood, but that level is 80 microgram per 100 milliliter. That is the if over that is illegal. You shouldn't. But some this is the fact. Some right now some states say no zero act or any level is illegal. But before it's 18 micrograms DL is illegal. So here the level about twice. Yeah, 2 times.
That was legal limit, correct?
Yeah.
So he would have been intoxicated, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay, by legal standards. Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'll pass with. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Doctor, if you turn the microphone towards your voice, thank you. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Shu, how are you?
Very good.
Did I say it right, Shu? Correct?
Yeah.
Tell me, and I know you told Mr. Laird, but maybe I missed it. What is considered close range? No evidence of close range firing. What does that mean? Is there a
so we usually divided the distance of the gunshot to people with contact and closer range and also distant range. So this actually is not exactly some number say close. Below this is the closer, beyond that is distance. But we usually based on the like I said before, based on sensitivity and also slope and give the estimate of the distance. And if you really need to tell exactly the distance, you have to do the testing shot. And use the same weapon, same bullet, and with a certain distance shooting. Change the direction, then to see the steepling right and third right and decide the distance. But so that's what my answer is, that closing is more close to model to close to the skin.
Would 5 feet away be close range?
But
5 feet in general?
5 feet, that's from feet.
Is that medium? That's long?
Yeah.
What would 2 feet be? Would that be medium?
There's maybe it's also long distance.
Really? How about 2 inches?
The twins close.
Close range?
Yeah.
And what is the difference? Tell me again between stippling and soot.
Yeah, like I said, the soot and the unburned gunpowder all together go with the bullet outside from the gun model of the gun. So the bullet can travel long distance. The gunpowder unburned gunpowder can also go certain distance, and the soot also can go further distance. So if at that moment, if the model to the skin in certain range is closer enough, the unburned model can touch the skin and cause the skin defect around the entrance wound. So that skin defect is, they call that gunpowder stippling.
Gunpowder stippling as opposed to gunpowder soot?
Gunpowder soot is that smoke, black smoke.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And you said in total, 3 projectiles were recovered.
Yeah.
2 were considered medium caliber.
Yeah.
And 1 larger caliber. And what did you consider a larger caliber weapon? What caliber would that be? I know you said 22 was a small caliber. Larger.
So that is the traditional way to describe the caliber, and each one has a range. Large caliber, for example, is 9 millimeter to maybe how to say that number is around 5 millimeter. So that's possible. That is, we cannot say above 5 is large caliber, and below 5 is medium, and even below 30 number is the low, is the small caliber. But that is usually we, as a pathologist, forensic pathologist, we don't do that. Just make it see the bullet. We have to send the bullet to the line. If the case really need to tell exactly what kind of caliber, then the lab can give that conclusion.
So you're not here to talk about projectiles or bullets. It would take the bullet forensic person to come in and discuss that.
I'm here not talking about the definition of that, but from this case, I can tell the medial, there's 2 kinds of bullets. One, the Dr. McLean say that's medium, and another bullet is large caliber. And so there's 2 kinds of projectile recovered.
So gunshot number 7 in the thigh, can you say that came from another weapon?
I cannot say that because there's the same weapon, same gun, sometimes can even the medium caliber and both can use let's say that medium caliber bullet and also large caliber bullet. Yeah. The same gun can also both can be used for same.
It would take someone who's an expert in bullets and guns to come in and discuss that.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
What about the clothing? If a bullet goes through, just in general, clothing, is clothing sometime found in the body?
Yeah, I think from the photo, we just open the body bag. From the photo, we can see this man is clothes. Okay. Really in the I think breathing something.
Can you tell us when rigor mortis sets in?
Say it again.
Rigor mortis, when does that set in?
For you mean for this case? Our general.
Both. If you can, could you tell us both and can you tell us general?
Okay, generally,
I'm sorry.
The rigor mortis is the people when people die, and that kind of because a lot of people involved, and then people die, then the rigidity will build up, but theoretically that build up start immediately, but because that start gradually increase. So at the beginning it's still soft, but with certain time will be moderate build up, and to the high point will markedly build up. So usually this usually is use 24 hours, 8 hours to 24 hours. The rigidity will to the peak level. Then after that, it gradually lost life. So it go back, and later it go backward. The rigidity disappear. So there's a curve, but this when the peak of the curve, what time to happen is influenced by many factors. So you based on that, you can only give the range of the best time. You cannot based on that say, oh, this body died 2.5 hours before. So that's totally wrong. Like movie already do that. Yeah. So
Is it, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, so that is the rigidity on that. So also the color, the same thing. The color when people die, the no blood pressure, bloodstream stop in the vessel, and the blood, with the time of the death, the endothelial cell, the vessel is break down, the blood will go from the capillary or artery into the tissue, and it always go to the dependent area. So it goes like if you face up lying over there, so the color will be more more pink in the back, and the anterior surface of the body is pale. So that also start immediately after the death, but it's not obvious. You cannot tell the difference. But with certain time, when it's built up, with the time, it's obviously you can see. But I did notice this. I think there should be on this case even you can tell. So that about the timing about the same thing is from very beginning to a certain level is blanching. Blanching means when you push the skin, the color at underneath your pushing area is pale. That means the blood was squeezed away. then after certain time, you push the cannot not blanching, the same part keep the same. That means the blood totally into the tissue, not in the vessel. Only the blood in the vessel you can scrape away and make a parallel mark. Otherwise, keep the same pattern. So that's about also the 8 to 24 hours. This range that also affected by many factors.
And lack of oxygen to the brain is one of those factors. Lack of oxygen going to the brain is one of those factors.
No.
No?
But you said oxygen go to the brain. It's only at the time people are alive that can do. So if you say people die, then it's not oxygen goes into the brain. The oxygen goes into anywhere is through the blood. The blood carry the oxygen to support the tissue. So after that, no heart beating, no blood pressure, the blood stream stop, fully stop. So oxygen will be present in the brain at the time where consumed by tissue, because tissue not die immediately like you saw heart beating. It's still until the oxygen. Then until certain level, the oxygen cannot supply further. The brain also die. So
I asked a bad question. I don't see anything on here, and maybe there's no record of it. There's nothing about the size of Mr. Whittington, his height or his weight. That's not in the autopsy anywhere.
should be at first page of the description of the to be in the.
I see age, race, date of the autopsy.
He is 189 pounds and 74 inches. In the third page, first paragraph.
Yes, sir, I see it. Thank you. He's 189 and 6'2", correct? Don't answer that. And you told Mr. Laird about the marijuana and the alcohol, but he's over the legal limit, but you have no idea what his tolerance is and how he functions under these substances. Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. President.
All right, is this a gentleman excused?
Please, Joe.
You are excused, sir. Thank you very much. Next.
Said Sarak. Said Sarak. What did I say?
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Just
Have a seat, please. Thank you.
It's.
Good morning, detective. So, tell us who you are and what you do.
My name is Syed Sarong, and I'm a person detective with the Beaumont Police Department.
How long you been working for the Beaumont Police Department? Okay. And what's a person's detective? What does that mean?
Investigate crimes from harassment to simple assaults up to homicide.
Okay. Robberies, assaults, homicides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I guess help me understand a little bit when, like, say there's a shooting or a homicide or some big case that is involves a lot of department resources for purposes of the investigation. Do multiple detectives usually work with each other in doing these investigations?
Yes, sir.
Is there usually a lead detective appointed, kind of it's off a wheel basically, or just random?
Yes.
Um,
Well, yeah, it's off of like, it was basically whoever was.
You're next.
Yes, it's on you.
okay. But that being said, all the detectives in persons, crimes against persons, usually are working together, kind of collaboratively.
Yes.
Do you recall back in 2023 a homicide that had occurred on August 6, 2023, specifically at the SNS grocery store off of Concord?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in assisting the investigation of that case?
So initially, my initial role was to help interview with that court team. And that's actually what I was doing. So then I was pulled off from doing that and asked to help back out at the scene, basically getting the scene left out.
Okay. Is it fair to say there were a lot of casings and evidence of firearms being used at that scene that needed to be documented and evidence collected?
Yes.
So what department within BPD normally is tasked with scene processing, evidence collection, photographs, things of that nature?
That's our ID.
Now, usually does ID work with detectives or the patrol sergeants or other officers who were on scene and are familiar with kind of where the evidence is, things of that nature?
Yes, they work in conjunction. Once they get to the scene, we let them know basically everything that needs to be photographed, processed, and collected.
Okay, and in this particular case, was the person that ID ended up working closely with in processing this scene you?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Was there also something that you were asked to assist the ID technician with as far as scene mapping that was a little bit more something new that the department had, a new resource that the department had had?
Yes, that would be the like a 360 machine.
Tell me about this. What is it?
So basically, it's a 3D mapping system. It basically takes 360-degree photographs and as it compiles it into one, almost like I guess it's composing pictures and video together to basically display the scene.
Meaning, like, if you took video and just kind of like spun around, it's taking data points from all this information.
Correct.
And then the software compiles that data and more or less generates a 3D map or diagram or image that can be interacted with.
Correct.
Okay. Now, is this something that back in 2023, the department made an investment in so that we could utilize those in homicide investigations and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And when we did invest in this, like, is it called TrueView, or is that the software that?
TrueView software, after the machine is done taking its pictures, you've actually got to transfer all of those images to a computer to compile the image.
Gotcha. So when we made this investment in this equipment, this Leica equipment, did a lot of the ID personnel and detectives in persons, did they go through training to be able to operate this system correctly?
Yes, sir. Was an ID technician, and I was actually the only detective that went through.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so and you did go through the training with the Leica staff so that you would be able to operate this equipment at homicide scenes and things like that.
Yes, sir.
So how does it work? Do you just go out there and set it up like on a tripod and then just take data points?
It's what you're talking about as far as how the actual machine works.
Yes, sir. Like how you like what do you take out and how exactly you go about mapping out a scene?
Yeah, so you get a there is a tripod. You can set it to various heights depending on what evidence you need to collect. The actual 3D imaging machine gets mounted on top of that, and there is a forgot what it's actually called, but it's something we use in the drawing for so basically to calibrate the machine. It shows 2 points, and basically just to make sure that the machine can actually kind of pinpoint the image that's on there to get a correct representation of what it's basically what it's taking a picture of.
Meaning that it is there is a way to essentially double check the machine's calibrations at the scene to ensure that like everything is to scale and measurements are correct and okay. Now, does it also are you able to kind of move this machine to different locations to collect data point from multiple perspectives as well at a crime scene?
Yes, in order to get the entire image, you have to move it into different positions to capture the entire scene.
Okay. And then once you do that, that stored data or that data that's collected at the scene, is it then are you able to essentially import that data through this Leica software or the TrueView software where it ultimately generates this 2-scale imaging?
Yes.
Or 2-scale diagram?
Right.
Okay. And then that 2-scale diagram through the Leica software, does that ultimately you could put that on a USB or any external device and it comes along with the department's case file when they refer a case over to the district attorney's office?
That's correct.
Okay. So in doing so, did you walk the whole scene with the ID technician?
I did.
Who was the ID technician?
Chris Davis?
Was he the back then? Was he the head of the ID department?
He was. I think.
Did he retire since?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what you remember as far as when you first arrived on the scene. Was it more or less secure and people were at other places, or was it still very chaotic?
As far as the witnesses, people that were just kind of there, they were separate from the scene. The scene was blocked off with crime scene tape, police officers and their vehicles.
Okay. And did you and ID tech Chris Davis, did y'all go through and put markings or markers down at points where there was potential physical evidence at that scene that would need to be documented and collected?
Yes.
Do we call those evidence cones?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as y'all were putting these evidence cones down, are either you or the ID tech, are y'all taking photographs of these individual items, both from afar and close up?
Photos get taken after the call. After all the phones.
I see.
After all evidence has been pinpointed out, and he actually goes through and takes all the pictures.
Okay. And then also, say, for example, some of these cones are marking shell casings at the scene. As those are being collected, is somebody going to write down a description of those casings, whether it's the manufacturer, what type of round it was a casing for, like a 9mm or 40 caliber or 45,
Yes.
that kind of thing?
Yes, that is,
Who typically would write that down and record that as like kind of like an inventory of what those cones represent?
the IT technicians, they're the ones that end up collecting it and logging it later on.
Okay, now, for purposes of this scene right here, did you go through and were you with the ID technician as he was more or less logging these casings and at each of these cones?
Yes.
Did I ask you to review his list and his report to refresh your memory before coming down to testify here today in court?
Yes.
Did we also look at a number of photographs concerning just the scene in general and some of the items of evidence that were documented at this scene?
Yes.
Let me show you states, exhibits. Two through 84. You the fan through and make sure you recognize what we're looking at. States exhibits 2 through 84 are those fair and accurate depictions of this particular crime scene at the S&S grocery on August 6, 2023. Taken by ID Tech, Chris Davis, and yourself.
Yes.
We will offer states 2 through 84. Now, I'm going to click on this. Put them in.
How's the jury doing? Do you need a break right now? All right, let's do it. Well, it's looking at all that. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I just. Oh, that's first. I just couldn't reach it. That's quite a.
And we are in a short recess, 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Michael A. Carmen, P7382 form, I have to defend your honor.
Your name?
Andrew Stevens, I.
You got a warrant out. He's got a warrant out for.
I just seen that, Judge. I'm gonna have someone pull it.
We're gonna adjourn this. Was there any no contact? Yes. So you got a GPS tether on, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're not to have any contact with Shelley's agent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's got the phone here? Got to take the phone out of the building.
Phone off as well.
Whoever's phone went off, you have to go out of the building. Take the phone out of the building, please.
Whose phone went off?
I muted it.
I want you to take the phone out of the building. I'm sorry. This goes on too much. Get the phone out of the building. There's signs all over. I'm sorry.
Your phones are off.
And that's why I did that. But I'll go put it away.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to adjourn this pre-trial. And how long do you have for me, Heather or Lisa? Or...
That will be for July 22nd at 9:30.
Is it possible that we could put it next week, Heather?
We could do 9 o'clock next week.
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you want? July 15th at 9?
That'd be great.
That's in front of Judge Hudson again, okay? All right, so you'll go down the hall, sir, you'll get your notice, and you have to wait for the other warrant, okay?
What do I have a warrant?
I don't know, they're gonna pull the file. I think it was a public order crime, I'm not sure, though, I didn't look. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Have a seat behind you at the table. Is Ms. Fanning out there yet on the other case? Tahir Razak Kadam Atala, 25B 714-089.
Michael A. Carmen, P7382 form, I have to defend your honor.
Where's this defendant?
He's coming up here.
Need you in here, Mr. Atala. Are you Mr. Atala?
No, he's not.
Where's Mr. Atala? Why am I waiting? Mr. Atala, are you Mr. Atala?
Yeah.
Come on up. What are you doing out in the hallway? Come up to the podium, state your name. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Nora Ollie on behalf of the people.
How was the honeymoon?
It was great.
I'm sure it was. All right, what are we doing on this one?
Your Honor, last Tuesday, in front of Judge Hudson, the defendant had advised that to the judge, excuse me,
That's okay.
that the complainant is currently living at the home on 17251 Pig Down Drive in Brownstown, Michigan. He told the judge that she allegedly is there, does not own it, that he owns it. He did not provide any proof. And after saying all of that, the judge ordered that she leave within 2 days.
This is a mess, but I can tell you this, I'm to the charge no.
It's that one. And then I didn't include it, but he missed our probation appointment on June 16th also.
You're gonna end up in jail if you're not careful here. What are you doing?
Honestly, I just be at work losing track. Like,
What do you work? Where do you work?
I'm certified rescue safety.
A what?
Rescue safety,
Who do you work for?
Ace Industrial. We're contractors.
How long did they put them on probation for? What do you think?
I think he needs to get organized because I do feel like I've changed enough.
So I understand. I kind of had that sense from you before, if you don't mind me saying. I don't want to sound mean or anything, but I just had that sense from you the whole time on this case. I'm telling you, that don't push me any further, okay?
Yes, sir.
Serve 1 day on the court work program additional, pay 35 for that, pay additional cost of 100 to be registered for positive strategies program. Any reason you can't register next week, by the end of next week?
No, I can't.
You can register for that by July 18th and attend that program. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, last chance. Can you pay the 135 today?
Yeah.
Come on. You gotta grow up, son. All right?
Yes, sir.
Good luck. Thanks. People Against Spikes. Brandon Dominique Spikes, 25M.
Good morning, Your Honor. If you
Hang on one second.
Attorney
25M
Maxwell-
712713. Go ahead, Mr. Dubin.
Sorry, good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Maxwell Dubin, P number 86012 on behalf of Mr. Spites. He is in the waiting room. He's been in the waiting room. This is just a waiver. I have went over my client's rights as well.
All right, hang on one second. Bring out Mr. Spites, will you please?
He's out, Judge.
Mr. Spites, take your hat off, please, and tell me your name.
Brandon Spates.
All right, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Dubin.
Nope, no problem, Your Honor. I have went over my client's rights, had ample time to talk to the prosecutor. We have discussed this matter. We are wishing to waive my client's right to a preliminary exam and have this matter bound over for circuit court, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have the right to a preliminary examination. Your lawyer tells me you wish to waive that right. If you waive that right, you're waiving the requirement that the people show that the crime was committed and that the crimes were committed and that you were the one who committed the crimes, and you'll automatically be bound over for further proceedings to the Wayne County Circuit Court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You still wish to give up your right to a preliminary exam?
Yes.
Anybody force you to do that?
No.
Waivers accepted. I will set this over for exam in the Criminal Justice Center, Wayne Circuit, July 22 at 9. Bond is continued at 25,000 personal. There was no indication by the prosecutor he objects. Anything else, Mr. Dubin?
No, Your Honor, I'll just say thank you for keeping an eye on me. I appreciate it very much. Always a pleasure being in front of you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day and your staff.
Thanks a lot. You too. Good luck, Mr. Spites. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Where's SEAC? Do I have a lawyer for SEAC? People Against Andrew Stephen SEAC, 25T 708-941.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is John, on behalf of my client.
When, your name?
Andrew Stevens, I.
When was he supposed to be here for sentencing, Heather, in front of Judge Hudson?
Let me look on that one, Judge. Well, I think his last scheduled hearing was a show cause arraignment on July 2nd at 10:45 that he missed.
There's no, oh, I see. You didn't show up. So she took his plea, it looks like June 12th. Is that true? Wait a minute. What is going on? And then he didn't show up for another one on July 2nd.
Yeah, that's correct, Judge.
Do I have to give you a cash bond?
Your Honor, I believe that he has court date on July 17th, for another separate matter. Judge, I'd ask that this be scheduled for that matter. I spoke with his probation officer. That's what she had requested as well, and we can get this matter resolved all in one court appearance.
Why weren't you here?
He was in jail from the 26th to the 30th.
Of June?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be here on July the 2nd.
Correct, Your Honor. He's apologetic for not making that.
Why weren't you here?
I didn't even know I had a court date. I had no contact.
Is that unimportant to you? You don't know you have a...
No, I didn't receive paperwork. I wasn't contacted by probation. I saw you after this violation and you sent me down to DNA and I dealt with probation on June 26th. This is from the 19th prior. Like I was under the impression this was all taken care of. I saw you the following.
All right, slow down. When are we be scheduling this for, Heather? July 15th you wrote down. You want what then?
I spoke with his probation officer, indicated that he has court date on the 17th. I'd ask to be put on the 17th.
Is there any problem with that for Judge Heston?
Well, on the same date that he's coming back for, on the 15th that we just gave him on his other case. That's why I gave that time.
Oh, what's the problem with that?
There's no problem with that, Judge.
July 15th at 9 you'll be here, okay? I'll reinstate. I don't know what kind of bond we have on this.
He's on a house arrest right now, to my knowledge, Judge. I'd ask that just run concurrent.
House arrest for what?
I guess domestic.
Yeah, I was here. That was adjourned today.
You're gonna have to bring that up with Judge Heston. I mean, that has nothing to do with this case, right?
Correct.
Personal bond I'll give you, $10,000. She had 20,000, 10%. You might want to tread lightly. You might want to make sure you're here.
Yeah.
Listen.
This is a new trick. Sorry.
10,000 personal. Comply with all terms and conditions that she's outlined. And you come back in a week and you can talk to her about it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Messina Hinojosa. Nicole Marine, Messina Hinojosa. 25T645594. Could I have Alyssa Sanchez seated over here? Sancho, rather. Your name? All right. Was there an accident?
No, sir.
No accident? You're going to plead to impeding, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right, I'll accept the plea. $150. You can go down the hall and take care of it. Good luck.
So I have till the 31st, sir?
You can have till the 31st. If you don't have the money, come talk to me, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't ignore me though, all right?
No, sir.
July 31. Alyssa Marie Sancho, 25T645804. Could I also have Jose Rodriguez up here? Yeah, I'm not gonna do this. I mean, maybe Judge Heston will do it for you, but who's on Rodriguez? Your name, ma'am?
Alyssa Marie Sanchez.
You're gonna plead to impeding, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
170 is your total, cash your end of the hall to your right, okay?
When will that actually be?
July 18th. If you don't have the money, come talk to me, all right?
Thank you for your time.
Good luck. Who's got Rodriguez? Jose Rodriguez. Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hang on one second. Counsel, your appearance. This is 25M546110 A and B. Your appearance?
Good morning, Judge McNally, to you and your staff. This is Attorney Paul Spaniello. My P number is 72366, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez.
Is this yours?
Yes.
Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed.
I just don't do these approved courses. You can come back and do it next.
No, Judge, I'm, defense indicated to me that he's gonna have his client submit it to me, or he's gonna submit on behalf of his client. So I'm just putting it so the court is aware that they're gonna be doing a program. It's not a requirement to enter into.
Well, then don't write it on. I mean.
Well, I just want the record to reflect what we've discussed.
For what it's worth, Judge, we're entirely agreeable. So I understand that we don't present it to the court, but I have all the intentions and already advised my client.
Then don't write it on here. I mean, you guys can.
Well, Your Honor, we can.
I'm not gonna order somebody to complete a driver improvement course.
Nobody's asking you.
Okay, but you got it on the bottom here, defendable
Yes,
complete.
just
All
let
right.
the record reflect.
Okay, so this can be a plea to impeding, the failure Failure to yield to emergency vehicle will be dismissed. The violation of seatbelt will be dismissed, right? She's going to plead to one count of impeding.
Correct.
Correct, Judge.
All right, and I'm going to make that on file B. That's how she wrote it up, Heather. To the charge, failure to yield, to impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible, and I have authority on behalf of my client to enter into that plea, Judge.
All right, yeah, I'm just a little,
I'm sorry.
no, it's just been a busy morning and I got to get out of here.
I see.
$155 and you're all set. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Spano. Good to see you. Gilroy.
Good to see you, Judge. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Ann Gilroy.
Thank
Ann
you, Mr.
Gilroy, Anne Marie Gilroy, 25T645831. Could I also have, so that defendant failed to appear, so that's a default judgment. Also, Josiah Orvin Ganstein, 25T645880. That's a default. Defendant failed to appear. That was scheduled for 10:15. We also have Lynn Yvette Benton, 25F244231. And then could I have seated up here Laskowski, William Laskowski. How you doing, ma'am? Come on up here and tell me your name, please. All right, you're gonna plead impeding, right?
Yes.
Responsible or not responsible? Please accept it, 150, you're all set. Good luck.
I told him I could pay 50 today, that'd be pushing. Can I get into this?
I'll give it till July 18th to pay it off,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
If you need more time, call the court, we'll go on Zoom or come in here, Honor, before that date, I'll give you an extension.
Okay, where do I pay on the 18th? I just come.
Cashier, not in here, the cashier
The
down.
cashier, but I come in this building on the 18th.
Right.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a blessed.
Good luck. William John Laskowski, 25F244245. Your name?
William Laskowski.
You're going to plead to impeding, right?
Yes, sir.
Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Please accepted, 150. You're all set. Have a good day. Diamond Gee. Diamond Mercedes Gee, 22B141007. Is she here?
She is. She's in the hallway.
Yeah, wait. Why are these people sitting in the hallway? Right? You didn't go to the Tiger game last night and sit out in the parking lot, did you, Mr. Muhammad?
I did not.
Okay, just want to make sure. Jacob Roberts Zrebic, 25B14813-1A and B. All right, how you doing, Mr. Zrebic?
I'm good, right yourself?
Good. Your name?
Jacob Roberts, Zurich.
Who's your lawyer?
He just stepped outside, Will.
Nahikian? All right, why don't you step back there a second? I'll recall you in a minute, okay? Sadie Latisse Lindsay, 25F244163. Defendant failed to appear. Default judgment's entered. Come on. Ibrahim Diallo.
Right here.
Diallo, 25M510297. What do we?
Dr. Kaylee's office is trying to get a hold of him. Did you talk to him at all, Mohammed?
I haven't spoken to him, but I did send him a notice to appear for today's hearing.
Who?
The officer associated with the citation for this formal.
Well, I don't even know what we're doing. What are we doing?
So today's scheduled for a formal hearing. Please send notice to the officer to appear for today's formal hearing. He's failed to appear. It's my understanding from speaking with the defense, they're moving to have this case dismissed.
And Mr. Kelly is the attorney.
Hold on a second. Can I just get my bearings here? I'm not sure why this was coming in front of me to begin with. What is this? A formal hearing?
Correct.
Did she grant the motion to set aside default judgment? It looks like she granted that on June 10th,
Yes.
right?
That's
Your appearance?
Attorney Lawrence Coogan on behalf of Attorney Robert Cayley.
Your name?
Ibrahim Diallo.
So I see. So she granted the motion to set aside default. They set it for a formal hearing today in front of me, right?
It was in front of Judge Hessen, she's not here, it was, I guess. it was-
No, I get it. I get it. So the officer's not here. He was here at 10:45 and you haven't heard anything.
Correct.
And you moved to dismiss.
I moved to dismiss.
Case dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor, it's a pleasure seeing you again.
You too.
It looks like you're pretty efficient in today, moving to the docket.
Well, it's just a lot. Good luck. Nice to see you. Good luck, sir. Case dismissed. Rebick, wait, I don't have your file yet. Amelia Michelle Moore, 25F244043. You want an you were offered to plead to 5 over. Your name?
A million more.
Okay, I'm just telling you, you were offered to plead to 5 over, which is 1 point, and you don't want to do that, right?
I know, sir.
Okay. Okay, we'll set it for informal. Give me a date, somebody, please.
July 22nd at 10 o'clock.
July 22nd at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
You go down the hall and they'll give you a notice, okay?
Okay,
Thank you. Scott Michael Bricker, 25I-714371.
Good morning, Your Honor. You and your staff, Attorney Kevin Burton appearing on behalf of defendant Scott Bricker, present to my left, PH 666.
All right, Mr. Bricker?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Scott Bricker.
All right, so you're adjourning this for you want an adjournment of this, right, counsel?
That's correct, Your Honor. We're waiting on the prosecutor's digital file. We do want to proceed with the exam, but we'd like to adjourn it to get a hold of that digital file first.
All right, so I arranged your clients, right, or not? Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead. Sir, your lawyer wants an adjournment for 2 weeks. You have the right to a probable cause conference within 14 days. Today is within 14 days of the date of the arraignment. If I grant his request, that means that the probable cause conference will not take place within 14 days of the date of the arraignment. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you waive that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody forced you to give up that right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and set the PCC for July 22nd. At what time, Heather?
9:30.
That'll be 9:30, July 22nd, PCC. Preliminary exam will be July 29th at what time?
10:30.
At 10:30. Okay? Anything else?
Nope, that should be good for us, Your Honor. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, July 22nd, 9:30 PCC, July 29, 10:30 exam. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Diamond Gee,
Ready, Your Honor.
22B14107. Can I get to Beth in here?
Good morning, Honorable Meeting PA 520 on behalf of Ms. Gee, who is to my left receiving correct, Ms. Gee.
Oh, you got your child here? You got 6 technical violations. Is that your child?
Yeah.
Why'd you come with your child?
Because like they have you watch.
What is this case? Do you live on Chrysler Street, ma'am?
No, I updated my address.
You live on Harding?
Yeah.
Okay. What are we doing on this one? I have a note here saying I will be dismissing count 3 because she appeared for testing the next day at onsite and emailed me about it. She's got 4 counts, so I'm going to dismiss count 3. To count 3, I will indicate count 3 dismissed, motion to the PO. What's she doing on 1, 2, 4, and 5?
Is count 3 the?
Let's failure to submit the testing April 15th.
Okay.
I wonder if there's a typo here. What's going on?
And then, there was a missed test on the 7th, correct?
6th.
Or 6th, okay. That's the only one we'd ask for a hearing to, should be pleading guilty to the other 2.
There's 5 counts. Count 1 is failure to attend or schedule probation visit on May 30. Same thing, missed probation visit June 11, count 2. Count 3, she's dismissing. Count 4, failure to submit the testing is ordered on May 6th. Count 5, failure to verification of attending and completing outpatient treatment.
Should be pleading guilty to that one.
She's pleading guilty to 5, 1, and 2.
Yes, sir.
And you want a hearing on 4?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, if you plead guilty to counts 1, 2, and 5, that would be in excess of, you could get 93 days on this. Do you understand that? And did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form today or not? I don't see.
I did the
I can't hear you.
I did that before.
I know, but I can't have you do it before. You're presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty by a preponderance of the evidence, you have the right to question their witnesses, to bring in your own, to use the subpoena powers of the court, to bring in those witnesses and to testify or remain silent. If you remain silent, that silence would not be held against you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Ms. Biles, your name?
Elizabeth Conservation.
Again, you move to dismiss count 3, right?
Correct.
I'm dismissing count 3 on your motion. She's pleading guilty on 1, 2, and 5, and they want a hearing on 4. So you understand your probation could be revoked, you could be incarcerated for 93 days, right?
Yes.
You understand your rights?
Yes.
You have the right to a hearing, and at a hearing, you have the right to remain silent or testify if you plead guilty. You'll be giving up all those rights, and there will be no hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, that's the count 1, that you failed to attend your scheduled probation visit, May the 30th, 25. How do you plead?
Guilty.
You failed to attend your probation visit on that day, ma'am.
Yes.
Count 2, that you failed to appear for your visit on July 11. How do you plead?
June, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, June 11. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to appear on that date?
Yes.
Count 4, that you failed to submit, I'm sorry, count 5, that you failed to provide verification of attending and completing outpatient treatment. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to attend and complete outpatient treatment?
Yes.
And you were dismissed for lack of attendance, correct?
Yes.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
I'm accepting that plea to count 5. I'm dismissing count 3 on motion to probation officer. What's your defense on count 4?
Your Honor, at count 4, I can move to dismiss. I've asked Ms. G twice now for proof of birth of the baby. She just provided it to me about 30 minutes ago in an email.
Counts 3 and 4 are dismissed. I don't understand, Ms. Gee. You're not taking this very seriously. When did you have the baby? This is July, though. I mean, you got to do these things. Now, you've been in here on a multitude of violations already.
So with the visits, Your Honor,
Why is she missing?
her phone was off, she couldn't afford it at the time, she got it back on, and also on top of that, they didn't have Wi-Fi. So she had gotten emails that she didn't check.
Is she married? Is the father in the life? I hope you're going to collect child support. I hope you're going to go after him for child support. These guys, can they bring babies in the world? They don't support them, they don't work.
I'm not married, but he's in his life.
Oh, he is. That's what I asked. The father's in his life. It's a boy?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. All right.
So she's got her phone back on, she has Wi-Fi now, there'd be no reason for her to miss anything.
I know, but you know what? It's getting a bit old with her. She's had a multitude of violations here.
I agree, Your Honor. I would just say that having a child and trying to stay on top of a probation is gonna be really difficult for anyone. And on the fact that she was,
It was difficult for her back in November.
I know,
She had 2 violations from a November 8th show cause. Then she had 2 more violations from a February 28th show cause. Actually, 3 violations from that.
But yeah, I have no explanation or excuse for that. I didn't represent her at that time. I would just say that being pregnant, giving birth, and coming home while also dealing with a probation can be extremely difficult.
Can I see the screening, please?
Yeah, sure.
You didn't clear your warrants either, did you? You didn't take the time to go over to Inkster? I ordered that back in July of 24.
I don't know, but I have to pay $150 that I do not have. They don't see you unless you can't make a payment first or it's going to be court date.
You're 24 years old. You had a 242 on the breathalyzer.
Yes,
That's really high.
yes, years ago. No.
What do you mean years ago?
This is a 2022 case. I think she's referring to the date of the offense, right?
So she was only 21 then. That makes it even worse. Go ahead.
No, I would just say that it seems like she's getting on top of things now. I mean, she certainly understands how important it is. She has a new responsibility, which makes it even more important to her, because she is breastfeeding, so she understands jail's a real possibility. We're just asking for one more chance if possible, maybe set this for a sentencing date to give her some time to get signed up for that treatment.
Ma'am, you and I are not gonna get along if you keep doing this. I'm gonna set a sentencing date in a month. You better get in treatment. And you better not miss again. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna let you in on a little secret to tell you how serious I am. If you come back here and you violated, leave the child at home. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know why I say that? I'm not gonna send that child to jail with you. You leave the child home. You get somebody to watch the child. Your mother, the father, your father, I don't care. Lisa, I want you to remind me that I said that, but I'm gonna highlight it, Beth.
Yes, sir.
I'm dead serious. That's why I asked you if you brought the child. Whenever somebody brings a child, yeah, sometimes it's because they can't find anybody. Sometimes because they think I'm gonna do things differently than I otherwise would. So I'm telling you, I'm giving you one more chance. Give me a sentence date, Heather or Lisa or whoever.
August 5th at 8:30.
August 5th at 8:30. You better be in treatment by then, ma'am. I mean, I'm sympathetic to your cause, but you had a high, you ignored this court for a couple of years, and then you show up and you're failing probation. Now, I can't help the fact that it's happening all around the time you had another child, but you had a 2-4. No, you got to do what you're supposed to do here. That's it. I wish you well. Good luck. Thank you. Go down the hall, get your notice. Zarebic. Jacob Robert Zarebic, 25B1481318A and B.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wilton Keith, 81520 on behalf of Mr. Zarebic, who is to my left, mistake names for the record. Jacob Robert Zarebic.
All right, what are we doing on this one?
Pleading guilty, Your Honor.
Beth, can you send Emily over here,
I
please?
sure will. Head right that way, Judge.
I have an amended probation that has 2 counts. Failure to refrain from consuming alcohol or drugs, testing positive for cocaine on June the 9th. And then dilute sample June the 30th. And he has 2 files here. He's on probation on 2 court cases, one of which is operating while impaired, and the other one of which is possession of a controlled substance that was taken under 7411. So I'm sorry, did you say he's pleading guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have 2 prior technical violations. I want you to understand, if you plead guilty here, that you could have your 7411 status revoked. The conviction could enter, and you'd be subject to a 93-day jail term and a 90-day jail term respectively on these 2 charges. Do you understand that? Did you sign an advice of rights form today?
Yes,
Did you read it and understand it?
Yes, sir.
You plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the count 1 that you failed to refrain from consuming alcohol or drugs, testing positive for cocaine on June the 9th at 25? How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Did you consume cocaine, say, within the 3 days preceding that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Tessino, your name?
Emily Tessino?
So, and you did consume cocaine within 3 days of that date, correct? I always say 3, but and there's the count 2 that you put in a dilute sample on June the 30th of 25. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Did you provide a dilute sample?
Yes, Your Honor. I went 5 times that day, 5 different cups.
4 times.
Was it 4 times?
Yeah.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Well, how much water you drink?
That day I was usually drinking quite a bit of water when I'm working.
Well, you're not gonna drink, you're gonna have to drink less water so you can test.
I understand.
So you understand, I consider that to be a positive test, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
So I'm gonna accept those pleas. June 9th. Positive for cocaine. And then providing dilute sample on June 30. All right, what would you like to say?
Yes, Your Honor. So as he stated, he did provide 4 different samples on that day, which I do think indicates that he was trying to get this test done. I don't think he was trying to avoid it by having it dilute. I don't think anyone that's intentionally trying to have a dilute is going to test 4 additional times. It costs them $130 that day. You get to pay for each of those tests. Obviously, I had a discussion with him about, hey, you know, you're testing, we gotta decrease the water. There's also medication that he takes blood pressure that does have a water pill, so I'm gonna have him speak to his doctor about that, make sure that's not having any impact on these testing. Other than that, obviously, the positive test is a problem. He had a prior positive test in May, so.
You know what, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm gonna set a sentencing date and I'm gonna have him test today.
Okay.
You're gonna test today?
Yeah, I did this morning too, before I came in here.
Where?
Again.
DNA?
Yeah, he was negative. And he did, I haven't gotten anything saying he didn't, he did have his intake, or he should have had it on the 25th at Higuera.
Yeah, and I got him my first actual appointment yesterday as well, with an adult, my house rat.
Okay,
I appreciate his honesty. I mean, I think he's someone that's actually struggling, that like sobriety court crosses my mind, but
well, how much time do we have?
he just got sentenced May 7th.
Why don't you consider sobriety court? You're still doing cocaine. Right? What was the first what were the first 2 violations for?
So he tested.
Alcohol and cocaine, he got a sober and he's been on that since.
I think why don't you talk about, why don't you talk to him about sobriety court?
Okay.
It's not too late if we get him in now. And I can set a sentencing date in a week.
Okay.
Is that
And
okay?
that way he can kind of toss it. You don't want me to start my mind condition, just give
No,
him the information.
I just want you to talk to him, explain everything. Sentencing date will be when? Give me a date in a week, Heather or Lisa.
I'll be here the 9th or.
The 22nd, he'll be here.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yes, 8:30.
At 8:30. Okay, so I'm not gonna have you test today, July 22nd at 8:30, okay? And talk to her, keep an open mind, I'd love to have you. If you're struggling, we can help,
Yes, I appreciate that, guy.
okay?
I had beat addiction in the past,
Well, let's beat it again, we can help you, I'm telling you, it's a great program.
thank you. Yeah.
All right, so we'll see you.
Or license. Good morning, Mr. George.
Sorry, yeah, I'm going next door.
Yes. All right, Ms. Reyes, let's see if you can get your parallel parking. It's hard to even practice it. I went through with my kids. Get a little car or something.
I for sure
Get
will.
one of those little Chevy Bugs like Shayna has or something. All right, you're good to go.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
I'm working on it. What do you have for me?
This
Mr.
is
George?
Miss Campbell. She's in custody. She's a pretrial this morning.
Yes.
It's just a trespass. It'll be
Yes.
just as charged and.
Time served.
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to her?
I have not.
All right,
I
I'll
just
bring her
wanted to
in.
know.
She's had her ups and downs. Miss Davis was very mad at her the last week or so. I'm not sure Judge Patterson was very happy with her either, but I'll have her brought in when we're done with our other stuff. You got PECs next door? All right, if I need help, I'll ask for it. All right, William Bontrager. What's your name, sir?
I've talked to.
What's your name?
I had talked.
You're here too? Oh, okay. Well, good. Well, they come in all shapes and sizes. Some people are eligible licensed, some people aren't. Some people are working on it, some people aren't. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Bontrager, you got charged with careless or reckless discharge of a firearm.
Yes, Your Honor.
Resulting in damage over $50. That's a weird old statute, and it doesn't make any sense. This is one of those careless and reckless are in the same statute. There was a boating violation that had that, careless and reckless. Carelessness and recklessness are two different legal standards, but anyway, this is an old law. It's alleged that because of carelessness, recklessness, or negligence, you did allow a pistol under your control to discharge and hit a mobile home that belonged to Colonial Estates Mobile Home Park. Fortunately, nobody got canceled. It's alleged that on May 12th in the morning, there's a bullet hole. Oh, boy. That ain't exactly the crime of the century, but it's alleged you were inside your trailer, accidentally discharged around through your trailer and through the hole of the next one. The gun was an unregistered .38. And you bought the gun in Indiana, but it wasn't registered in Michigan. Mr. Bontrager, how do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, you want me to appoint a lawyer for you?
I have consulted one, but I do not have one with me.
Do you plan to hire one or?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who did you talk to?
SBBL Law.
Where are they out of?
As you look them up online, they're out of Grand Rapids.
All right.
But I do believe they have a firm in Kalamazoo.
Okay. What do you do, sir?
I set modular homes. As a matter of fact, I set the home that I live in now when I was in high school.
Are you related to the Bontragers from White Pigeon?
I don't believe so.
Well, there's 1,006,000
Yes,
Bontragers out there, so at least in this part of the country. Your grandparents were Amish?
Yes, sir. My dad was raised Amish and my mom was from Texas.
All right, well, show a plea of not guilty. Fortunately, nobody was hurt.
Praise God.
Wait to the attorney. Well, Defendant may retain counsel. Set attorney pretrial for 8/1/25 at 8:30. Do you want me to appoint a lawyer for you? You want to hire these out of town law firm?
I will continue to stick the route that I've been on. I'll speak with them.
Okay, I'll show a plea of not guilty. It does sound like an accident. There were children around. I'm not sure the prosecutor's going to reduce this, but I think this one also requires that the gun be forfeited.
Absolutely. I'm willing to do whatever. It's just, I do have 2 young children that I have no intention of putting in harm's way, and I am the sole provider for them. And
all right, well, I'm sure this was charged as careless, so that's what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
All right, you're good to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good
Just a
day.
minute, Michelle, what do I got here? This has got a file number on it, but doesn't have a name on it. I'm not sure this is 1148.
1148 is this one that's in my hand.
Thanks.
Anything else, sir?
Not right now. Well, in a minute, we'll bring Ms. Campbell in.
Yes, sir.
All right, now we've got some 9 o'clock sentences and show causes. We also got a bunch of people who didn't show up. We got Tyson Ake, who is here. Would you come forward, please, Mr. Ake? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You got a ticket on May 18th for driving without a valid license. You live in Bronson. You
I
were
live in Three
here.
Rivers now. I gotta get that changed.
Okay, yeah, I think you told me that back then. Let me see if I noted that. Anyway, you pled guilty to that charge. And you already had a ticket for the same thing that you owe $175. So I set the matter out for sentencing today, a month later, to see if you paid the $175.
And I did.
And you did not. So what's your
Oh, I
status?
paid $175 online.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh, very good. Let's take a look. Shayna or Jenny, did Mr. Tyson pay off 25113OT? Because that was what we hoped. Mr. Ake? Very good. Laura checked this for me last night and instead he still owed 175. Let's see if I can tell. How are they doing outside? Still got lots of cases out there?
Yes, sir. It's only 9 o'clock that.
Yes. I gave everybody the same deal, time to pay the tickets, and they didn't pay them. Pending credit card transaction. When did you pay that ticket online?
It had to have been a week, maybe? A week ago?
All right.
It was like a week ago before I came here.
You paid in February, you paid in April. We sent some mail to you
It was either the 2nd or the 3rd.
of June or July.
July.
All right.
And I
Pay the
paid it
whole
off.
thing?
Yeah, I paid $175.
Looks like he still owes 175 in this other case. Mr. Ake.
If it was paid June 3rd, would it post yet from the credit card company? July 3rd.
Maybe not, because
Y'all are excited.
Seated in the courtroom, all parties are present. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your patience. We're going to go about 15 more minutes so we can get some evidence completed that we're in the middle of, and then we'll wait for the evening. Then, so bear with us. And the court has to make rulings on evidentiary matters, and that just sometimes takes a while to articulate properly on the record. All right, we are ready to proceed. The state may go forward with this witness. Thank you.
Okay, detective, while the jury was out, we went through some photos and got that all sorted out. That's photographs of your walkthrough of the scene, cones that were placed, as well as individual items of evidence that were actually collected from that scene at the S&S grocery, right? Now, one thing that I guess you and other investigators had the benefit of is that there's security footage at this grocery store. Is that right?
That's
And so you, I guess, going into this, did you have an understanding of kind of where people were positioned and generally what transpired leading to the death of Raymond Whittington?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to view portions of that security video, that night or that morning when you were at the scene?
that morning.
Okay. And did you have the benefit of that before doing a complete walkthrough of that scene?
No, we didn't do it, we weren't able to get access to it until that.
I see. Okay. So after you had processed this scene entirely, or as you were processing?
As we were processing.
Okay. So as you were processing the scene, going through and marking different items of potential evidence, you were able to see, with your own eyes through the camera what actually transpired and where potentially some of these items of physical evidence may have come from.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1. Specifically, there are two cameras that were taken from the S&S store. One of them being that alley to the right side of the store, I guess, kind of between that and the woods, right?
Correct.
And the other one kind of looking out towards the parking lot as well as Concord Road, right?
Yes.
And if we look at this very last file under the folder camera A16. Okay, first of all, there's a like a Tahoe or Suburban of some kind right here, right next to this fence line.
Yes.
Was that something that later had potential evidentiary value because it had bullet holes in it?
Yes, please.
Where was that documented at the scene?
Yes.
Now, this is black and white. Why is this black and white?
Because of the time of day.
Okay. Most security cameras at commercial places like this or residential areas with like even Ring cameras, when there is no source of natural light or external light like a lamppost or something like that, do they often go into like an infrared mode?
Yes.
Is that essentially what this is?
Yes.
So when a camera is in infrared mode, does it necessarily reflect the exact colors that may actually be the colors that an item may actually be, if there were natural or external light.
No, it will not.
Does it instead make things kind of either lighter or darker depending on their color or their tone?
Yes.
Meaning something could appear very dark on infrared camera and maybe be a shade of blue or something like that.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since we're talking about processing this scene, I'm going to fast forward in this video to the point where the actual shooting happens, so that we can kind of see the orientation of where these casings might have landed and match that up to your work on the scene itself. This fellow over here, is that the person that was later identified as Jeremy Dixon?
I can't see.
Okay, well, that right there.
I can't say 100%. Just
Okay, well, let me play it a little bit farther and then tell me. Now, that person right here, is that ultimately who ended up being the suspect in this case?
Yes.
And was that person later identified as Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
Okay. And I think at this point, our victim is Mr. Whittington is over here on the other side of this car. Does that look about right?
That's correct.
And he doesn't have a shirt on, does he?
No, sir. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, is he appear to be kind of reaching for his right pocket there at a couple different points in this video? Let me back it up for you. Twofold. Does he appear to have his hand in his pocket right there?
It's fine. Yes, sir.
You know, at a couple points past this, does he appear to kind of reach for it or put his hand in his right pocket?
Yes, sir. Right there. That's him.
And then he kind of disappears out of the camera for a few seconds, doesn't he?
That's right.
Now, the actual shooting takes place right in this view, doesn't it?
Yes.
So he comes back, and that's where we see everything go down, right there.
Yes.
Okay. Did he have a car back there?
Yes, sir. He did.
Okay, and that was something that was mapped as part of your the diagrams that you worked with the Leica.
Hey, Dennis. The lights, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
Okay.
That might help the jury see this in the darkness. Thank you.
Is that him back?
Coming back, yes, sir.
Now, is Raymond Whittington approaching him in any way at this point?
Seems to be in the same spot.
Now they clearly appear to be kind of, jawing at each other, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So who's walking towards who right here?
The suspect seems to be walking towards what will be the front of the store.
Okay, and walking towards Raymond Whittington?
Yes.
Does he appear to be like walking or speaking in a friendly manner?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
You know the answer to that?
It appears that they're having some sort of argument.
All right. Overrule. His answer's in the record. Thank you. Go ahead.
And just to be clear too, the timestamp of this is 4:20 a.m. You see that up at the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so is that Mr. Whittington punching the suspect, Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Now, right there, you see Mr. Dixon reaching for that same pocket again?
Yes, sir.
And do you see him pull the gun out?
Yes, sir.
Do you see one shot fired?
Yes.
Do you see another shot fired?
Yes.
See a third shot fired?
Yes.
See a fourth shot fired?
Yes.
And we don't know whether there was more shots than that fired from Mr. Dixon's gun, do we?
Unknown.
He appeared to kind of falls out of the screen there.
Correct. Yes.
Now, this other person we see running here, was that someone who showed up at Baptist Hospital later? Or let me ask you this. Do you know an individual by the name of Gregory Carrington?
Yes.
Did Gregory Carrington later show up at a hospital in Beaumont somewhere and end up getting tied back to this incident or this shooting?
Yes.
And does that appear, I'll let it play a little bit longer here, but does that appear to be Gregory Carrington as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where's Gregory Carrington?
He's deceased.
Okay. Was he also murdered not far from here?
That's correct.
And when I say not far from here, do I mean a block?
Just on the other side of that brush. Yes, sir.
So if you threw a rock on the other side of that brush, that's where that man right there was murdered.
Yes.
So I can't call him as a witness for this, can I?
That's correct.
Let me see the lawyers up here for just a second. Thank you, Dennis.
Gregory Carrington, did you work that case?
I assisted.
Okay, but that happened something like last year, not related to this in any way.
Yes.
Okay. We see Mr. Carrington, is he shooting back towards Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Is the assumption there that he's shooting at Jeremy Dixon?
That is the assumption.
And more or less, did we determine through this investigation that he hit Jeremy Dixon in the leg?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, do we still see Raymond Whittington breathing here, just barely? See that?
Yes, sir. I can guarantee it now.
At some point, does he stop breathing entirely?
Yes, sir.
Detective, the jury has not seen this yet, so I'm just going to let it play through. Officer to arrive on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Before we start going through the walkthrough of the scene, what we just saw there, was that person acting in self-defense?
No.
Is it pretty apparent that our victim, Raymond Whittington, didn't have a gun? Was there anything in the investigation that you know of that would lead us to believe that Raymond Whittington ever had a gun?
No, sir.
Or any kind of weapon?
No, sir.
He didn't have a shirt on, did he? So that was a cold blood killing, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if you want to, yeah, I think it's.
All right, Dennis, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening. Please remember the instructions the court has given to you. And we'll see you back at 9:30, please, and we'll pick up where we left off here. Thank you very much. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first. Thank you.
Civil French, sorry. What time can we?
9:30, yes, ma'am. We always have some things I've got to do so we can just not get interrupted during the trial. Every day or something. 9:30, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.